Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. We continue our special coverage as Israel and Iran exchange strikes for a fifth consecutive day. A detailed analysis is coming up, but first let's take a look at the latest developments from our correspondent Nick Harper at the G7 summit in the Canadian Rocky Mountains.
Well, the US President Donald Trump's abrupt departure from the G7 summit here in Canada created plenty of speculation as to why he needed to rush back to Washington. There was reporting that he had gathered his National Security Council, telling them to be prepared for his return to Washington and telling them to get the Situation Room at the White House ready. He is now back at the White House, monitoring those unfolding developments in the Middle East. Now, we heard from Emmanuel Macron, the French president, when Donald Trump was leaving, saying that Donald Trump was departing because he was going to work on a ceasefire proposal. However, the US president put out a couple of posts on social media trying to clarify the situation, saying that Emmanuel Macron was mistaken, saying that Macron always gets it wrong, and saying that he had certainly not returned to Washington to work on a ceasefire. He hinted instead that it was something much bigger than that, without elaborating. He also said that he had not reached out directly to Tehran to try and work out peace talks. He said that that was highly fabricated fake news. Speaking to reporters on Air Force One on his way back to Washington, he said that he was looking for a real end to the conflict, and he said he was not too much in the mood to negotiate. Now, the end goal for the US throughout all of this has been trying to work out a deal with Iran that would see it reducing its nuclear ambitions, scaling back its nuclear program in return for sanctions relief. Donald Trump gave Tehran a 60-day deadline to get that done. And of course, that has not taken place. And we have seen this escalation in tensions. The retaliatory strikes and airstrikes being carried out by Israel and Iran. It's now not clear exactly how all of this will end, whether it could be with an ultimate deal between the US and Iran focused on that nuclear program, or whether it might be a temporary de-escalation between Iran and Israel. Here in Canada, though, the G7 put out a statement late on Monday night, a statement that Donald Trump signed on to despite earlier opposition in the day. That statement calling for a de-escalation, also calling for a ceasefire in Gaza as well, and reiterating that the G7 believes that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, but saying that Israel has the right to defend itself. The topic of the Middle East will undoubtedly still be discussed during the course of the day today, Tuesday, day 2 of the summit, despite the fact that really the focus of today was meant to be on Ukraine, with the inclusion of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who is here for discussions with the other G7 leaders to try and look at ways to end that more than 3-year conflict with Russia. Nick Harper, Al Arabiya News, BAM.
Now, US President Donald Trump has said he is not seeking a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, but rather something better, and that is a real end to the conflict between the two countries. His comments come following his early departure from the G7 summit in Canada. Take a listen.
I'm not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're looking for better than a ceasefire.
For more on this, I'm joined by John Limbett, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Iran. John, absolute pleasure to have you on the show. You have been an advocate for engagement with Iran despite your own troubled past as a hostage in Tehran. Can the US and Iran look past this latest escalation in fighting?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, 45 years of hostility and 45 years of, frankly, futility. This is what people know how to do. We know how to threaten each other. We know how to insult each other. We know how to make accusations at each other. Doing something new, doing something different has proved hard. and it's going to take patience. It's going to take care. It's going to take watching language, taking care with language. It's being cared to deal with frustrations. Diplomacy is always that way. It's not easy. It's full of setbacks. But on the other hand, the alternative, which we have seen, which is bashing the other side over the head to get your way, is never quick, easy, or decisive, but leads to something much worse and much more complicated.
President Trump has landed back in Washington after leaving the G7 summit early, saying he wants a real end in the Israel and Iran conflict. What exactly does he mean by this? And also, John, we're just getting some news through from Reuters that the US is moving fighter jets to the Middle East in light of what's happening between Israel and Iran.
Well, I don't. You ask. You'd have to ask him what he means by something better. I mean, if it's an end to 4.5 decades of threatening and mutual accusations, then fine. How he's going to get there, I have no idea. But the Iranians, for decades now, have been talking about wiping Israel off the map, and that it was a cancer in the Middle East. I mean, given the history, I can see why the Israelis would take this seriously, and they probably should take it seriously. On the other hand, that same rhetoric plays right into Mr. Netanyahu and his right-wing allies, plays right into their hands. It stokes fear. It improves their electoral chances, and again makes the tragedy of these last few days just all the more likely.
More than 450 people have been killed in Iran since Friday. You mentioned Benjamin Netanyahu there and his domestic issues politically and maybe on a global stage. But is Israel's strategy to topple Iran's regime? And if so, where does this leave the US administration on this situation? If their strategy is to topple the Iran regime, frankly, it's a bad strategy. It's not going to work. Iranians, even Iranians who don't like the current government, and many of them don't, seem to be, for the most part, very united in their patriotism. They're patriots. They're national. They love their country, and to see it attacked by an external enemy makes them react in defense. And if Netanyahu was intending to unite the Iranians around defense of their countries, then I think he's doing a pretty good job of it. President Trump has also reiterated that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon following the IAEA report. Was Iran close to developing a nuclear weapon, and were Israel's concerns completely legitimate? Because there have been questions, John, surrounding this.
Well, Leigh Ann, I don't have any inside information on that subject, but I do know this, that his the administration's director of national intelligence and the various military and intelligence groups are saying no, that Iran, although it does have a supply of enriched uranium, I think up to 60%, it is not close to developing a nuclear weapon. And I must say that Prime Minister Netanyahu has been saying that they're within a year. He's been saying that for at least 20 or 30 years now. No, if the aim is to stop a nuclear weapon, then what should be negotiated and was negotiated back in 2015 is something to limit Iran's ability to enrich beyond what it needs for domestic nuclear power, which is 3.7, about 3.5 to 4% enrichment. Basically, that's JCPOA 2.0, and that's where the parties seemed to be going until things seemed to get off track. But is it a nuclear weapon that the U.S. wants to stop? Because the path to that is pretty clear. But if it's dismantling the entire program, including enriching for domestic power use, that's something completely different. And that, up until now, appears from the Iranian side to be a deal breaker.
John Limbert, former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of the State for Iran. An absolute pleasure to have your insights. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Leigh Ann. My pleasure.
Now, Tehran has asked Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Oman to press US President Donald Trump to use his influence on Israel to agree an immediate ceasefire. In return, Iran would show greater flexibility in nuclear deal negotiations, and that's according to official Iranian sources. For more on this, I'm joined by Bassam Barabandi, former Syrian diplomat, consulate and researcher at the Center of Global Affairs. Bassam, pleasure to have you on. Israel has launched attacks on western Tehran today as the fighting enters a fifth day. How do you assess the positions of the Arab countries so far?
And thank you for having me. I think the Arab countries, this is the first time the war between Iran and Israel is not on the Arab lands. So it's not in Syria, not in Iraq, not in Lebanon, not in Yemen. So it's direct war between them. Definitely all the Arab countries are concerned about this war and the consequences of this war, especially if Iran start hitting the oil establishment in the Gulf or American bases in different parts of the Arab world. So no one has an interest, literally, to this war to continue. I think everybody's waiting Iran to make a final decision on that, how to stop the war. Is not the United States. I disagree with Mr. John, what he was talking about before. I think the region needs stability. We need stability. We deserve stability in the Middle East. We need or deserve to be just normal countries, having normal life. And for sure, Iranian wasn't helping in achieving that. Is this the right way? Is this the war? Is the right way to solve this issue? I'm not sure, but I, from my perspective, I don't think Iran left anyone with any other option. We're back to the Arab countries. I think, again, they are worried. They don't want this war to expand. They don't need stabilization in the area. They don't need another distraction and stability in the whole region. So from that, I think they are doing the mediation between the United States and Iran. They have major interest in that. It's not only humanitarian mediators. No, this is a very strategic position for them.
Is President Trump the only person who has leverage over Benjamin Netanyahu to stop the deadly strikes on Iran? And if so, does he have the will and the want to actually do this?
Let's put it in a different way. I believe President Trump offered Iran a very good deal. He offered them to stop the uranium enrichment, waive the sanctions, and block the frozen money, and deal with Iran like just normal countries, ask Iran to stop its ballistic missiles and stop supporting the group that's stabilizing the region. In return, Iran will be just normal country and a lot of foreign investment money will come to Iran. Iran need more than $1 trillion for infrastructures. I mean, that's the offer that President Trump gave to Iranian. I think the Iranian, as usual, they just try to buy time, assuming that they will get more from President Trump. Is it President Trump is the only person who can influence Israel? I think he is. He is the right person to influence Israel. But the question, why to influence Israel? I mean, he offered the Iranians something they rejected. Is this again? So the question is: this the war? Is the answer? Nobody likes the war. Definitely, nobody defends the war. But what other options Iran gave to the international community? They didn't offer anything, nothing substantial. I mean, they didn't show any goodwill that they are willing to go forward in peaceful negotiations to solve that issue. What they did always the opposite. They sit on the tables, they say right words. When they came back to Tehran, they act in opposite way. So the question, why Trump should stop this? Why Trump should put influence in Israel? I mean, this is the question rather than the question, is Trump can put influence or can influence Israel? Definitely, Trump can influence Israel. The question, I think, from my perspective, is more about Iran rather than about Israel and United States. Israeli intention to destroy Iranian nuclear reactor is not secret. They have talked about this for the last 20 years. Netanyahu himself, he said this for the last 20 years. So it's not a secret that Israeli wants to do this. And they were pushing all the American administration to do this. So again, it's not secret. What's changing, I think, this time, the miscalculation of Iran, that they thought, again, that they just can buy time, sit and negotiate and talks, hoping the time will be on their own side. And this time it didn't work with them.
Bassam, as a former diplomat in Syria, where we saw the Assad regime fall, could we see something similar happen in Tehran? Are we close to the regime in Iran falling?
I don't have a definite answer, but I can tell you something. There's a trend. There's a trend in the Middle East, from Iraq, Saddam Hussein, till now. There was long time of sanctions, military pressure, that allowed too much for poverty within the societies in Syria, in Iran, in Iraq. There's so much small militias. We saw this everywhere. And there's so much poverty lines, poverty people under poverty line living everywhere. And so many people who start to work with the Americans, with the Israelis, with other countries in Syria, all the intelligence, the war, they work in Syria till today. So all these elements is accumulated to reach to the point that the regime is really not controlling the land. There is a big gap between the government, the people, and the people. It's a huge gap. So we see only what we hear on the media, but in reality, on the ground, Iran is not secret. They have big issue in the water shortage. They have big issue in inflation. The unemployment rate is very high, and corruption is very big. And so on and so on. All the elements that make the regime collapse from inside is there. We saw this in Iraq. We saw this in Syria. Do we see this in Iran? Maybe not this time, but could be this is the first step toward the end. Based on the trend. So we talk about the trend that we saw in the region in the last 30 years.
Bassam Barabandi, former Syrian diplomat, consulate and researcher at the Center of Global Affairs. Appreciate your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anne.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. At least 15 people have been killed and dozens more wounded in Russian strikes on the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. The strike was one of the deadliest on Kyiv since Russia launched its full-scale invasion back in February 2022. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said a 9-story apartment block was destroyed and rescuers were now searching for survivors. US officials are reversing a directive to pause immigration raids targeted at undocumented migrants on farms, hotels and in restaurants. Yesterday, the Department of Homeland Security announced the return of the crackdown despite pushback from industry leaders. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller demanded that ICE arrest at least 3,000 undocumented people a day to meet President Trump's mass deportation goals. Now, the US is considering extending its travel ban to 36 more countries, such as Cambodia and Egypt. A memo signed by US Secretary of State Marco Rubio details a 60-day timeline for the new countries added to the list to meet US security requirements and identify verification criteria. Earlier this month, President Trump announced a travel ban for 12 countries. Also in the US, California law enforcement officers who cover their faces while conducting official business could face a misdemeanor charge. 2 lawmakers seek to ban law enforcement at all levels of government from wearing masks during operations such as immigration raids. The No Secret Police Act requires officers to produce identification to the public in order to build transparency. And in the UK, NHS staff have spoken out about a worrying new trend of patients recording medical procedures for TikTok and also Instagram. Radiographers who take x-rays and scans fear the trend could compromise patient confidentiality and violate lead to staff privacy. The UK Society of Radiographers is calling for the NHS to implement policies to prevent patients from filming clinical procedures without permission. Now, the Iranian capital, Tehran, came under attack once again today after Iran claimed it had targeted a Mossad center. Meanwhile, new statements have emerged regarding Israel's strike on the headquarters of Iran's state television in Tehran yesterday. Local reports say at least 3 people were killed. For more on this, I'm joined by Omid Habibi Naya, a former deputy editor at Iran's state broadcaster in Tehran, who is now based in London. Omid, an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. Yesterday, an Israeli missile strike hit Iranian state broadcaster on live TV. Do you have accurate information about the casualties and the aftermath of the attack that we saw yesterday?
Thank you for having me. First of all, I have to say that there are a mixture of the emotion among the Iranian population regarding the attack of the IRB, the main building in the state TV. But we heard this morning that another one has killed. Yesterday, two of the newsroom staffs, one editor and one of the staffs has pronounced dead. And today they announced another one who has died. So the total number of the deaths toll is rising to 3. And I heard from some sources that there are some people in critical situation, and at least 20 people have been injured.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Could you also give us an idea of the Iranian media and its role? Are these independent media outlets, or is the media divided between pro-government and also opposition media?
So the people in Iran look to the state media, and especially in this case, IRIB, state TV and radio, as a propaganda machine. So they have a mixture of the feeling about this attack happened. Some of them, they say that this is the state of the shock for them, because they didn't expect it, that the state TV has been targeted. But there are some people that are saying that this is the propaganda machine, and they somehow they are happy to if they can stop the operation, because they're saying they are not broadcasting truth or reflecting the reality in the street. They are doing the propaganda. That's what the total whole the state and the government and the regime they are actually wanted. There are some allegations against some of the reporters in the IRB. They are saying that they are making the file for them. They are also participate in the integration when the political activists has arrested, and some of them that are forced to do the confession against themselves, so they were present. So there are some kind of the mixture of feeling. But regarding the television, his own research media center, where I was also working there are only 30% of people that are watching TV news or Shabake Khabar that was hit yesterday, that for the main source of the news. And only 20% of them, they think they are going to have to some kind of trust to this state news source of the news. So this kind of the gap between the state media and the people shows that the people cannot trust it, and there's limited influence to the society and also impact to social changes or anything that the government or state can wants to provide for the people. There are also more critics about there are no alarm, no alert, no red alert during the airstrike, and there are no any suggestion about how to keep you alive during the strike. So this gap shows that the people have a mixture of feeling. They are of course they are sad that the capital of Iran is under attack, but they see, most of the people, they see the IRIB and the state news as the machine that repeats what the head of the government or state or regime are saying that.
Omid, I would like you to just tell me quickly, thousands of people are fleeing Tehran after President Trump said evacuate immediately. What are you hearing from people inside the capital?
So actually, there are a lot of problem right now. Tehran has about the city, the capital of the city, capital of Iran has only about 10 million people. So it's almost impossible to evacuate this big, huge amounts of the population. And also all the roads from around the city are almost jammed by the traffic. So it is almost impossible. Some people cannot leave the city, and there are also the shortage of gas, shortage of money, the banks are hacked. So there are a lot of problems. So I can hear from my friends and colleagues, the blocks and the neighborhoods are getting empty, but not everybody can evacuate the city because it's huge and because there are a lot of logistic problems regarding that.
Omid Habibi Naya, former deputy editor at Iran State Broadcaster in Tehran. I hope your friends are all safe. Once again, a pleasure. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you to having me.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Gold prices are higher as the conflict between Israel and Iran is encouraging investors to seek refuge in safe haven assets. Prices are also higher as investors wait for the upcoming U.S. Federal Reserve's policy meeting, which will be on Wednesday. In a speech, Jordan's King Abdullah said Israel's attacks on Iran have broadened its conflicts in the region to a level that poses a global threat. Now, TikTok is once again on the verge of being banned over in the US. Parent company ByteDance has until Thursday to reach a deal to either sell off the short film video app or shut it down, leaving its 170 million users in the dark. President Trump previously signaled that he was open to extending the deadline for the sale a third time. Turning to all the sports news now, and Aryna Sabalenka says her comments about Coco Gauff after the French Open final were completely unprofessional and revealed she wrote to the American to apologise. Gauff won a close 3-set match in Paris to win her second Grand Slam title, denying Sabalenka a first Roland Garros win. Sabalenka has been heavily criticised for attributing the result to her mistakes rather than Gauff's performance, describing it as the worst final she had ever played. More tennis now, and British tennis star Katie Boulter has opened up about the level of abuse aimed at some tennis players and revealed she and her family had received death threats. Boulter shared her experiences with BBC Sport to highlight the issue of players receiving toxic messages online, which she believes comes from tennis gamblers who have lost money. The 28-year-old's examples included a message telling her to buy candles and a coffin for your entire family. Now, for the first time since Iran and Israel exchanged strikes, the UN's nuclear watchdog has assessed damage at Natanz Iran's main nuclear enrichment facility. It believes the strikes penetrated deep into the site, directly impacting the underground centrifuge halls. For more on this, I'm joined by Ali Vayyaz, Director of Iran Project and Senior Advisor to the President at the International Crisis Group. Ali, pleasure to have you on. President Trump says he wants a real end to Iran's nuclear program, not just a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Do you think this is a possibility?
It's good to be with you. Look, if President Trump believes that through green lighting, Israeli bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities, or maybe eventually the U.S. joining the effort, the Iranians would capitulate and accept his terms, I think he's badly mistaken, because the only thing that the Iranian regime sees as more dangerous for its survival than suffering from Israeli bombs is surrendering to American terms. Because if that happens, basically the Iranian regime has demonstrated or set a precedent that it can agree to anything if it is being bombed. So the next step would be to disarm it completely. The next step would be to bring about political changes inside the country, and it would not be able to do anything about it. So I very much doubt that this would bring about the kind of result that President Trump has in mind.
So you think that Iran should not surrender. So right now, Iran is facing missile strikes from Israel, and things are ramping up. What does Iran do in this situation?
Well, it's not that I think they shouldn't surrender. I'm saying that I don't think they would surrender. Nothing in the track record of the Islamic Republic in the past 46 years suggests that they are ready to capitulate. So they only see one option, which is to remain locked in this cycle of escalation and tit for tat, in the hope that Israel or the U.S. would blink first. Because it's one thing that is true. Israel and the U.S. have military escalation domination. But they have low threshold for pain. For Iran, it's the other way around. It has a much weaker military and limited resources, but it has a much higher threshold for pain. So the question really here is who blinks first? And especially if the United States joins the war and Iran starts targeting U.S. bases and personnel in the region, maybe even energy infrastructure and shipping lines in the region, we might end up in a situation that the global economy is completely rattled. And that would create a political backlash against President Trump, who had promised not to engage in regime change and wars in the Middle East, and had promised to basically improve the economic situation for his base, not to see an increase in gas prices.
Yes, indeed. President Donald Trump did say that he was going to say that he was the president of peace. But the U.S. is moving fighter jets to the Middle East. That's a line coming out of Reuters in the last half an hour or so. How dangerous is this escalation if the U.S. does get involved? And also, as you did mention, if Iran uses its proxies, possibly the Houthis, to start choking shipping that we've seen them do before?
Well, if the U.S. gets involved, this will escalate very quickly. There is the risk that, as you mentioned, the members of Iran's axis of resistance that are still standing, like the Houthis in Yemen or the Hashd Shabi in Iraq, would also join the battle and target U.S. and Israeli assets. In those circumstances, it really is hard to maintain control over the escalatory cycle, in the sense that there might be a very high number of American casualties that would then push the United States to double down on this conflict. But at the end of the day, there is one thing that is clear. Usually aerial strikes do not bring about the intended results. I mean, we have the experience of 8 years of war in Yemen, which didn't bring about the intended results with regards to the Houthis. Even same applies to a certain extent to the Taliban in Afghanistan. The United States used the massive ordnance penetrator bombs that it is considering using against Iran's bunker facility in Fordow, both in Afghanistan in President Trump's first term and in Yemen in his second term. And in both cases, the U.S. eventually lost those wars. Yes, the U.S. and Israel definitely can have impressive tactical wins militarily. The question is whether they would be able to meet their strategic objectives in the long run.
So, Ali, what's the answer here, do you think? How are we going to see this play out?
Well, I do believe that President Trump would be much better off ending this war than joining it. And he needs to do so by first putting pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the escalation. Because if he fails to do so, the Iranians would see him as complicit in this war of aggression and would not engage in negotiations with him, or would not believe that even he would deliver on a negotiated solution if that agreement is reached. So the first step is to hold Israel back. The second step is to then threaten the Iranians that if they continue the conflict, the U.S. would get involved, and that would hopefully deter the Iranians. Then the third step is to put a reasonable nuclear agreement on the table that is not maximalist and that would allow everybody to save face. That's the only sustainable solution. I mean, let me remind you that U.S. intelligence says that U.S. involvement in war against Iran to take out its nuclear program would only set back the program by 2 years. So either the U.S. would have to intervene every 2 years to stop Iran from reconstituting its nuclear program, or that it can agree to a deal that gets it 15, 20 years of restrictions at a much lower cost and much lower risks.
Ali Fayaz, Director of the Iran Project and Senior Advisor to the President at the International Crisis Group. Great to have your insights. Hope to have you back on the show again soon.
Thank you.
More than 450 people have been killed in Iran since the attacks with Israel started on Friday. Here's what people in Tehran have been saying.
For now, we just want to leave Tehran for more safety, that's all. Because they said to evacuate Tehran, and that in itself has created a kind of fear in everyone. People feel like something really bad might happen in the city. That's why we want to go somewhere else for the time being.
We don't have any plans. We're right here and not going anywhere. If anyone has to leave, it's the Israelis who should abandon their own country and go.
I don't think it's just the work of one country, like Israel, for example. I don't think a country like Israel, no matter how much power it has, could so easily attack Iran with all its history in war and such things. No way we're staying. Where would we go? Evacuate Tehran? How could we do that? Well, some people might have a lot of savings or be in a good financial situation. Maybe they can leave. But us personally, I don't think we're going anywhere. I mean, we have no plans at all.
With his action, Netanyahu showed that he makes no distinction between women, men or children. He only cares about his own interests, and his aim is nothing but bloodshed across the Middle East.
For more on this, I'm joined by Asif Durrani, former Pakistani ambassador to Iran and also the UAE. Absolute pleasure to have you on. I really appreciate your time. You have previously said that an Israeli attack on Iran would bring the entire region to war. Does this mean that Israel's Western allies could also enter the fray?
Thank you for having me. I said that this action of Israel will have devastating impact on the entire region, especially the immediate neighborhood, Iran's 7 neighbors, and also the Gulf region. And the immediate impact of Israel's attack has been that the oil prices have jumped up 10%. And if the war continues, so it will further impact the oil supplies. And more importantly, the world trade which passes through Gulf of Hormuz, Strait of Hormuz. Almost 33% of the oil supplies are transited through this strait. Those can be impacted if the area of conflict spreads. And Iran is just in a position to choke the Strait of Hormuz. And so here there is a need that all United States and other powers, they should prevail upon Israel to stop attacking Iran. Yes.
There have been recent media reports claiming Pakistan has supplied non-nuclear ballistic missiles to Iran. Are these reports accurate? And if so, how many missiles have been supplied?
Nonsensical. These are just social media generated reports, and there's no truth about it. And Pakistan's foreign minister yesterday categorically rejected these AI generated reports. Yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. Now, the Pakistani defense minister is attributed with a statement threatening to use a nuclear bomb against Israel. Could these statements be considered dangerous, and could they give Israel another pretext to continue attacking countries it does view as a possible threat?
Again, wrong attribution to Pakistani defense minister. He did not say anything about Israel except for condemning the attack. And more importantly, Iran itself has got the wherewithal to make its own missiles. As far as its nuclear program is concerned, it is under IAEA safeguards, and the facilities which Israel attacked in Natanz and in Fordo and Isfahan are actually under the IAEA safeguards. So in a way, Israel is an aggression of the IAEA safeguards. And more importantly, Iran cannot be so naive to develop its so-called nuclear weapon program under the noses of the IAEA. At all they have to do it, they will do it somewhere clandestinely. So I think this is something which is cooked up. The purpose is to pressurize Iran to the maximum. Yes.
Pakistan has shut its border with neighboring Iran as Tehran trade strikes with Israel. What does this mean for your citizens trapped in the country and also their safety?
Sorry, I couldn't get the first part of your question.
That's okay. I was just saying that Pakistan has shut its border with neighboring Iran as Tehran trade strikes with Israel. What exactly does this mean for citizens trapped inside Iran and also for their safety?
No, actually, the Tehran border is open, and that route is open, but not the one which is closer to the sea. So Gadr-Imdan border crossing has been closed for obvious reasons. But on the upper side, in the north of the region, the Tehran border is open. Yes.
And just one quick thought before I let you go, Asif. What's the answer to this escalating conflict between Israel and Iran? Who are the best mediators to get a diplomatic solution? Is that what you think the answer is, rather than the conflict carrying on and us possibly seeing, as you did mention, real problems in the Strait of Hormuz?
I think mediation can be done by anyone, but more important is the political will by the parties. I invite you to Foreign Minister Araghchi's statement that if Israel stops attacking Iran, we will also stop. So it's, I think, a very significant statement, and I think that needs to be considered very seriously. And there is also need for all greater powers. They should call upon both the countries to cease their hostilities. And I think United Nations Security Council is the best forum to implement ceasefire. Yes.
Asif Durrani, former Pakistani ambassador to Iran and the UAE. Brilliant to have you on. Thank you for your insights. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has issued a clear warning. Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei could face the same fate as Iraq's former President Saddam Hussein, who was quickly captured, tried and then executed after the 2003 US-led invasion. Elsewhere, in a speech today, Jordan's King Abdullah said Israel's attacks on Iran have broadened its conflicts in the region to a level that poses a global threat. For more on this, I'm joined by Babak Emi-Ani, who is an Iranian political and business analyst from London. A pleasure to have you on the show. Could Iran's supreme leader face a similar fate that we've just been reading there to Saddam Hussein? Has Israel isolated Iran's leader, leaving him with just nowhere to go?
I totally agree with you. That seems to be his fate. And more importantly, we are facing a new world order era, and it's the Trump era. And by President Trump leaving G7 early is an indication that he doesn't want Europeans to be involved in anything to do with Israel and Iran war. And more importantly, if we look back a couple of days ago when President Trump had a conversation with President Putin, it seems that was more important to the outcome of the war than G7. So what I'm trying to stress out here is that if Iranian regime is trying to split the world order by trying to get the China and Russia on its side against America and Israel, it's not going to work. That is not the way it's going to work. And that's how they see this, as a way of an exit strategy, by splitting the world order and also to get to escalate this to a world war event, which is nowhere is going to happen. There's no way they can play that game anymore.
You have previously expressed concern that the Iranian regime was ultimately lured into direct confrontation with Israel. Would you be able to elaborate on this? And you also just mentioned war there. How close do you think we are to another world war?
First of all, on the second part, I don't think we are anywhere near to a world war because nobody wants it. And right now, the way President Trump is running the world order is that the military superpowers make decisions. So it's mainly United States, Russia, and China. Now, China doesn't want higher oil prices, as you were discussing in previous conversation. Russia is more capitalist than all other countries, so they want to get back in improving their economy, so they want an end to Ukraine war, and they need American support in that respect. And what President Trump wants was peace and prosperity, because his entire policy is based on trade rather than wars. And this is the new era. On the other hand, you get regimes like Iran for the last 46, now we are into its 47th year. They have done nothing but export violence, terrorism, revolution. They thrive on warmongering and wars. They have actually introduced cheap warfare to the entire region. Previous to Iran regime, the Iran Islamic Republic regime, there wasn't cheap warfare. They invented cheap warfare, and they spread it even into Africa and other regions. So they are the cause of all the mayhem and all the chaos and all the miseries in the Middle East. And once they disappear, Middle East will prosper even more.
I'm hearing you and what you're saying regarding Iran, but Iran didn't start this. Israel launched missile strikes on Iran first, and also, Iran are arguing that they have the right to defend themselves. Is that not a fair statement from the Iranians?
At all not. They started this war 47 years ago when they have been talking about destruction and removing the entire Jewish states. They've been saying that for 47 years. So you imagine yourself, if you were in that position, for 47 years, you have an enemy looking to destroy you, to get rid of you, to annihilate you. And now that they are very close to a nuclear weapon, would you risk it? Would you wait for them to have the nuclear weapon? And so many discussions has been that they are not yet there. But what if they are wrong? If they are there or closer than that, can we take that risk? This is a regime who his entire philosophy is based on self-destruction. They thrive on self-destruction. They thrive on death and destruction. So can we trust them with nuclear weapons? They would proliferate nuclear weapons to all their militias. They are not like North Korea, who would just have nuclear weapons for their own protection. But this regime would proliferate it because they believe in a Shia imperialism in the region.
Babek, 450 killed in Iran since Friday. We know Benjamin Netanyahu is facing domestic problems politically. Is he doing this, as many analysts suggest, to shore up support for himself in Israel? Because we cannot forget what is happening in Gaza either.
Well, whatever Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, is doing, he's doing it for his own people, for the protection of his own people. And if you look at his domestic policy, is to provide security and prosperity for his own people. If Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, foreign policies are a bit cruel, that's another discussion. We could discuss that. But when you come to Iranian regime, the Iranian regime, it considers the people of Iran as its first enemy. They've done nothing in the last 47 years but treating the Iranian people as their own first enemy. They have been suppressing them, making them poorer, killing them. The amount of killing that happens in Iran is more than the figure you just mentioned here at this war. So the idea that you could compare the Iran regime to, or Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, to Benjamin Netanyahu is different. One cares about his people. The other one absolutely has no caring for his people. And all he's one, he's just exporting death and destruction wherever he can.
Babek Imaniman, Iranian political and business analyst, a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for your insights and your thoughts. Much appreciated. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Riz Khan is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. All newspapers continue to cover the unfolding war between Israel and Iran, with many reporting on Iran's signals that it is willing to go back to the negotiating table if the US doesn't get involved in the war. Many other media outlets also reported on President Trump leaving the G7 summit in Canada a day earlier without reaching new trade deals, but after signing onto a joint statement calling for peace and stability in the Middle East. Let's start with the New York Times, which published many reports and analysis on the current Israel-Iran war. Here are just some of its headlines. Trump's Iran choice: last chance diplomacy or a bunker buster bomb. Also, as other Arab states condemn Israeli attacks on Iran, Syria is notably silent. And also, the New York Times published a report on how missiles defense works and why it sometimes fails. Going on, also, the newspaper also published an analysis about President Trump's choice, as you can see, regarding this war. The piece indeed highlights the president's choices as last chance, or they are the last chance diplomacy or bunker busting bombs. The analysis also suggests that President Trump is at a pivotal moment in the Israel-Iran conflict, forced to choose between a final diplomatic push or direct military action. The central issue is Iran's deeply buried Fordo nuclear facility, which only the US military, using its massive GBW-57 bunker buster bomb, can effectively target. Also, the piece notes that Trump has encouraged his Middle East envoy and possibly the vice president to meet with Iranian officials, but his recent social media post urging people to leave Tehran suggests tensions are rising. Iran warns that any US attack would end hopes for a nuclear deal, though its foreign minister has signaled openness to talks if Trump is serious. The analysis says that Israel and some American officials are urging decisive action, while others warn against US involvement. The piece concludes that Trump's decision will determine whether this remains Israel's war or becomes America's, shaping the future of the region and global security. And we'll stay with the New York Times, where Thomas L. Friedman wrote suggesting solutions to this conflict. Friedman says that currently both sides follow flawed strategies. Iran tries to out-crazy its enemies, thinking extreme actions will scare them off. And Israel's leaders believe they can solve problems once and for all with force. The article says that neither approach works. Iran and its allies cannot force Israel to leave its homeland, and Israel cannot use force to end Palestinian resistance. The author suggests that the only way to real peace is a two-state solution. The piece calls on the United States to use strong diplomacy and military threat to pressure Iran to give up nuclear ambitions. It also urges America to support the Palestinian self-determination and to push for peace talks between Israel and the Palestinians. The Wall Street Journal published an exclusive report saying that messages passed by Tehran through intermediaries seek a return to talks if the US stays out of the fight. The report highlights that Iran is urgently signaling a desire to end hostilities and resume nuclear talks, sending messages via Arab intermediaries to both the United States, and to Israel. Tehran insists it will only return to negotiations if the US does not join the fighting and if Israel halts its attack. The piece suggests that despite heavy Israeli airstrikes targeting Iran's nuclear facilities, military leaders and also energy infrastructure, the impact on Iran's nuclear capabilities has been limited, and Israel's campaign may need to continue for weeks to achieve its objectives. Gulf states are also deeply concerned about the conflict's potential to escalate and disrupt regional stability, and have indeed urged Washington to pressure Israel into a ceasefire. The report concludes that while diplomatic efforts are intensifying, both sides remain entrenched and the risk of wider war persists. We'll stay with the Wall Street Journal, whose editorial highlights the remarkable resilience of the global oil markets despite Israel's attacks on Iran and the initial spike in oil prices. Also, Brent crude jumped from around $66 to a high of $78 per barrel, but quickly settled below $73 as global supply remained ample and the world did not panic. The editorial suggests that this stability is due to increased production from Saudi Arabia, Brazil, Canada, and the US, which is now producing a record of 13.5 million barrels per day. The article concludes that while the risk of catastrophic disruption remains, like closing the Strait of Hormuz, the current market conditions should give US policymakers confidence to pursue tougher sanctions on Russia and Iran without undue fear of a price shock. The piece urges the Trump administration not to let oil prices dictate strategic decisions. Israeli newspapers covered the Israel-Iran war extensively, with a focus on the damage Iran is sustaining from the Israeli attacks. While some stories covered the Iranian attacks on Israel and the damage in Israeli cities, such stories were few and lacked details. Perhaps a reflection of Israel's stringent censorship regarding locations of Iranian missile hits and extent of the damage sustained. In fact, Israel has issued serious warnings to its citizens, and any posts or publications of such details will be considered providing assistance and valuable information to Iran and other hostile forces. The Jerusalem Post, however, published an exclusive report quoting European sources saying that President Trump is expected to offer Iran last chance proposal. The report actually explains that US President Donald Trump is preparing to give Iran a final offer, a last chance to agree on its nuclear program. The New Deal might be a bit better than before, but still insists Iran must stop all uranium enrichment. Iran is asking for help from Oman, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia to stop Israeli attacks and restart talks. Trump says Iran wants to talk, but Israel says it has not received any official requests and keeps striking targets. The U.S. is sending more military ships and planes to the region, ready for possible action. Some in the U.S. government want to join Israel's attacks, while others do not. The piece highlights that Trump is using military threats to pressure Iran to agree to a deal and stop building a nuclear weapon. The Washington Post published a report highlighting Russia's concerns about the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran, fearing it could lose its most important Middle East ally for the second time in less than a year. Initially, some Russian elites saw the crisis as an opportunity to distract from the war in Ukraine and benefit from rising oil prices. However, as Israeli strikes intensify, Moscow realizes the risk of regime change in Iran, an outcome that could severely weaken Russia's anti-Western alliance. The piece suggests that while Russia is offering to mediate and may gain short-term economic benefits, it faces a dangerous dilemma if Iran's regime collapses or the conflict spirals into a wider war. The report concludes that Russia is walking a tightrope with little chance of a clear win in the current crisis. Le Monde published an interview with Jeffrey Lewis, director of the East Asia Non-Proliferation Program at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies in Monterey, California. Lewis highlights that Israel's recent military operation against Iran, dubbed Rising Lion, is less about eliminating nuclear weapons and more about weakening the Iranian regime itself. He suggests in this Le Monde interview that while Israeli strikes have damaged some nuclear facilities and killed scientists, Iran's core nuclear capabilities, including enriched uranium and centrifuges, remain largely intact, especially in deep underground sites like Fordow. Also, he goes on to say that Israel's true target appears to be Iran's military leadership and its ability to retaliate, reflecting a broader strategy of regime change. Lewis concludes that in his interview, that these attacks are risky as they could push Iran towards acquiring nuclear weapons if the regime survives. He also points out that the failure of U.S. diplomacy and dangers of losing oversight of Iran's nuclear sites, making future monitoring even more challenging. And we'll end with the Financial Times, which published a report titled "How Long Can It Last? Israel and Iran's Endurance Battle." The report highlights the unprecedented scale and duration of Israel's current military campaign against Iran, contrasting it with the swift 1981 strike on Iraq's Osirak reactor. This time, the objectives are broader: dismantling Iran's ballistic missile arsenal, targeting multiple nuclear sites, and weakening the regime to its limits. The report notes that while both sides recognize U.S. intervention could be decisive, especially for destroying deeply buried sites like Fordow, the conflict remains largely regional, fought through aerial engagements that are rapidly depleting missiles, drone, and interceptor stocks. Military experts suggest that Israel's air superiority gives it an advantage, but warn that distance, fatigue, and limited interceptor reserves may eventually constrain its offensive. The piece concludes that despite Israel's ability to inflict significant damage, Iran's resilience and missile reserves mean the conflict could drag on, with the ultimate outcome likely shaped by unpredictable political events rather than military strength alone. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
The question that diplomats have to ask themselves is, what is diplomacy 202? What is unorthodox diplomacy? How do you get heard in a world before you get punished? How do you put on your armory so that you are not insulted in the White House? How do you prepare so this is a completely different thing. How do you run with trade deals so that you take the insults in the White House? How do you speak truth to lies when you are shown that mass graves that you know is in the DRC and not in South Africa? How do you do that?
Hello and welcome. Welcome to part 2 of our interesting conversation with the former South African ambassador to the US, Ibrahim Rasool, who talked very candidly about his experience as a diplomat in Washington, D.C., some of the issues he faced. He talked about Cyril Ramaphosa's visit to the White House as president of South Africa. And now, in part 2, he reveals why some of these issues are so important to him. Now, I was going to ask you a bit about domestic politics because the ANC has always been known as the leading party, pretty much unchallenged until more recently. And now, of course, there's the GNU, the Government of National Unity. Considering what's been going on in the fractions occurring within South African politics, is it time for a rethink for the ANC?
If the ANC hasn't started rethinking 5 years ago, then the ANC will deserve what the voters continue doing to it. It will be a tragedy for South Africa if the ANC were ever to become irrelevant in the politics of South Africa, because the glue that held not just the nation together, but that kept at bay black rage and kind of white complacency was the ANC. And so the point of the matter is, if we lose that, we lose the fabric of our society. But the ANC will be able to blame no one else. It produced a Jacob Zuma. It was patient through a decade almost of state capture. It was very slow in renewing the ANC once it got rid of Jacob Zuma. It overthought, how do we deal with the people inside the ANC? It may have confused the fact that a decisive blow against corruption could increase your fortunes amongst the electorate versus a slow kind of massaging of the internal forces as the way to keep the internal coalition of the ANC together. So I think that for me is the danger to the ANC. It's overthinking, it's overcaution, and its inability to deal a decisive blow. It had Jacob Zuma in prison, and then there was a pardon. Now, there are prices to pay for it, and sometimes you must choose at what moment you pay the price.
That's the sense I got, that glue that you describe is being dissolved by the fact the ANC has split along the lines, factions that are pro-Zuma, pro-Ramaphosa, you know, and that you have that kind of fairly serious division. How can you unite the ANC again?
I think that the ANC has to decide where does it take and how does it take its punishment. It can go the slow death route in which first the EFF goes out and takes away 10% and then or 7%, and then along comes MK party of Jacob Zuma and they take away another percent and then you're down to 40%, etc. Or it can say, let's risk a glorious death with a possibility that we get a glorious resuscitation. And the glorious death will be, let's cut the umbilical cord with anyone who has been corrupt in the ANC. And then rebuild our trust that we have with the electorate and give the electorate something to rally around a clean model party rather than living a whimpering life.
One of the complications I would guess you have is that you and a lot of those who have witnessed the pre-apartheid era so personally are of a generation of generations that think in a particular way. But then you have a younger generation, which, for example, the FF Economic Freedom Fighters of Julius Malema, he was ANC youth before, they appeal to the younger generations.
And I think that is always going to be the case, and that's why it was always important to have a youth league in the ANC that kind of socializes the next generations. And in socializing, you give them a true nature of what struggle is. It's organization, it's mobilization, it's campaigns. Secondly, you give them a benchmark of suffering. Suffering isn't when you can't get a BMW. Suffering isn't when you can't wear Gucci's. Suffering isn't when you don't have a Breitling watch, etc. And therefore, the calibration of suffering is that we now have taps in every house, whereas before we had one child designated to fetch water from the river rather than go to school. That we now don't have candles in the house, you flip a switch and you've got a light in the house. You see, that's the fundamental changes. That if you're 60 and over, you get a pension every month, whereas before you didn't because you were black. That you can now learn math and science. Before it was prohibited in your curriculum. So you see, once you make post-apartheid things too normal, you don't have a reverence for a history of your parents where none of that was available. And so we need to socialize people into this history of apartheid. And so we're so busy teaching technical things, which we must, that we have forgotten to refresh their memory.
Presumably, though, you have to be careful. You don't lecture to the degree where the young close their ears and say, la, 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 la. We don't want to know. We see the rest of the world moving a particular way.
No, absolutely. And I think that that's why history, being a history teacher myself, doesn't have to be boring. It has to be experiential. You've got to invest in the hard drive of the country. You cannot say, for example, we are putting all our money into bread and butter, but you don't build the sites of memorialization. You don't have a proper memory that captures the massacres and the and the Education Museum about what was the curriculum before.
And then ultimately you have to present South Africa, sort all this out so you can present South Africa as a unified country so that it can attract foreign investors, it can show its position in the world in a stronger way, surely.
I don't think that those are mutually exclusive objectives. How you refresh the memory of our young people, how you put bread and butter on the table, and how you compete in the world. And I think that South Africa does have the infrastructure, for example, for education. It has the kind of electronic infrastructure where our young people transact on their cell phones and become entrepreneurs. I just think that, and that has been an advantage for us over many years, that our banking knowledge, our banks are the best, our justice system is the best, etc., etc. I just think that we are not clicking it together into one unified strategy as our presentation to the world.
I'm going to move on to your career as a diplomat and some of the smart things people have said. You have said a couple of quotes based on diplomacy. You've said diplomacy is not the art of lying, but it's the art of telling the truth gently and constructively. Diplomacy is not flattery or denial, but it's persuasion based on intellectual honesty and integrity. Diplomacy is not the abandonment of your core values, but it is about universalizing them for a better world. And diplomacy is not sacrificing your interests, but it's about pursuing them with dignity. How has diplomacy changed since your early years?
So, orthodox diplomacy meant that diplomats studied the Vienna Convention. They were taught the Vienna Convention. There was a way in which you did things, and there was a language that you spoke. There was a strong foundation of civility in all of that. And so navigating the gentleness in your diplomacy, the truth-telling in your diplomacy, navigating how to secure your values while advancing your interests, those were the kind of stuff that made my first stint as a diplomat really exciting. How did I do that with the kind of Obama administration? I think in this round, the rules were gone. In this round, you were punished without being demarched, called in for an explanation. Your note verbals, when you say to Secretary Rubio, can my Minister of International Relations call you for 2 minutes to congratulate you on being appointed? And they don't respond to it, but you hear on a tweet that they're not going to talk to us. And so forth. When they don't pitch up at the G20 without explanation, and after you inquire through note verbals about it, you read on a tweet that we won't go there because South Africa's leadership of the G20 is based on DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's why we won't go. When the one who steps into you at a low level is then prohibited from posing for the family photo, and to her credit, resigns after that. So I'm saying that this is a world of fundamental incivility. And therefore, the question that diplomats have to ask themselves is, what is diplomacy 202? What is unorthodox diplomacy? How do you get heard in a world before you get punished? How do you put on your armory so that you are not insulted in the White House? How do you prepare so this is a completely different thing. How do you run with trade deals so that you take the insults in the White House? How do you speak truth to lies when you are shown that mass graves that you know is in the DRC and not in South Africa? How do you do that?
Has Trump invented a new form of diplomacy in this way, or has brinkmanship essentially been at the core of it, even if it was more subtle?
I don't think that anything that Donald Trump does is diplomatic. I think it's all brinkmanship. And we were very good going into the USA believing that transactionality was the critical language to speak. And we were prepared for that. We read The Art of the Deal, we tried to understand, we tried to divine his mind and so forth. But he's essentially capricious. He's essentially unpredictable. He is essentially mood-driven. Some of our diplomats joked, we said, he's like the cushion pillow. He's going to speak based on the impression the last person left on him. And so the point of the matter is you cannot prepare a diplomatic path for that. You've got to be at the height of your wits. And I think the fact that I was able to do what I call an encircling strategy. I did the business associations. Then I moved towards the think tanks. Then I got through 22 doors of Congress and Senate in an encircling strategy, and then clinched at the last White House. And it was based on really trying to change the atmosphere around the president, as opposed to trying to change the mind of the president. And I think we succeeded in doing that. So when someone tells me, a senator from the MAGA says, you're too close to China, get rid of your relationship with China, then you can speak. Then I said, Senator, you know, you pointing a shotgun at South Africa's knees, threatening to kneecap us, but you first want us to throw away our crutches. Then the senator, when he sees the image, he laughs. He says, I can see what you mean. So the point is, that's the kind of disarming that you have to do as you move towards the White House.
So I was going to ask you, is there anything about Donald Trump's style of diplomacy? You said he's not a diplomat, so is there anything you like about his non-diplomacy?
I think that, believe me, I predicted that if the Global South agenda and the G20 agenda of South Africa is realized in two important ways. One, that we can reform the global architecture for the United Nations and the World Bank. There is only one maverick that can do it, and that is Donald Trump. Because the absence of diplomacy could be resulting in the fact that he has no holy cows. He's loyal to nothing. Unlike Biden. Biden is loyal to all those institutions, and therefore you can't expect a Biden to reform those institutions or to subvert those institutions. But here is a man who has, his incivility is so universal. His capriciousness is so universal that if you want that kind of reform of the global architecture done, he may be the man who could do it, and therefore you've got to compete for who sits last on that cushion.
So early on, the twist is early on in his first term, he used the term holes for, I'm trying not to get bleeped here, for many African countries. Do you think he takes Africa seriously in any way?
I think he's taking Africa seriously now, because the fundamental method in the madness in the USA is that the USA has fallen behind in the scramble for critical minerals. You see, there's no accident that Donald Trump in his inauguration was surrounded by the tech barons, starting with Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, etc. All of them know that what will define this moment in the fourth industrial revolution is the access to critical minerals. They've identified, they now have a critical mineral czar in the White House. That's how important it is. They've identified 50 critical minerals that the USA needs in the short term if it is not to be overrun by China in the technological race. Of that, 12 of those 50, the US is 100% dependent on other countries. For 29, 50% dependent on other countries. And for 13 of them, absolutely dependent on China, either through China's providing it or China processing it. So this thing about Greenland sounds mad, but Greenland is the access to the melting ice where critical minerals may be available in the Arctic. The joke about Panama, the US never wants to be in a situation where the passage between the Pacific and the Atlantic is closed. The bombing of Houthis, that the Indian and the Atlantic Ocean must never be held hostage again. So Africa has 30% of the world's critical minerals, and South Africa 80% of the world's platinum critical minerals. So is Africa taken seriously? The moment of absolute aggression against South Africa came when South Africa lost 18 soldiers in the eastern DRC to M23, believed to be a proxy of Rwanda, believed to be a proxy. We lost 18 soldiers in defense of the critical minerals of the DRC. Once South Africa withdrew its forces, the United States came into the DRC and have signed a deal now for how to harness the critical minerals of the DRC. So if Africa is important, it is because it is critical for critical minerals.
You know, that you've mentioned the role of China. And I wonder, with South Africa's position in the world today, the growing BRICS alliance and so on, is it possible there are these new economic alliances might help redress this Western dominance up to now? Do you see a realignment on the global stage to the degree that South Africa could benefit from this?
Part of the reason that South Africa is in the crosshairs is because South Africa finds itself at a very interesting place in the global architecture. It is in BRICS, it is in the non-aligned movement, it is central to the African Union, it is the president of the G20. And so South Africa finds itself wherever the counterbalance to Western domination is being born. At this moment, there is a multipolarity developing. Just more poles in the world around which to organize the world. It is not yet of the capacity for what I would call multilateralism, the ability to do what you want to. So there's no, America fears it, that this multipolarity will express its multilateralism through, for example, de-dollarization, getting off the dollar system. I don't think even China is ready for that. We can experiment. If I buy oil from Saudi Arabia, I pay them in rand. When they buy meat from South Africa, they pay us in rial. We can do those kind of things. But the fact of the matter is, the world isn't ready for de-dollarization. But that would be a warning bell in the US that if this multipolarity develops further, it could lead to that. It could lead to intra-global South deals. South Africa sends all its platinum for processing to China, and the US has to buy it so that they can manufacture cars in the US. So it could deal with those kind of things. So what I'm saying in short is that there is a multipolarity developing. It is not yet of the capacity for multilateralism, but the US is anticipating those kind of possibilities and therefore needs to resolve a few issues before then.
So, you know, in that respect, I guess South Africa's sudden presence with the ICJ filing would show that these other nations are willing to stand up now. What did that ICJ filing by South Africa do against the genocide case against Israel? What did it do for South Africa's standing?
I think South Africa emerged at that moment not as an economic or military superpower, but certainly as a moral superpower in the world. That it was able to take a step, taking Israel to the ICJ, which potentially could be, as it may be proving now, to be against its interests. And particularly when, in a sense, you jeopardize your interests in order to advance core values, core solidarities with the Palestinians, and stirs the conscience of the world. then I think it is threatening to those who have nurtured an impunity in Israel. And so what happened out of that is that South Africa, through its interim ruling that it got from the International Court of Justice, where 14 of the 15 judges said they may have something to answer for on the genocide. The signs are there. Suddenly, the narrative that all history in the Middle East started on the 7th of October 2023, that narrative fell apart. That people saw the beginning of the movie, they saw that moment in the movie, and they could also now predict how the movie was going to end through the depopulation of the Palestinians, the increasing of settlements, the demilitarized zones that will squeeze the Palestinians and Gaza into one corner, the disabling of Hezbollah in Lebanon, the taking of land. That's how the movie is going to end. It may not end with a two-state solution even. So, but the fact is South Africa intervening at this critical moment in the plot showed the whole movie. And the fact is that that stirred the conscience, not just of the campuses in the US and the streets in the US and all over the world, but even young Jewish people who may not any longer have a grandmother or a grandfather who was physically in Auschwitz. And they could now think with their conscience and say, I'm Jewish, I enjoy being Jewish, I want to be Jewish, I may even love Israel, but I will not give a blank check to Netanyahu to achieve the end game that he has in mind. So I think South Africa stirred the conscience of the world, and when Ireland and Spain join South Africa, then you know that you are breaking the consensus that has, the guilt consensus that has carefully built up in the Western world.
So I'm going to quote you here where you said, withdrawing from the International Court of Justice is not an option until Palestine is free and Israel is accountable. And though you've seen that support, as you said, how much pressure is South Africa facing with this issue ongoing?
I think that we've already paid with all our aid. I think we're already slapped with 30% tariffs. And we can say it's part of the generality of the world, but there was something visceral about how South Africa was narrativized in all of it. Terrible things are happening there. They're doing a genocide. We were pilloried in the world like no other country. Mexico was just slapped with tariffs. Canada was just slapped with tariffs. In our case, the narrative had to be particularly horrible. And that was particularly to break down South Africa's moral authority. You don't have the moral authority to take our ally Israel to the International Court of Justice. That is why the language against South Africa was so visceral.
Do you see progress in people's perspective? You said there are younger generation Jewish people who may love Israel but say, look, I won't give a blank check to Netanyahu. But, you know, there are those analysts who say that, and Jewish and Israeli actually, who say that the term anti-Semitism is becoming weaponized in order to be the standard argument against what they see as Zionism. Do you see progress in the way the world is thinking?
You know, starting at a different point, we had to warn in South Africa the weaponization of the term racist. When populists use racist labels or labels of racism and racists to justify why they didn't get a job, why they didn't win this, why they didn't win that, then we know that they are weaponizing something sacred in what went down in the history of South Africa, and that we should never be able to allow that term to be weaponized in that way. So we acted against that by education and by prohibiting hate speech in our Constitution. I think if Jewish consensus does not salvage the notion of anti-Semitism, prevent it from being weaponized, and stop it from becoming the fig leaf for Israeli atrocity, then they are in danger of sullying the memory of the 6 million who died in the Holocaust, because they are taking a sacred memory and putting it at the service of a government in Israel to protect atrocities by that government and to cover up for a genocide in the name of the 6 million people. And therefore, every community must not be preached from without to stop the weaponization of the notion anti-Semitism. It has to be an intra-Jewish debate in honor of the memory of those who have truly died at the hands of anti-Semitic tyrants in the world.
As a Muslim, I want to get your perspective on the way Islamophobia started to grow in many places, especially post 9/11. Where do you think things stand now for the Muslim world in general?
I think that Islamophobia is a phenomenon that is now admitted. You can now Google the spelling of Islamophobia and find the word. Find the word, whereas up till 5 years ago, it was not to be found in Google or Chrome or whatever the case may be. So it is now a word. It's been a hard fought for word to enter. And I come from a Muslim community that had the height of Islamophobia. Muslims were enslaved in colonial South Africa, and Islam as a religion was banned in colonial South Africa, and under apartheid it was declared a false faith. So that is Islamophobia. So I often say this to people so that they don't confuse the slight, every slight against a Muslim, as an act of Islamophobia, because we must bear in mind the fundamental notion of a discrimination, which is a bigotry, which is a power relationship. So for me, I will forgive someone who comes to me with a prejudice, because all that they've learned about Islam, they may have learned from Osama bin Laden. So I must understand that that prejudice by them must be diffused. But they don't have that, so they may have their right to a prejudice because we may have presented Islam in a problematic way, in a violent way. They may have learned it in their textbooks. So I must be able to forgive a prejudice, but I can never forgive a discrimination, because the discrimination is the ability to turn an inert prejudice into a powerful act of exclusion, of humiliation against you. So those are the kind of very important nuances that we need in this world today, whether for Islamophobia, whether for anti-Semitism, whether for racism. And so the world needs a conversation about back to those kind of basics so that we get it right.
You're creating parallels basically between the terms anti-Semitism and anti.
They're all children of one family. Yeah. The family surname is bigotry. Ignorance and fear are the first generation, and prejudice and discrimination is the second generation, and then you've got all these children running wild.
And I know you, as a Muslim, have tried very hard to create a greater understanding and to fight Islamophobia as well. In fact, Nelson Mandela praised you on it. What did Madiba say to you?
No, Madiba found it very counterinstinctive that a global community that often isolates because its theology could be isolationist in the wrong hands. It often excludes itself because its theology in the wrong hands says stay away from anyone who doesn't believe we eat like us, pray like us, and dress like us, and so forth. So he found it very strange that we formed an organization called the Call of Islam. Its first acts in its quest for liberation in South Africa was to affiliate to the United Democratic Front, which was the internal liberation movement, and its second act was to affiliate to Desmond Tutu's interfaith movement. because we did the counter-instinctive. We inserted ourselves with our identities and, in fact, I think, enriched the whole of the struggle, the whole of the interfaith movement with a perspective of Islam and Muslims that I think by its example combated the historical Islamophobia that was there. I challenge, for example, American Muslims who do face Islamophobia. My son gets held up for 2 hours at Dallas International Airport because of his name and his religion. He's seconded every time. I get seconded when I don't have a diplomatic passport. So the fact of the matter is, I tell them that the best way to fight Islamophobia against Muslims is to join the struggle against racism by finding touch points with Black Lives Matter, for example, so that we show that all bigotries are related. So we've got to do the count, and that's what Nelson Mandela recognized, the ability of my generation to do the counter-instinctive.
Moving on to the G20 now, then, you've got South Africa as the chair. What are the main benefits for South Africa?
I think that, first, the main burden for South Africa is that South Africa completes 4 years of global South leadership, starting with Indonesia, India, Brazil, and now South Africa. So the global South had been building up for a reform of the global architecture, issues like debt, issues like development, just energy transitions, etc. The challenge for South Africa is that we hand over the chairperson or the presidency of the G20 to President Trump.
That's right.
And so that's the challenge. The burden is we've got to complete a job of the global South. The challenge is we've got to hand it over to Donald Trump. So South Africa has to decide, in a sense, whether its presidency, under these very unpredictable, difficult geopolitical circumstances, whether it salvages a few things that it runs with, or whether it tries to push through that agenda and give it to Donald Trump, whether Trump will even be there to receive it. Those are the imponderables for South Africa. And so if I were South Africa, I understand that I'm probably in a holding operation. The big systemic changes won't be made. Maybe out of the global financial architecture, we can get some debt relief. Maybe out of that, we can get the 19 of the 20 to invest in making up some of the aid that was lost as a result of the actions by the 20th member. I think South Africa needs to see how much of that agenda it can complete, seduce Donald Trump to come and take up the chain, find him on a day that he may be maverick enough to take on the global architecture. I think it's a very unpredictable year for South Africa.
A day when the cushions had time to recover, yeah? So I'm going to quote you here on that. You said, our friends are mighty in the G20, but they're also the downtrodden, the oppressed, and the occupied. Do you feel Donald Trump is trying to bully the G20?
I think he's trying to take over the presidency of the G20 on his terms. We don't yet know what it is. But if, for example, he thinks that the G20 is going to be the place, another site of struggle in his trade war, if he thinks that this is going to be his platform to lord it over the G20, he could have one of two reactions. He could either have acquiescence, that people sit him out, or they go along with him, or he might just be able to translate America first into America alone. Because the G19 may well say, listen, if we sit out next year, let us act on an agenda that I think gives us strength in the trade war and in the face of this kind of bullying from the United States.
Is it essential that he attend, that the US attend?
As President Ramaphosa said, we don't want to hand over the leadership to an empty chair. Because that's what it is. It could either mean that he sends someone else to receive it, Or it means that it could be the end of the G20. If it's like disqualification in a relay race. If the baton is dropped, or if the runner refuses to run, you have disqualification. So that really would be the kind of options available to us.
Personally, do you think he will come or not?
I think he has enough of a sense of the grandness of the occasion. If vanity is a driving force for him, there is nothing more vainglorious than coming to say, I am now the president of the G20. So I think we should work with that instinct rather than anything else.
To wrap up the last part of our wonderful conversation, Ambassador, let's bring it back to South Africa's relationship with the USA. Where do you believe things stand now, overall?
South Africa's relationship with the USA has always been at three levels. We've always had troubled relations with its executive, its White House, who basically see South Africa's allies, whether it's Fidel Castro and whether it's Yasser Arafat, and then thought that they could lecture to Nelson Mandela about who his friend should be, and Nelson Mandela told them where to get off. So we've always had that one. Reagan never wanting to impose sanctions on apartheid South Africa. So we've had a troubled relationship at the White House. We've had 50-50 relations with Congress and Senate. It took until 2008 for Congress to remove Nelson Mandela from the terrorist list. 2008. But there were glorious moments in which, led even by Republicans, they overturned Reagan's veto and passed the Comprehensive Anti-Apartheid Act. So it's a 50-50 thing. But we've always had wonderful relations with the people of the United States. Those were the people who refused to eat our oranges, who refused to unload our ships, who refused to have anything to do with South Africa. And whether it was Danny Glover, the actor, whether it was even disputed as it is, Bill Cosby having on his fridge boycott apartheid for his shows, the musicians, etc. So, and you see, that's what frightens a Donald Trump. That South Africa is actually the one country with a constituency in the United States. That when South Africa does something, like, for example, the case against Israel, it does find echo because South Africa has been a moral beacon for ordinary Americans. So, all in all, it is Congress that decides a goer. It is the executive and the administration that decides on trade. And so we can create a pressure from the bottom, but we've got to do smart negotiating in the middle. And the negotiations has to be based not on, oh, we're so poor, please help us. It has to be based on the fact that says, this is our leverage. We have 600 US companies, they're making enormous profits, and if you impose these tariff and trade restrictions on us, they suffer. That we have 80% of the world's platinum. Every car needs platinum for its catalytic converters. And if you want our platinum, then we negotiate this deal. So I think and then, believe it or not, to say we have 20 South African companies in the USA. They employ thousands of Americans. And if you do this, it will have an adverse effect on how Sasol is able to bring in its feedstock. And if you put tariffs on that, then 10,000 Americans lose their livelihoods in Louisiana. So I think we've got to become hard-nosed. That's the language of transactionality. We'll not win the language of values. Let that narrative go. The world knows who's the adult and who's not, who's the liar and who's not. But the fact is, if we don't go in there knowing what our leverages are, we'll be eaten for breakfast.
Just to throw in a personal anecdote involving Nelson Mandela because of what you just said. Back in '97 when I interviewed him, he had just met with Muammar Gaddafi, who was president of Libya at the time, and he had a big backlash in the media because of that. And when I asked him how he reacted to the fact he had such negative press in the West about meeting Muammar Gaddafi, his words, the line stuck in my head. I've got it recorded somewhere. I will not have anyone tell me who my friends are.
Absolutely.
So that's exactly what you said, he said.
Absolutely.
I wonder, who represents South Africa in DC now, considering what happened to you?
I think that we have what is called the chargé. It is the one who would have been my deputy. He is the chargé d'affaires. The president has, I think wisely, withheld the naming of a successor, but has in the interim put in place a special envoy who I think is facing challenges of his own, because no one who has ever tasted white supremacy in South Africa can withhold themselves from telling the truth about who they're seeing. So he's facing those challenges. And so, in a sense, the way in which presidents come in and out of Washington by themselves, it appears as if those moments in the White House are very important for Trump and kind of eliminates. So ambassadors do the footwork, but the big scene is in very kind of direct relations with that. So I think that South Africa doesn't need to tempt a kind of rejection at this moment by the USA. South Africa must certainly not allow the USA to choose our ambassador for us. And already you're coming with those kind of... We don't choose their ambassador even if we were to find him or her very odious. But the US must not choose our ambassador.
What are you doing now as such then? What is your day-to-day job?
So I basically have returned to my foundation, which is called the World for All Foundation. And I think I do a lot of my work through there. I'm considering what my next step would be. There are quite a few offers about how I can do my work. But I think, for example, the World for All Foundation has been invited to make a contribution to Syria's rebuilding through the idea of what models of statecraft are available if you don't want to be Islamist. What's the middle line between a kind of Islamist model, a dictatorial model, or a outright Western democracy? There must be. And so the World for All has built up some of those kind of expertises.
Now, having been declared persona non grata by the US Secretary of State, are you able to return to America?
No, they've also revoked my travel visa, my tourist visa, and which was expected.
Under a better circumstance, if there was the opportunity to return to that diplomatic post, is it something you'd be interested in doing?
No, I don't think so. I think I've now, it was already quite a big decision about whether I should go the second time. I did it out of a sense of national duty rather than burning ambition. I'm not a career diplomat, so I don't think so.
Do you wear that persona non grata badge with honor, or is it disgrace?
No, absolutely. It's an honor wherever I'm going. I think that it says there was one ambassador who stood up and didn't take the BS. It says that there's one who had the courage to stand by the values, and so I think that for me it's absolutely a badge of honor.
So, Ambassador, no regrets?
No regrets, absolutely.
Thank you for being so kind with your time. I know you're unemployed technically, but still. Good to give us the time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All the best. Nice seeing you again.
Thank you, sir. Fascinating insights there from the former South African ambassador to the USA, Ibrahim Rasool. I'm Riz Khan. From me and the team, thanks for watching. Do give us your comments and feedback and subscribe to the show, and I'll see you soon.
Iran's nuclear program is once again heating up tensions in the Middle East. 5 rounds of talks between Tehran and Washington have failed to calm the nerves. Ahead of round 6, there are reports that Israel isn't going to hold fire any longer. Are we closer than ever to a full-scale regional war? Stay with us for the debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The US is moving its non-essential staff out of military bases and embassies in Iraq, Bahrain and Kuwait, a sign it knows there's trouble brewing.
Well, they are being moved out because it could be a dangerous place, and we'll see what happens. But they are we've given notice to move out, and we'll see what happens.
Is there anything that can be done to dial the temperature down in the region?
They can't have a nuclear weapon. Very simple.
The US has been urging restraint from Israel during months of nuclear negotiations with Iran, but it seems Tel Aviv has run out of patience. There are reports it's ready to defy its #1 ally and launch a military operation against Iran. If it does, it's feared all bets are off. The tinderbox could explode. US-Iran nuclear talks have stalled over Tehran's enrichment program. It insists it's for civilian energy purposes and not weapons production. But for the first time in 20 years, the International Atomic Energy Agency has found Iran is not complying with its nuclear obligations. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll debate if the region is closer than ever before to a broader war. Is Israel trying to drag the US into another conflict? And why shouldn't Iran be able to have nuclear weapons? To discuss rising tensions between Iran and Israel, the prospect of an all-out war and the upcoming nuclear talks, I'm joined by Anna Kasparian, journalist and host of The Young Turks, an independent American news outlet. Jasmine Al-Jamal is also joining us, a former Middle East advisor at the Pentagon, and Eylon Levy rounding out our panel, a former Israeli government spokesman. Thank you all for joining us here on Counterpoints. Tensions are on the rise again across the Middle East, and one small miscalculation risks plunging the whole region into chaos. There are various reports suggesting Israel is ready to strike Iran, and Iran has fired back and said it would respond forcefully if that was to happen. US President Donald Trump has also said something big could happen soon, and he's weighing his options of support, not to lead any Israeli strikes, but to perhaps assist in things including refueling. So, Eylon, let's start with you. Why do you think Israel is preparing to strike Iran at this point in time, when talks are about to take place? Why now?
Well, nobody wants war with Iran because war is bad, but nobody can afford a nuclear Iran because a nuclear Iran is worse. Israel does not want a war with Iran. Right now, Israel is calling for urgent international action to stop the illegal Iranian nuclear weapons program. But Israel is, of course, preparing for the option that diplomacy will fail, because the United States is demanding Iran cannot enrich uranium at all, block its path to a nuclear bomb. The Iranians are insisting on continuing to enrich uranium. They've already made enough for 10 nuclear bombs. So Israel is preparing for the possibility that talks may collapse and military option may be the last resort. And Israel has twice in history saved the world from authoritarian regimes on the cusp of nuclear weapons. 1981, it took out Saddam Hussein's nuclear reactor. 2007, it took out Bashar al-Assad's nuclear reactor. And I think the whole world is grateful now that Saddam Hussein and Bashar al-Assad do not have nuclear weapons.
Anna, let me ask you, I could see you smiling there as Eylon was talking. Do you think that the prospect of a conflict with Iran is less concerning than a nuclear Iran?
Well, first, I would like to ask whether you have any interest at all in fact-checking what your guest just said with a bald-faced lie about how Iran currently has enough enriched uranium to build 10 nuclear bombs. That is a lie.
Enough 60%
Literally no
enriched
evidence
uranium.
of that.
A short technical hop from
because
90%.
I wanted to interrupt you and I didn't. I wanted to interrupt you and I didn't, even though you were lying. So
well, you just accused me of being a liar, so I'll set the record
your
straight.
dishonest claims, which are only meant to drag the United States
You don't need to shout. Everyone can hear you.
in a Middle Eastern country on your behalf. Israel needs to fight its own wars. But Israel knows that it cannot fight against Iran. They want to do this strike. They want to do military operations in Iran in the middle of peace negotiations, diplomatic talks between the United States and Iran. Why do you think they want to do that? Iran had stopped enriching uranium. They stopped their nuclear program as a result of the Iran nuclear deal that was signed in 2015. Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, was not happy with that deal because he wanted war with Iran. He wants regime change, and he wants the United States military to fight that war on behalf of Israel. It is unacceptable, and we're not falling for it again. You can go all the way back to 2012, and you can hear speeches featuring Netanyahu claiming that Iran was days away from developing a nuclear weapon. It was always a lie. It was a lie then. It's a lie now. And it's absolutely disgusting that more lives are on the line thanks to the lies that are being spewed by propagandists like Elon on outlets like this. You are a liar. We're not going to go to war on your behalf. Sorry. Move on.
All right, I'm going to bring in Jasmine in just a moment, but I'm going to let Elon respond to that before we bring Jasmine in.
Because your guest just accused me of being a liar, so I think I have a right to respond.
You are a liar.
Well, indeed. And just a moment, Anna. So that's Elon why I'm letting you respond.
Iran is now 1 week breakout time from getting nuclear weapons. This isn't me saying, it's not Netanyahu. It's the IAEA that says Iran already has enough 60% highly enriched uranium for 10 nuclear weapons. It's a short technical hop from 90%. There is no civilian purpose at all for having 60% highly enriched uranium. The only possible reason to have that enriched uranium is to build a nuclear weapon, and a nuclear weapon would be a threat not just for Israel, but for the whole Middle East, and yes, for the United States as well.
Okay, I'm going to bring in
the fact that Mossad has been traversing Europe and meeting with IAEA partners has nothing to do with their proclamation that Iran is such a big nuclear threat. But you want to know what I find to be a nuclear threat? Actually,
not really.
The country that's currently committing genocide in the Middle East, and that's Israel. You want to talk about their nuclear weapons?
Okay, pause that for a moment. We're going to come to that in a moment, Anna, but I want to bring in Jasmine here. What's your take on this? Do you think Iran does pose a serious threat? I mean, you've had a close working relationship with the Pentagon. Do you think that we are on the cusp now and that perhaps a war between these two powers is inevitable?
Well, look, no war is inevitable. Let me just start with that. I worked in the Obama administration, and I was in the Obama administration at the Pentagon when Obama negotiated the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal. And certainly the deal has had its critics, and it did fall short in some areas. It didn't address Iran's malign influence in the region. It didn't address Iran's support for organizations like Hezbollah and Hamas and so on. But it did actually make some progress in getting these, all European countries getting a consensus, getting a diplomatic solution to what everyone agreed was a risk and a problem. And so what I want to just bring here, I want us to just look at the strategic picture in the region, because I think what everyone agrees on this panel is that no one wants war. What we're disagreeing on, I imagine, is whether striking Iran is going to prevent a war or is going to bring us even closer to an all-out regional war. Because Melinda, you said at the beginning of the program that we're one miscalculation away, and we have been for almost 2 years now, and in the past many times, one miscalculation away from war. Now, if you look at the broader strategic picture in the region, as Anna just mentioned, there is what by far a wall-to-wall consensus of genocide experts who are saying that what is happening in Gaza is a genocide.
That is not true.
Elon,
we'll come to that in a moment, Elon.
I'm not even going to go into my opinion here, but let me just finish because I did let you guys both talk for quite a bit without interrupting. So the regional picture is that Israel is mired in Gaza in what international human rights experts are agreeing is a genocide now. It has huge troubles at home. You've had Israelis protesting for almost 2 years now. And before that, let's remember, against Prime Minister Netanyahu's overreach and his attempts to meddle with the judiciary. So Israel is already isolated, it's already under pressure, and it can ill afford to be dragged into another war. But more important than that, for the first time in as long as I can remember, or as long as I've even been alive, Israel is surrounded by countries, states, that want to work with it to work towards a better future for the Middle East. For the first time, you have a government in Lebanon that is against Hezbollah and that is trying to do its part, according to the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, to make sure that Hezbollah's weapons in the south are brought in under the control of the state. You have a government in Syria that also, for the first time in decades, is saying loud and clear again and again, we don't want war with Israel. We want a peaceful region. We want to have talks with the Israelis. And indeed, some of those talks are ongoing. You have Egypt and Jordan and UAE and Bahrain who are actually in peace treaties with Israel. And want to help move it forward to a place of peace and security. Now, the only person in this picture that I'm painting that continues to insist on using war and violent force and unilateral cross-border attacks in sovereign countries is Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And he is placing the entire region at risk because of his unwillingness to engage in diplomatic talks with people who are willing across the board to do so. So I just wanted to paint that broad strategic picture of what the region looks like right now and why choosing to reject diplomacy at this point, when so many opportunities are available for it, is putting not just Israelis and people in the region at danger, but as Anna said, U.S. lives as well. And that's not acceptable.
Okay, Elon, I want you to respond particularly to the comments that Jasmine's made about the fact that is this a deflection tactic from Prime Minister Netanyahu, and your reaction to the fact that this is a time where perhaps Israel is surrounded by neighbours, some neighbours, who do want to work with it. Why not exploit that positive aspect?
That positive dynamic of neighbours who want to work with Israel is thanks to Israel decapitating Hezbollah in Lebanon, paving the way for the fall of the Assad regime, for the first time allowing Lebanese and Syrian people to take back control of their country. And we desperately hope that they choose to make peace with Israel, because wars should end with peace, not a piece of paper. Israel's problem.
But Elon, I'm sorry, but you keep attacking them as they're trying to help you do that. You attack
Israel
Lebanon,
is still surrounded.
You attack Syria,
Israel
so
is
you're
still
not even
surrounded
giving them the
by
chance.
countries and militias that do not accept that Israel has a right to exist at all. The positive voices that we have been hearing from Lebanon and Syria, very cautious, none of them have said outright they're willing to recognize the state of Israel, are positive. But you know what would undermine any movement towards regional peace in the Middle East? A nuclear Iran. Because if Tehran is able to build nuclear weapons, it will be able to bully the region, to rebuild Hezbollah, to reestablish an influence in Syria, to embolden the Houthi pirates in Yemen who have been firing ballistic missiles at Israel every single day. And smaller countries like Bahrain, like the UAE, instead of being able to move towards greater peace and integration, are going to be looking over their shoulder at the nuclear bully in Tehran. And that is why a nuclear Iran is a threat to Middle East peace. And if we want to see a future of regional integration, like I do, of peace with Lebanon and Syria, they have to be freed once and for all from the clutches of the Iranian regime. And if Iran gets nuclear weapons, it will keep them under its claws.
Anna, let me ask you then, off the back of what Elon has said, I mean, yes, there are some countries that are now more perhaps amenable in some sense to Israel, but is that not because Israel has shown force? Tehran has promised in the past to wipe Israel off the map. So isn't it understandable that Israel wants to take those security concerns seriously?
Israel wants regime change in Iran, and they want to maybe consider expanding, in my opinion, outside of just annexing or taking over Gaza and the West Bank, which they've just announced that they're going to build 22 new illegal settlements in. They've annexed a portion of Syria, as we know. They've attempted to annex a portion of Lebanon. There's one aggressor in that region, and that aggressor is the country of Israel. I mean, there's endless evidence of it. And quite frankly, it makes me sick to my stomach to consistently hear the same tired lies that we've heard over and over again from the mouths of people like Levy, who has absolutely no interest in peace in that region. Mutual. They want to take over more land in that region. And I think it's pretty clear. It's abundantly clear.
Elon, you were nodding your head when Anna started those comments. Does Israel want regime change in Tehran? Are they unwilling to work with the current leaders and they want to change from the top?
Israel wants peace with Iran. Israelis look back fondly at a time when there were flights between Tel Aviv and Tehran. But Iran is now controlled by a radical Islamist regime that leads crowds in chants of death to America and death to Israel. And the lesson we've learned from history is that when people say they're coming to kill us, we believe them. And when they're trying to get the weapons to commit an actual genocide, to wipe us off the map, you have to stop them. So Israel wants to see a future in which the brave Iranian people who are standing up for democracy, standing up for human rights against the brutal oppressive regime, those people are able to govern their country. And the regime that is chanting death to America and death to Israel cannot bully the region, cannot fill it with proxy forces armed to the teeth with ballistic missiles anymore. So, you know, if the Iranian regime wants to change its stripes tomorrow and embrace peace with Israel, we're all for it. But since that's not going to happen, of course Israel would rather see a peaceful and democratic Iran than the theocratic regime that's currently in power, choosing to undermine and subvert Middle Eastern countries, filling them with proxy armies like Hamas, like Hezbollah, like the Houthis.
Jasmine, what do you think of those comments?
Look, I mean, I think that Elon is predicating his entire argument on an assumption that is unproven, which is the fact that A, Iran wants a nuclear weapon, B, wants to use it to wipe Israel off the map. I mean, I think that those words came from Ahmadinejad, who I don't know if anyone else here has seen him. I certainly haven't seen a peep out of him in a really long time. He's not in government. The last time I checked, and he's not in charge of anything. So you're predicating your argument, in my opinion, on an assumption that is baseless. We don't have any reason to believe that what you're describing
death to Israel. It's not a metaphor. They mean it.
The fact is, Elon, I just want to keep coming back to the fact and the point that none of us want a nuclear war in the Middle East. The question is, how do we make sure that doesn't happen? Now, the issue is that the Trump administration came into office in January. We're now barely in June. So you're expecting negotiations over an issue that goes to the heart of Iran and the US and Israel, really complicated negotiations. You're not even giving them 6 months. You want to go in and just bomb your way out of this pickle that you think you're in.
I did not say
just let Yasmin finish, Elon, and then we'll move on.
Israel wants
You're advocating for a military
because you're putting words in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth. Israel wants diplomacy to succeed. It's preparing for the possibility that it might fail.
You want diplomacy to succeed, but you're not giving it a chance to succeed. And if you were giving it a chance to succeed, you wouldn't be rattling your saber every 5 minutes saying, we're going to strike, we're going to strike. The fact is that an Israeli strike against Iran, I cannot overstate how reckless and dangerous that would be if Iran decided to retaliate proportionally. You're putting the entire region, human beings' lives at risk. And I know that everybody on this panel cares about human lives. Iran doesn't just have the capability. Iran,
I think you and I do, for sure.
But let me just, because I think this is important when we talk about the scale of the risk, Melinda. Iran doesn't only have the capability and these missiles, these ballistic missiles with more, with 2,000-pound bombs on them. It doesn't just have those capabilities to strike Israel directly. It also has the ability. I was living in DC. I remember when Iranian agents tried to assassinate the ambassador to Saudi Arabia. They have the ability to to respond asymmetrically in the U.S., across Europe, across the Middle East. I mean, is this what we want to risk instead of giving diplomacy a chance to work? And last thing I'll say is, trust me, if the American government knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that Iran was on the verge of getting nuclear weapons, we wouldn't even be on this panel having this conversation right now. The U.S. wouldn't wait for Israel to strike. They would do it. So that should tell you something also about where we actually are versus what people are saying we are.
So that's an interesting point, because it brings us to our second segment about diplomacy, about talks. President Trump likes to portray himself as this ultimate peacemaker, and he says he has no interest in starting or perpetuating wars that have no America First benefits. But the US is unlikely to sit on the sidelines if a war does break out between Israel and Iran, something which Prime Minister Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu is very well aware of, and maybe he's utilising that as part of Israel's strategy. Elon, is Israel trying to force the US into this conflict?
No, Israel doesn't want to force the US into a conflict, but I think there is a good cop, bad cop routine here. Because the only leverage that the United States has right now to get a nuclear deal when Iran is 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon is the threat of military action. I was surprised to hear Jasmine saying that if Iran were really on the cusp of nuclear weapons, the US would absolutely go and use the military option. It's not clear to me that the US would do that. It's not clear to me that the US would prefer to attack Iran's nuclear facilities than to allow Iran to go nuclear. But for Israel, it is considered existential. It was existential when Saddam Hussein was on the brink of nuclear weapons. It was existential when the Assad regime was on the brink of nuclear weapons. And it would be existential if the regime that is chanting death to America, death to Israel, and has enough 60% enriched uranium for 10 nuclear bombs were able to weaponize that and turn that into nuclear weapons. So look, everyone wants diplomacy to succeed. Israel is saying we want the international community to take firm, urgent action against Iran's non-compliance right now. But if diplomacy fails, and Iran is indeed a whisker away from converting that into a nuclear weapon, getting that 90% uranium, then Israel is going to be with its back against the wall. And no one needs to tell us what the risks are going to be. I had to run to a bomb shelter when the Iranian regime fired ballistic missiles at us last April and last October.
Poor
all of my neighbors and all my friends had to run to ballistic.
Slaughter of innocent children in Gaza and the West Bank.
I can't even hear you right now because I'm trying to talk.
You are such a victim, Levy. You are
Israel
such a victim.
Is,
yes, I can't stomach
okay,
these lies. I really can't.
I understand.
Just let Elon finish, and then we'll bring you in.
I can't.
You can wait your turn.
It literally makes me sick.
You can wait your turn.
It literally makes me sick. The lies.
Believe me, the nausea
sick.
is absolutely mutual. I'd never heard of you before, but the nausea is absolutely mutual. I had to run to a bomb shelter when Iran was firing ballistic missiles at Israel, and I will have to run to a missile shelter where I won't be able to have internet connection to continue giving interviews if Iran attacks us back.
Genocide.
But a nuclear Iran would be the worst option, not only for Israel, but also for all the nations
Israel
in the Middle
currently
East that
is
are desperate to break free from the yoke of the Iranian regime.
Okay, Anna, go ahead.
Just full of lies. I mean, I can show you videos dating back to 1996 in which Benjamin Netanyahu is testifying before Congress to say that there are weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. They were lobbying for us to invade Iraq all the way back to 1996. So to the international community, to my fellow Americans, please do not fall for the same lies again. My heart breaks for all the innocent lives that will be lost. My heart breaks for the American soldiers who are going to risk their lives on behalf of this country that is obviously lying to us right now. It is going to be a complete and utter disaster. And if you think that beating Iran or doing regime change in Iran is going to be a cakewalk, consider the fact that it has far greater landmass than Iraq does. 90 million people, far more military capability than Iraq ever had. And we couldn't even defeat the Houthis in Yemen. You think we're going to be able to beat Iran? So many people are going to die. It's going to be a disaster. Don't fall for his lies, please. I'm begging you all to read into it and research it yourself. If you take what the Israelis are saying at face value, you're going to walk into complete death and destruction.
Jasmine, what do you make of those two comments?
Listen, I can tell you, I have been in Middle East policy, either in the region, in government, now outside the government for over 20 years. And I can tell you without exaggeration that every single time we have tried to solve a problem or a challenge in the Middle East with brute force and without diplomacy, without addressing the root causes of the issues, it has come back to bite us tenfold. The Iraq invasion that Anna was just talking about birthed ISIS, and it took years for that to do so. And we all know the impact that ISIS had on Europe, on the region, on the US. I mean, we're still fighting it today. And so I have never seen a problem or a challenge that was solved militarily that didn't create more problems that we also chose to solve militarily. It is a stupidity, it is insanity to do the same thing over and over again and to expect a different reaction. We are talking about human lives that are at risk right now because one person, Benjamin Netanyahu, refuses to let diplomacy have a chance. He is at every opportunity trying to meddle in other countries' affairs and trying to stop diplomacy from happening. This is not an attack against a country or a people. I say it every day on my social media, any chance I get. This is about a man who's in charge of a country who is maniacal, who absolutely wants to just shut down any opportunity for peace, any opportunity for diplomacy to survive politically. Benjamin Netanyahu depends on war to survive politically. Think about how cynical that is, to put other people's lives at risk, not only his own countrymen and women, in order to survive politically. It's so sinister.
Hang on. You
Agreed.
just said that if Iran were on the brink of nuclear weapons, you believe that the United States would activate a military option itself. And then you said that actually a military option isn't going to work and you have to try diplomacy. You know, I'm old enough to remember when the Clinton administration tried to solve the North Korean nuclear crisis with diplomacy. They failed, and now North Korea is nuclear. Either a military option is viable as a last resort,
So is Israel, Elon. So is Israel.
You seem to think that a military
has
option would
nuclear
be
weapons.
viable.
Why are
If
you
the
allowed to
United
have?
States,
I mean,
you
if we're
seem to think that the United States would be able to activate a military option as a weapon of last resort if diplomacy fails, and then say that Israel shouldn't activate it if diplomacy fails. We're talking about a last resort if the talks collapse and Iran remains a nuclear threshold state. That is a dangerous future for a region that would prevent any possibility of peace and normalization with the countries that are currently just starting to break free from decades of Iranian oppression.
They're trying to break free from decades of Iranian oppression, Elon, but they are unable to break free from continued Israeli oppression. So first of all, if you're so concerned about these
Israel would
countries in the
accept
Middle East,
peace with Lebanon and Syria
Just
tomorrow.
let Yasmin finish there, Elon.
sorry, because the Lebanese armed forces time and again have said we are trying our best to abide by the ceasefire, to go in, to get Hezbollah's weapons. The last military strike that Israel did in southern Lebanon, the LAF went through the tripartite mechanism, asked to go see this place that the Israeli military said had Hezbollah weapons depots. The first time they checked it, they couldn't find anything. The second time they said, let us double check it before you strike. The Israelis wouldn't allow them to do so. But that's not what we're arguing about right now. We are saying that what you're saying is that if as a last resort, this military strike should happen by Israel. What do you define as last resort? 4 months of attempted diplomacy? How long did it take for the JCPOA to be negotiated? We are talking about months and months of important work that needs to be done, sensitive work that needs to be done, and it is being done. This is now the 6th round of talks that's going to happen between Iran and the US on Sunday. That is progress. Let it continue.
Sure, but if I could therefore explain the diplomatic timetable, the restrictions that were temporarily placed in the context of JCPOA are set to expire in the fall. And that means that unless something dramatic happens and a new deal takes its place, the possibility for snapback sanctions is going to expire in just a few months. So if diplomacy fails just before the possibility for snapback sanctions also expires, while Iran remains a nuclear nuclear threshold state with enough highly enriched uranium for 10 nuclear weapons, then that is a last resort, definitely given the limited window of opportunity now before Iran is able to reestablish its stranglehold on the region, and while Lebanon and Syria are so bravely fighting off that Iranian oppression.
Anna, I want to bring you in here.
Can I ask Levy a question?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
I am curious. So my question to you, Levy, is this. You know, you feel strongly about, doing military strikes in Iran. Fair enough. Would you feel as strongly, would you be lobbying as aggressively as you're lobbying right now to do strikes in Iran if the United States took a stand and said, we will provide absolutely no taxpayer money to fund the weapons for that war, and we will not commit to any military assistance to Israel as they try to carry out this war? Would you still want to do it?
A nuclear Iran that chants death to Israel
answer the question.
is an existential threat to my country. I do not want war with Iran. I do not want a strike on Iran's
nuclear
nuclear
want war with
facilities.
Iran. Don't
I want diplomacy to succeed.
Would you still pursue that war?
I'm
Tell
sorry,
me.
you asked me
Yes
a
or no?
question and you keep haranguing me.
And you're
so
not
maybe
answering
bite your
it.
tongue and let me
You're not
answer.
answering it.
I do not want a war with Iran. I cannot afford a nuclear Iran because it would be an existential threat to my country and place everyone here under the specter of a hostile regime with weapons of mass destruction in living memory of the last genocide of the Jewish people. So if Israel's back is against the wall, it will take the action that it has to in order to eliminate existential threats. And we expect to do that with the support of our allies who understand that when Israel eliminates these dangerous threats, it is standing up for the free world and protecting their interests in the region as well.
I just want to remind Elon, though, as we're talking about this idea about diplomacy failing, I just want to remind everyone that it was Donald Trump that pulled out of the JCPOA. Iran negotiated a deal before. Iran never left the deal. So what makes you think that Iran won't sign another deal after intense negotiations to get the best deal that they can? They never left a deal in the first place. So what's this thing, what is this, where is this coming from?
The question is, what is in the deal? Does the deal leave a pathway open for Iran to build nuclear weapons? Can it hold on to its highly enriched uranium? Can it continue to retain the ability to enrich uranium that in future, when it is more powerful and spies a window of opportunity, it can use to build nuclear weapons? We need a deal that eliminates Iran's nuclear program. It's been done before. It was done with Libya, where diplomacy succeeded, and they dismantled Libya's nuclear program. And if diplomacy works and Iran agrees to that, great. I'll be the first one to cheerlead it. But at the moment, the US's red lines do not match Iran's red lines because Iran is demanding that it remain a nuclear threshold state that can enrich its own uranium when it has already enriched so much more at such high levels that have absolutely no civilian justification. The only possible reason to have so much 60% uranium is to build a nuclear bomb.
You've been in government. I've been in government. We both know that that's how negotiations start. You have two parties on opposite ends of a spectrum, and negotiations get them to a position that both of them can swallow, that both of them can accept. That is what negotiations are for, Elon. Not war, not strikes, negotiations.
And I hope they succeed.
Anna, last word from you before we move on to our next segment.
The nuclear bomb is closed off.
I just think it would be a huge mistake for the United States to get involved in yet another regime change war in the Middle East. Americans are sick of it. We have our own problems in our own country. We provide Israel billions of dollars every single year, no questions asked, for their defense. We provided them with, the Iron Dome. They get endless support from the United States, sometimes to the detriment of the American people. And it would be ridiculous to get dragged into another war that does not need to even begin. And I totally agree. We can pursue diplomatic means. If we're going to have a problem with Iran enriching enough uranium to provide energy to their people, we should maybe reconsider whether or not we're okay with Israel being a nuclear power, which, if you notice, Levy refused to even acknowledge for good reason. Thank you for having me on the show.
It's a very, very timely point, Anna, because that brings us exactly onto our final segment. Israel is widely believed to have possessed nuclear weapons since the 1960s, but it has never officially declared its weapons program. It's the only country of the 9 sovereign states in possession of nuclear weapons to maintain such a level of ambiguity, of this opaque veil over their nuclear program. Elon, let me ask you then, if Israel is happy to fly under the radar, why should Iran have to be held to a higher standard? Why shouldn't it have nuclear weapons if Israel's allowed to have them and not declare them?
Iran is threatening the existence of a sovereign state. It leads crowds in chants of death to Israel. It surrounded Israel with a ring of fire of proxy armies like Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis that have rained hundreds, thousands of ballistic missiles on this country in recent years. Iran is an aggressor, revisionist state that is attempting to expand control in the Middle East and place it under its thumb, while Israel is trying to reach peace and normalization accords with other sovereign states. So the Iranian nuclear bomb would be a threat for the whole region. It would be a threat for the whole world because the Houthi pirates who are currently shooting missiles at ships in the Red Sea would come under the protection of a nuclear power that is going to seek to metastasize inside Lebanon, inside Syria, inside Iraq, subvert these countries from within. And if Iran gains nuclear weapons, it would be unstoppable. And an Iranian-dominated Middle East would be a direct threat to Europe and beyond.
Anna, let me ask you that same question. Why shouldn't Iran have nuclear weapons?
Well, I think in the case of Israel, it would be a lot more difficult to, carry out some of the acts and cheerlead for the types of wars that they've been able to drag the United States into in the Middle East. Nuclear weapons can be seen as a deterrent, as has kind of been the case in this war in Ukraine. Part of the reason why the United States and Ukraine has to be incredibly careful is because of the fact that Russia is, in fact, a nuclear power. In that particular case, Ukraine giving up their nuclear weapons in the 1990s at our behest ended up really being not a great idea for Ukraine, because that deterrent could have really helped them in this particular case. Now, once Iran has possession of a nuclear weapon, it's a lot more difficult for Israel to manufacture the consent necessary to invade that country. I think that's really at the heart of this. But I would love for Iran to not have nuclear weapons. I would love for Israel. I didn't interrupt you, even though your disgusting lies were spewed endlessly.
This is ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous. I'm telling the truth. And here's the thing. There aren't a lot of American journalists who have been willing to tell the truth as openly and honestly as I'm doing, and you guys can't stand it. I get it. It's really difficult.
You don't need
because
to
you guys
just let Anna finish, Elon, then we'll come to you.
Well, let me finish. Yeah, I know it hurts your feelings. I know it's difficult for me to explain exactly what the Israeli government's plans are, what they have dragged us into in the past. I just want to note one other thing. Not too long ago, I think it was last month, as international diplomats from Europe actually were in the occupied area of Jenin specifically, the IDF fired bullets at them. And by the way, later took responsibility of the fact that they fired bullets at them. That seems like terroristic activity. Why was that okay? And why have we not heard about the consequences that those IDF soldiers faced, if any at all, after they decided to fire rounds at international diplomats as they were visiting Jenin?
In that particular incident, there was a misunderstanding because the diplomats had agreed and approved the route with the army and then diverted from it in an active battle zone. But I have to push back against this really crazy accusation, as if you're trying to find my little horns on my head here. Israel wants peace and normalization in the region. Israel would like nothing more than peace agreements tomorrow with Lebanon, with Syria, with Iraq, with Yemen. They do not want peace with Israel. Israelis were overjoyed when the Abraham Accords happened, and Morocco and Bahrain and the UAE made peace with Israel. And we were hoping that Saudi Arabia would be next. And then what happened? Hamas invaded on October 7th, brutally massacred 1,200 people, took 251 hostages in an attempt to foil peace in the Middle East. This Iranian-funded, trained proxy militia launched the opening shot of a regional war against Israel in order to prevent the positive dynamic of peace and normalization in the region. We want to see that continue. For that to continue, Iran cannot have nuclear weapons one way or another, preferably diplomacy.
Can we talk about all the funding sources for Hamas? Because if I remember correctly,
if diplomacy
facilitated the funding of Hamas.
The problem with cutting me off is that I can't actually hear you while I'm speaking. So if you let me finish speaking, I will be able to hear your interruption. Israel wants peace and normalization in the region. Iran is trying to put the whole region under its imperial foot. That is the key difference.
Okay, to keep things on track, I'm going to ask a question to Yasmin. If you were Iran and you've seen the way Israel has behaved to you in the past, you see the way that the US has behaved, would you trust that they're going to lift sanctions if you sign up to this nuclear deal? If you were Iran, wouldn't you want to develop nuclear weapons to protect yourself?
I mean, you don't have to try very hard to put yourself in any country's shoes to answer that question. If you just look at what's been happening over the last few months, every time that Israel enters into a ceasefire agreement, it reneges on its responsibilities. In January, when the Trump administration came in and pushed a deal through between Hamas and Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu balked when it came time to negotiating phase 2. And this is not according to my personal opinion. This is from Israeli negotiators who are in Doha, who are privy to these conversations. It is a well-known fact, and Benjamin Netanyahu has stated it clearly. I mean, we can all read the Israeli press. It's translated into English. He doesn't want to abide by any ceasefires. Same thing in Lebanon. There was a ceasefire. Israel was supposed to withdraw from Lebanese territory. It still holds 5 locations in southern Lebanon in violation of that ceasefire. So we don't have to guess, what Israel would do if an agreement was signed. We already see what it's doing. I think the biggest problem here, and I've seen this both inside and outside of government, is that Israel, unfortunately, when Elon says that Israel wants peace, I believe that Israelis want peace. But when Elon says that this Israeli government wants peace, they want peace for them, not peace for everybody. They want to make sure that no one attacks them, but that they have the ability to attack people and countries whenever they feel like it. They hold themselves to a different standard, and they hold other countries to different standards than they hold themselves. Israel conducted its nuclear program in secret and then said, well, we're not going to talk about it, but they have a nuclear program. It was conducted in secret because they said we're faced with threats all around us. Well, Iran can say the same thing. It can say we're faced with a threat from Israel. Look at how it's acting all throughout the region. We'd better protect ourselves with a nuclear weapon. But lastly, I want to say, and this is to me something that I think is really important and pervades the way that Israel and also Western countries deal with the Middle East. It's quite dehumanizing and it's quite racist to think that everybody around you is incapable of acting like rational human beings, when in fact you're the one who's acting irrationally, according to every person, every military strategy. Excuse me, I'm just saying, when it comes to Prime Minister Netanyahu, when it comes to this government's strategic plans and their implementation in Gaza. You have Israeli military generals, you have former U.S. secretaries of defense who are saying that this makes absolutely no strategic sense. You have an opportunity, just to come full circle to what I started with, a historic opportunity in the region where most of the countries in the region want to work together towards peace. And you're choosing the same old, tired, ineffective military solutions that are never actually solutions.
Let's have peace.
I think we can all agree on that, Elon. I think what we're seeing is that the Prime Minister of Israel is not interested in peace. And everyone is talking about Iran, 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 but we're not talking about the fact that Israel has slapped every outstretched hand that has been stretched out in its direction for the last 2 years, ever since what... Look, you can't deny that. If you want to deny that, I want to hear what you have to say.
Netanyahu is expecting... No, I'm sorry. Look, I don't speak for the government, okay? But Netanyahu
I didn't say you are. We're talking about what's happening in the region.
Netanyahu is expecting the crowning achievement of his premiership and his legacy to be a peace accord with Saudi Arabia. He sees peace with the UAE, Bahrain, and Morocco as some of the biggest achievements of his time in power.
But instead, his legacy is going to be genocide, Elon. That's done. That ship has sailed.
Of course, we don't want Iranian proxy armies on our borders to have the ability to fire ballistic missiles, invade our cities, and butcher people at will. Of course, Israel wants peace. And if Lebanon wants peace,
Lebanon and Syria.
Yasmin, we'll just let Elon respond and then we'll come back to you.
If Syria wants peace, it should have peace negotiations immediately. They will find a willing Israeli partner.
I mean, we can just see that's not true. I don't know what to say when we can actually see with our own eyes.
Why do you think Israel would want to be surrounded by countries that don't recognize it and don't accept its existence and are a state of war with it? We've been in a state of war with our neighbors since 1948.
That's exactly my question. Why would it want to continue doing this?
Israel. Of course, we want them to get over their historical hump and move forward to a future of peace and reconciliation. We're waiting for them to get stuck out of the past.
Anna, what's your take on it?
Yes. I'm just, listen, this is very simple. The country that is currently carrying out a genocide and the illegal annexation of the West Bank, building more illegal settlements. You need to stop interrupting me when I'm saying something.
Elon, let Anna respond, and then we'll come to you for the final word before we wrap up.
I don't believe Israel wants peace. Israel's behavior over the last year and a half gives me every indication that they're not interested in peace. They are carrying out the slaughter of innocent people, both in Gaza and the West Bank. They're doing it with absolutely no brakes in that car. And it's unacceptable that U.S. taxpayers are bankrolling that genocide. It gives me a great deal of shame to know that. But unfortunately, our politicians here are bought. I do wonder what exactly our politicians would actually think if they weren't bought by lobbying groups like AIPAC, for instance. But alas, we have corruption baked into our political system. And as a result, the American people and civilians in the Middle East have to suffer on behalf of the Israeli government.
Elon, final response from you, and then we'll wrap.
Yeah. I mean, Anna, with this deranged conspiratorial thinking, is trying to manufacture consent for political violence against Jews and Israelis around the world by framing Israel as genocidal. We
one-trick ponies, always the same
October
argument.
7th with a brutal massacre in which people were mowed down at a music festival and children were burned alive in their homes. And in response, Israel is fighting
justification
a war
to carry
in
out
the
a
most
genocide.
difficult urban battlefield possible, where Hamas has dug tunnels under schools and homes and even hospitals. Mohammed Sinwar was hiding under the emergency department of the European hospital in Gaza. So is that destruction?
Yes, of course.
It's because the government of Gaza placed its military bases under civilian areas. It should free the hostages.
We can't get too bogged down in Israel, Gaza, because that's a whole other show. Elon, if you could just focus your final comments on the Israel-Iran situation, and then we'll leave it there.
I hope that diplomacy succeeds in preventing Iran from getting nuclear weapons. And then I hope that Iranians are able to build a democracy in their country and that we can have peace between Israel and Iran.
Indeed, I wish we had more time to continue this debate because it's been really illuminating and we have appreciated everyone's input, but unfortunately we have to leave it there. Thank you very much to Ana Kasparian, journalist and host of The Young Turks, Jasmine Al-Jamal, a former Middle East advisor at the Pentagon, and Elon Levy, a former Israeli government spokesman. Your contribution here at Counterpoints is very valued. Thanks for your time.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And as always, thanks to you at home for watching Counterpoints here on Al Arabiya English. To watch all the latest debates and interviews and avoid missing out, subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. You can follow us also on X and TikTok. Thanks for joining us.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Israel and Iran continue to exchange missile attacks for a fifth day. At least 450 people are reported dead in Iran. Russia strikes Kyiv overnight in one of the deadliest attacks since the start of the war. And made in the USA, we'll discuss the new gold Trump handset, all yours for just $500. Now, US President Donald Trump has said the US has taken control of Iranian skies. And he knows where the Iran's supreme leader is, but the US doesn't plan to kill him. The president's comments come a day after saying he is not seeking a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, but rather something better, and that is a real end to the conflict between the two countries. Earlier, I spoke to Ali Vayyaz, director of the Iran Project and senior advisor to the president at the International Crisis Group. I asked him how this would all play out.
Well, I do believe that President Trump would be much better off ending this war than joining it. And he needs to do so by first putting pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the escalation. Because if he fails to do so, the Iranians would see him as complicit in this war of aggression and would not engage in negotiations with him, or would not believe that even he would deliver on a negotiated solution if that agreement is reached. So the first step is to hold Israel back.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by senior presenter at Al Arabiya, Rawia Alami, and Dubai 92 presenter, Jono Hayes. Absolute pleasure to have you in the studio with me. Rawia, okay, listen, it's been 5 days of strikes between Israel and Iran. Just bring us all up to speed about where this started and where we are now.
Well, it all started on Friday when Israel carried out what it calls preemptive attacks on Iran, while Iran calls it an unprovoked attack. The Israelis for days now, 5 days specifically, have been targeting Iran's nuclear infrastructure, also military leadership, as well as ballistic missile sites. They have indeed struck Natanz nuclear site, and apparently the International Atomic Energy Agency is saying that they have seen signs that there has been damage to the underground parts of the Natanz nuclear site, while they said there was no change or no signs of any change in other nuclear sites that have been targeted. Now, in terms of leadership, also the Israelis have targeted top leadership, including today they have targeted Ali Shadmani. He is the newly appointed chief of staff and also his predecessor as well, killing both of them. In terms of missiles and drone attacks from Iran, also it's been going on for 5 days quite consistently. They have targeted Bat Yam, they've targeted Tel Aviv, Haifa, also Ptah Tikva, and they have caused significant damage to infrastructure and also casualties, even though the Israeli air defenses have been able to intercept most of these missiles. In terms of infrastructure damage, now the Israelis are saying that they've destroyed about 1/3 of Iran's ballistic missile launchers and also stockpiles, while the Iranians are saying that they have damaged Israel's oil refineries and also residential areas. Casualties, there have been casualties on both sides. On the Iranian side, the human rights activists in Iran are saying that about 452 people have been killed, with 646 have been injured, and we're talking about many civilians that fell in Iran. In terms of Israel, about 24 have been killed, mainly civilians, and 600 have been injured. And there have been, of course, regional disruptions in air travels, major airports like in Israel, in Iran. Also neighboring countries like Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria have been majorly disrupted.
Thank you so much for bringing us up to speed, Rawi. There's been a fast escalating, developing story, so much appreciated. But, Jono, we actually heard from President Donald Trump a little bit earlier. He's denied he's working on a ceasefire plan, but tell us exactly what he is saying.
Well, he's emphasised that he would like a real end to the threat, not just what he said is a band-aid solution. So what we're seeing here, Leigh Ann, is what the Trump administration wants is to permanently degrade Iran's military and nuclear infrastructure. That is the plan. And there's definitely no mediation. There is no peace talks that are currently underway. Both US and Israeli officials have both confirmed that. We know that he was, of course, at the G7 summit in Canada and was taken away from that on his own volition quite promptly. So I'm not sure what happened between Friday when this first started and the G7 end to his trip to the G7, which seemed to have been a change in pace and also a change in the narrative. Initially we heard, of course, the US have said and continue to say that they were not involved in the initial strikes. But now what we're seeing, the bigger picture here, indicates that even after that chat on Air Force One when he was leaving Canada, is that he and the US are looking at something that is better than a ceasefire. All the markers and all the indicators are there which say that he's working on something that indicates the US's military response to the crisis currently. We know that from flight radars in the last 24 hours alone, we have seen numerous US military aircraft on the way towards Europe. And I think further afield as well, some have been making it towards Israel, which we've been told those are already pre-planned, which is difficult to believe given the current tensions. Also, there are some aircraft carriers which are making their way towards the area right now as well. Again, we've been told by the military in the US that that is planned, but it would indicate that, and we know that Emmanuel Macron has requested that Donald Trump say, listen, let's have traditional diplomacy here. And he said that's not the way to solve the solution here. And Iran's nuclear disarmament is the key message that he wants to get across here. So we are seeing an escalation. It is, like you said, progressing, but at a rapidly alarming rate.
And Rawiya, actually, that is something that the world is looking at very closely, because initially, like you did say, the US denied being involved in the attacks. However, Benjamin Netanyahu said that they were always informed. They knew it was going to happen. And we have seen this amazing intelligence from Israel inside Iran. Donald Trump also tweeting, "We know where the supreme leader is." I wonder right now, are we looking at a regime change? Maybe, possibly in Iran? Or do you think that what the US are doing is just supporting Israel because they believe that they are winning at the moment?
Well, definitely the American stands have changed, as Jono said, that there's definitely a change from Friday, the start of the strikes and this entire war, until today. Now, the Americans said, the president said at the beginning that they were not they're not part of this war and part of the initial strikes, but then they came out to say that they've been told and that the American president gave approval for this military operation by Israel. Now, I think the Israelis have managed to convince President Trump that they are succeeding, that they have a plan, and it's obvious that the Israelis have and the Mossad specifically has infiltrated significantly the Iranian regime and society, because I mean, with the scale of success of their operations, especially on the first day, it's very clear that this is the case. Now, is the objective a regime change? Maybe not initially, but if it comes about due to these strikes and due to Israeli military operations weakening the regime and also degrading the Iranian nuclear program, then so be it. I think they'll be very happy about this.
Is there any room for diplomacy?
I don't think they want diplomacy. I think that's probably what the last thing they want. The last thing the Trump administration needs is nuclear capabilities for Iran. And that's certainly something he won't stand by and allow to happen. If we're being led to believe, and this is from the information that we're being fed through, so obviously you take this cautiously, that they were on the brink of complete nuclear capabilities, which is a concern. If Iran, and we know from the messages that have previously been that have been sent from the country, we know that if Iran does manage to get nuclear capabilities, it is a devastating blow for a lot of countries that will be very concerned about that. The administration, the Trump administration, I think, like you said, Rawiya, I think they've been convinced by Israel that, look, we will take out 1/3 of the nuclear capability of Iran in a matter of days, which is now what they said they have achieved.
Yeah.
But as they have said, there's a lot more to do. There is a lot more of these underground bunkers which need to be taken out, which they said, without this being removed, the capability, or at least the uranium enrichment capabilities of the nation, will continue to hopefully not unabated, but will continue regardless. So what they need to do is now make sure that that doesn't happen. And I think that Trump probably was worried a bit and thought, I need to show some support, be it on the ground or not, but at least show some support in the water, in the air, and say that, look, the US and their might are willing to get involved here. And if we feel that we need to go in and that we need to assist, then we will do that.
I think the only danger here that if they do not manage to really hinder Iran's ability to enrich uranium and to actually proceed to the final stages of having a nuclear weapon, and the regime still stands basically after these strikes, the danger is that Iran is going to go ahead if its underground infrastructure for enriching uranium wasn't hit, and they need American bunker buster bombs to do that, the Israelis do.
They do, yeah.
Then I think Iran is just going to go ahead and do it, basically.
Maybe,
and they're going to announce that they have a nuclear bomb.
And maybe that's to do with trust. Maybe Iran, in its situation, thought we're having direct negotiations with the US, and then maybe Iran, the counter-argument to that, yes, is Iran could feel it has lost trust in its Western allies, and we could see a ramp
or
up
trust in the negotiating process.
Exactly.
In the first place, yes.
There's a lot to discuss here, and I'm sure that we'll talk about it a lot more. Thank you so much for your insights into that story. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And Russia has carried out one of the deadliest drone and missile attacks on Ukrainian capital Kyiv, killing at least 15 people and wounding more than 100 others. It took place overnight in Tuesday morning and lasted more than 9 hours. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said it was one of the most terrifying strikes. Jono, let's start with you. So the Mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, has been speaking about this attack. What more do we know about the casualties and also the damage?
So this is the fourth largest of the war so far, and this was 9 hours of an assault on Kyiv, which is 440 drones, 32 missiles and 27 districts have been hit as well. Collapsed apartment blocks has been in there. 15 to 19 people estimated at the moment. That number is likely to rise, which have been killed. 100 plus have been injured. But among the deceased is a US citizen, which puts a different spin. A 62-year-old US citizen has also been mortally injured in this as well. Russia says these were military targets. The scale of the civilian toll point, it seems, is leading to some international destabilisation of the situation at the moment, which is a concerning take on this as well. Now, on a global context, we have to take into consideration between Trump and the mention of removing Russia from the G8, now the G7 summit. That is also to the fore this week as well. So this really couldn't have come at a worse time. If Donald Trump is there arguing that removing them from the G8 was a bad idea, and you launch a 440 drone, 32 missile attack that rages for 9 hours, you're not in the best position to be arguing that maybe you should have been at a table and sitting at the G8 summit. So it's at one of the worst times. But this seems more like a psychological warfare, to rage this on for 8 hours. And what is, although any loss of life is tragic, 15 to 19 people being killed is still a relatively low number on the basis of a 9-hour assault. So this is somewhat of a psychological warfare more than anything else, just to rain down a barragement of assault on the Ukrainian capital.
And Gilly, you mentioned the G7 there, and Donald Trump left early. We were talking about that. He was actually meant to meet Volodymyr Zelensky today at those G7 talks in Canada, and that hasn't happened. And once again, it leaves Zelensky in a kind of difficult position, doesn't it? Because now he's manoeuvring without the US, who are possibly the bigger players, to bring this to an end and put pressure on Russia, whatever that may be. But Raul, the UK has ordered new sanctions on Russia. But I feel like, is this anything new?
No, there's nothing new in the new sanctions that the UK and other European countries are actually preparing to impose on Russia. In terms of objective, it's the same objective: restrict Putin's war machine, squeeze Russia's energy revenues, and also reducing Russia's ability to fund its military operation. In terms of scope, we don't know, to be honest. We don't have a lot of information, but it should be focusing on maintaining pressure on Russia's military industry and cutting also off financial resources from energy exports, because they are discussing also changing or reducing the oil price cap on Russian oil. It was set at $60 per barrel. Now they are discussing and thinking about reducing it to $45 or even $30 per barrel, and that is to further limit Russia's revenue. At the G7 also, as I said, it's not just the UK, other European countries at the G7 were also finalizing these measures and the sanctions, but not the US. President Trump was against imposing more or being involved in imposing sanctions on Russia.
And maybe that's because there's still dialogue and he doesn't want to cut that off. Maybe he thinks it's a little bit too strict.
It's that, and I would love to have the confidence that Keir Starmer has, and we've discussed this before, when he imposes sanctions on Israeli ministers, financially or otherwise, and he imposes sanctions on Russia. It really, in the grand scheme of things, is not going to make a huge difference. And we've mentioned this before. Unless the US is the one imposing the sanctions, the sanctions,
symbolic.
They're wonderful on paper, but they really are just that, just what you said, Rawi.
Yeah.
It's a symbolic gesture more than anything else. Is it going to make any difference? Cap the price of a barrel of oil wherever you would like. It makes close to no difference. to Russia. But Keir Starmer has said he would like to squeeze Putin's war machine. Unfortunately, you don't hold the cards to do that, and I think that this once again will just fall a bit short, more than a bit short, of being able to make any real difference.
Even though the European Commission is also suggesting now to impose penalties targeting Russian energy and banks, and also to impose tariffs on countries that are buying the Russian oil, namely China.
And that has been mentioned before, it just hasn't been done.
No.
So, you know, it's actually implementing what's been mentioned. And I think that's something that Ukraine is really calling for, you know, for things to be more forceful on Russia, because there's been a lot of talk. But once again, it's still a really dire situation, civilians losing their lives on both sides and soldiers. But I'm sure that's another story that we'll come back to. So that was more on the Russia-Ukraine ongoing war. So thanks for your thoughts on that. Let's move on. And would you pay $500 for a gold Trump smartphone? The device will be built in the United States and is part of Donald Trump's business empire, which includes hotels and, of course, golf courses. However, there's been mixed reactions to the news, with some critics asking questions about how it can be entirely manufactured in America. So, Jono, tell us more. When can people get their hands on this gold Trump smartphone, and explain, you know, why it's different to the White House? It's a different enterprise.
So if you want the phone, first of all, you can pre-order from now. So great news. So your birthday is sorted. $100 deposit.
Thank you so much. It is, yeah.
$100 deposit. That is going to be a full price of just under $500 once it goes to market on this as well. And yes, it is not, the White House have not released a phone. It is very bling. It is very Trump-esque, but it's Trump.org who's behind this. And you'll see the website, which we mentioned there as well, trumpmobile.com. It's not a great start for his foray into mobile phones, because unfortunately the website is very, very glitchy. And it is a fully American smartphone, which is going to cost about $30 billion to develop. But this product is the first of the incarnation here. So just to be clear, this phone is not the one that's been fully manufactured in the US. This is the one that you can now get your hands on, which is owned by Trump Mobile. And it's going to be carried on traditional networks in the US, like AT&T and T-Mobile. And it's going for the price of $47.45 a month. Symbolic?
Why? Tell us why.
47th president and 45th president.
There we are, Donald Trump. He's using all, but I must say something. What you get with this gold phone sounds pretty phenomenal. It says unlimited talk and text to all America, no contract and no credit checks, and unlimited voice and text to Mexico and Canada, mobile hotspot, complete device protection. It's got everything, Rawia. But is it possible?
It's not the only one. It's not the only plan that has got everything. Actually, some American competitors are offering exactly the same plan for $25, not $46.45. But let's talk about the part where it's all American. Mm-hmm. Now, apparently, if you get parts to produce any product from all across the world, if you assemble them all in one place, then the product will be manufactured in. Basically, that's what the label would say. It's manufactured in the place where it's assembled. But there are so many different problems with this regarding this phone. First of all, as we said, the screens are coming from Korea or China. The most important part of the phone, which is the chip or the processor, it is basically impossible with this price, which is about $500, to make it in the US. So they will bring it probably from Taiwan. We have also another very important part of this phone, or phones generally. You have the camera. The image sensor usually relies on Japanese companies like Sony. The battery and memory chip, no American factory actually known to be able to produce these. So let's say they get all of these parts from different parts of the world, mainly Asia, as we saw, and then they assemble them in the US. The US doesn't have any assembly lines for phones. They need to create one, or to make assembly lines. They take up to between 3 to 5 years to actually, make this an assembly line. Even Apple, that's been manufacturing phones for decades, more than a decade now, almost 2 decades. They don't have an assembly line in the US. And also, this is a really, really interesting point that I found, that apparently tech publisher analysts such as CNBC and Apple Insider identified that this phone, it's called the T1 phone, is exactly nothing but a relabeled Chinese phone that is available on Amazon for $169, albeit minus the gold part, the gold casing.
So he's basically repackaged it in
He's
many
relabeling,
ways.
and this is, by the way, a historic Trump trend, because he has relabeled in the past years so many different products, including vodka, steaks, Trump University, sneakers, except none of them were a success.
I would argue that this is a Dragon's Den-esque kind of a take on the phone. What he's done here is taken, like you've rightly said, it is a product that exists already. Yes, it can't be manufactured in the US, but what he's done is taken something that already exists and he's Trumpified it.
He's
and therefore
made it better. Yeah.
And now that might just be adding the accents of gold onto there, but it still is now a different product as a result. And famously, Virtue, who are a company who make mobile phones, take their internal parts from various different other phones, including the battery from Nokia, because as we know, that never goes out, that lasts for years.
Bring back the 3310.
Exactly. Yeah. The screens are taken out of different phones, and the mechanics of the spring mechanics from a Motorola StarTech from the 90s, which is apparently all the best bits of a phone combined into one. Yes, he can't make all this in the US, but I would argue that my car could not drive without imported parts from China. I open the door.
That's true.
Some of the stuff is in Japanese. Aston Martin and Land Rover both are British-built cars. And I think you could probably, on one hand, list the number of components in those cars that are made in Britain. And a German car is exactly the same.
And you know something? I actually agree, because if you speak to any CEOs who've been really successful, they're like, you don't need to come up with a new idea. You need to come up with an idea that's not doing well, that you can make better.
Yeah.
And that's how you begin to capitalize on things.
But we'll see if it's going to be on demand or in demand in the US, considering basically the difference in price, $500 for the for the gold casing, let's say, on the Trump phone, the T1 phone, compared to $170 on Amazon. Considering the economic situation, maybe people are not going to go for it.
But I just have a quick thing that I want to ask you something. So 10 years ago, something very famous happened on a gold escalator ride that involved Donald Trump. Does anyone remember, if we're talking about gold, 10 years ago, Donald Trump came down the gold escalator and he announced to the world that he was running for the president of the United States.
Oh, so this is the 10-year anniversary.
There we are. There he is. I'll never, ever forget that image. And do you know what? I was just asking some people at my desk a little bit earlier, what has that moment done? And he said that he is Iconic, one of our producers, who is monetizing his own brand and opening doors for a president with a personality.
Wow. It's almost come full circle for Donald Trump. But again, this is, like you said, there's a demand for everything. When Apple release their phones every year, a company will jump on board, gold plate an iPhone, sell it for $30,000 or $40,000, and people will buy it.
Yeah, me.
Because supply and demand. There will be people who are heading around with MAGA hats on and a gold Donald Trump phone.
But then again, his sneakers didn't do that well. The vodka didn't do that well. The steaks that he relabeled also didn't do that well. So anyway,
I think he throws a lot at the wall. Yeah. Some of those things stick. A lot of them don't, but that's business, and he's a businessman.
I must admit, I do like a gold phone. I can't tell you that. I think it's actually, something about gold I think I'll always buy. But let's move on to another story. And where do you go for your daily dose of news? Al Arabiya English, of course, well, me, obviously. But a new report out today says social media and video networks have become the main source of news in the US, overtaking TV channels and also news websites. More than half the people surveyed said they use networks like Facebook, X and YouTube, overtaking TV, news sites and apps. Apologies for that. Rawia, okay. Do you think that this is a surprise at all, that now that we're finding out that actually the go-to place for anyone to consume news is social media?
No, it's not surprising at all, actually. I think it's quite expected, especially with the younger generation, Gen Z, and other parts of the society. In fact, in America, 45% of Americans aged 14 to 24 report that they use social media as their main source of news. That YouTube being the highest at 93%, TikTok 63%, Snapchat 60%, and then you have Instagram at 59%. Of course, the world numbers also are not that different. In the UK, 34% actually said that they use social media, and in Brazil, it's 35%. It's not surprising because we have already been witnessing a change, a shift in news consumption, and a major shift away from traditional news sources like the linear TV, which a lot of people think is dying. I would argue that in two instances, it will always be the go-to source, which is in breaking news and big sports events.
Sports, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean there are positive sides, I think, to this, and negative side. I don't know if we have time to talk about them as well, because I mean, with social media, with the algorithms, it basically exposes people that don't otherwise look for news. Like we're talking about teenagers. My children, for example, are up to date onto what's happening regarding what's happening in the world because of their social media activity, and because they're on social media. Otherwise, they wouldn't be looking for news, and that's a good thing. Yet, also, because of the bias of the algorithm, it tends to push the same type of content. If you watch something, then you will get more content pumped in the same direction, while you will not know much about opposite opinions.
I would argue that, 54% of people, regardless of their age, are consuming their news primarily from their mobile device. And I would argue that the reason it is so beneficial is, yes, there is the algorithms, and they're there for a reason. They do work because they do give you stuff that you're interested in. So I'm sure that somebody, depending on which side of the fence they sit on with regards to world politics, will be getting wildly different videos and stories on Instagram and across social media than I would be getting. But also, things have changed. 2001, September 11th, the first place that we saw the Twin Towers attack was on the news. And I think everybody globally can say that the first place you saw it was through a news channel. Fast forward to something like even this weekend when the Israel attacks took place. The first place we saw about that was on social media.
And on X, yes, absolutely.
And on X, yeah. I think we've changed how we consume social media entirely. And is it for the better of the world? Well, it knows no language barriers, and if there is any language barrier, thanks to AI, we can remove that completely. So we can be exposed to news from not just on our doorstep, but also from around the world. But then also, everything that's happening in your locality, the likely place you're going to get that, which is not being carried by a major international news channel, is on social media.
Yes, definitely, and I agree with that. And I think that what's happened with social media is it's broken down barriers. It's helped people have access to a lot more information than possibly before. But also one of the arguments is we're all journalists, and it's impartiality. And it's something that was inbred into me when I became a journalist. You followed strict Ofcom rules. You had to be impartial and have a side of the debate. Each side needed to be able to give their point of view. But I think, is it a concern now that we've got lots of people watching it on social media, but just one point of view? We're not having the debates or the different sides put across anymore?
I think all sides are being put across on social media, and events, the live events are being updated immediately. I think in that terms, I don't think there's a danger, because you are exposed to all sides. All types of opinion are there on social media. It remains to the algorithm or your interest, and the algorithm's bias to your interest, basically.
Exactly. And I think
that could be a problem.
We mentioned impartiality there. Impartiality exists in the greater scheme of things. In terms of legality speaking, you must be impartial so that both sides of the argument are understood and that they have a right of reply. when the reality is impartiality is 50% of your audience. The other 50% likely feel wildly different. So there is an agreement and there's a disagreement. And if both people are on the same path, then there is no need for impartiality, as everyone agrees that this is the right way.
But it is so hard to police
But
the internet.
It's hard. I don't think you can police impartiality, and I don't think you need to, because the person who's looking at that, as I said, the algorithm's there for a reason. They are interested in that. They've already made up their mind, and they are already on that side of the fence. And I don't think, no matter how much opposing information you can give them, I don't know if you're going to change their mind. I think you may have already set yourself... There are obviously exemptions to the rule. Of course, you may have had a formed opinion in advance about something, then you were wildly wrong about it. But regardless, you'll still get the information that you want, which is why conspiracy theorists are so hugely successful on social media.
Yeah,
spouting,
and widely spread.
Widely spread lies, and that's the big concern.
I agree with you, Leigh Ann, that it's hard to police what's on social media, and therefore we saw it during the coronavirus pandemic, how so much fake news was spreading. A lot of confusion was caused by different stories posted online, not necessarily from scientists or doctors, you know, just people's opinions. But at the same time, I mean, there are certain policies and laws and rules regarding what can be put on social media, and therefore you have Meta and you have X basically filtering through and prohibiting some of the posts that are what they deem promotes racism or terrorism or anything of the sort. But also that is a quite controversial point, because what they, it's all up to the owners of these companies and their point of view, which comes at the expense of different points of view as well.
And I think that is a really good point. But just quickly before we go, you mentioned something backstage I thought was really interesting. People who cannot read and write that well through social media, they can still watch a video and have access to news.
Exactly. I think, and definitely one of the arguments on this, India, Kenya, Brazil, Indonesia, the leaders of those countries respectively are using social media to directly connect with their people and to be able to communicate with them. Because a low literacy rate does not mean a low consumption of social media, because you can still view and listen to videos in your own language which are important to you, give you the information that you need. And I reckon it will swing and change elections and the outcome of elections and politics in the next couple of years, and that is a pro.
But we also saw that with the US election. Because obviously Musk owns X, put a lot of money into it. There was an algorithm change. And, that's been a big debate too. Social media now taking over. I don't have a Snapchat, though.
I don't either.
Because
it's also it's a generational thing.
I think it's fine.
It's a generational thing, by the way.
And
I have to tell you this.
No. I think we're okay.
I have to tell you this. My daughter, actually, she came and she said, "Oh, you know what?" She categorized all the different social media platforms. That the Facebook is for grandma and granddad.
Oh, that's us.
And then no, Instagram is for
for
my old parents, and they are the TikTok generation. And then she said, and LinkedIn, oh my God, that's for historical figures. Like Henry VIII, she says.
Where's Snapchat? Is it in there? It's not in there, right?
She's on Snapchat, but she didn't categorize it.
Wow.
She considers it like TikTok, which is for the younger generation.
Rawia. What's happened?
Seriously.
Anyway, thank you so much for that conversation. And finally, Rawia and Jonna, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. And Rawia, yours is just so cute. I love the story. Legoland have announced the world's first themed flight.
Absolutely. Thank God my children are a bit older now, because otherwise we would have had to buy seats on that.
The plane.
Exactly. Well, we're talking about a Legoland themed aircraft, which is a joint strategic partnership between Legoland Shanghai Resorts and Junyao Air. Now, they are talking about an Airbus A321 jetliner. They have painted and decorated it with Legoland themes and elements. I'm not sure whether it talks about just the exterior of the plane, but also we have
inside.
There we are. There's the inside.
Well. I hope the engine is not Lego, or that the wings are not sort of made out of Lego bricks. But in whichever case, this is the situation. And apparently
Assemble
it's
your
about...
own meal.
Yeah, own your own food.
bricks.
You know, I was just looking at that plane, and I don't know about you, but the favourite part for me going on a plane still, even till today, is what's in the front of the seat. Like, you know, what toiletries you have or what eye mask you have. So I think it'd be quite cute if they put a little Lego figure in there and you can sort of create it.
This is also
a great idea, actually.
But they've done this for adults somewhat. A famous festival that takes place in Belgium every year organise flights from Ibiza to Tomorrowland. Once you get on board that plane, the entire plane is themed outside and inside, and there's a DJ on board.
Oh my
and
God, wow.
And it's a party. They've recently organised one of these from the UAE as well to head to a music festival that was taking place in Egypt. So they're doing this for adults already. So I think it's about time that they've done something for the kids.
Yeah,
I think it's nice for the kids to experience the same level.
Yeah, okay, I'm more likely to go on the Ibiza plane than I am to go on the Lego one.
Same
but anyway,
here.
yeah, obviously. Moving on.
You need to be on TikTok because I think we're too old for that.
I'll be like the granny on the Ibiza plane. Moving on, Jono. The word gents has become old-fashioned. I'm sad about this.
Turns out that it's not just old-fashioned, it's also not inclusive. And it may be unacceptable entirely in today's world.
Wow.
This is not just hearsay. This is a tribunal that have said, you need to stop using this. So a lady has sued. She's a former female employee at Royal Sun Alliance. She's sued for sexual discrimination because she was in a group email from her boss that was addressed to gents. So they're not saying that we need to remove it off the toilet doors just yet.
Yeah, the toilet door.
But overall, they're saying that this company said that it's not suitable in a modern workplace, and therefore, as the judge has ruled it will set precedents and it won't be appropriate in any workplace.
Where is this company?
This is in the UK.
Nanny state.
So thoughtless and lazy is what the judge described it as, and said the language wasn't thought out beforehand, and concluded that it was managerial incompetence that led to this happening in the first place. He's recommended the company no longer use the word gents when referring to any staff members, and that going forward, something more gender neutral would be used. I mean, this is an oversight more than anything else. I personally wouldn't take offence with the word gents being sent out in an email, but then again, I am one.
Yes.
If the email said ladies, I think I'd be annoyed.
Well, the other day
what's wrong with ladies and gents? I mean,
I think this was an oversight, which is fine.
But the other day, someone was saying goodbye to a group of us. I was the only girl, and they called us lads. Bye, lads. And I wasn't offended. Like, it's just something that happens. But I didn't know.
And we use guys. I mean, we use guys for a group of girls.
But I also just think gents is a really, or gentleman is quite a nice word. Like, I always think that if I meet somebody and he's a really nice person and he's quite old-fashioned in his demeanour, I always think, oh, that's a true gentleman or a true gent.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
I would see it as nothing but
and actually,
positive.
it's quite encouraging when you call, you know, any man that. It's quite encouraging that he would actually act like a gentleman.
Oh, I think this is a bit of nonsense, if I'm honest.
It seems to be pushing it a
could be
little bit
too
too
woke.
far again, but it will
Too
set
woke.
precedents, and if anyone would like to take a case in the near future again, it's
Do you
already
think they
there.
were just looking for a quick buck?
I mean, it's possible, but I would have been offended had I received an email that said ladies, and I was on
Would you
that
have
copy
sued?
chain. Oh, I wouldn't. Well, it depends on how much. I wouldn't necessarily have sued. I would have taken slight offence to it, but I would have moved on from it very quickly. Whereas the term weirdly guys or folks or anything like that, I'm totally okay with. But saying specifically calling somebody out based upon their gender when they're not that, I can understand why there's some umbrage taken. To sue somebody might be.
Well, it is. I mean, we have to admit that this is a very contemporary debate.
Yes.
This entire thing,
yeah.
what you call things, it's just, this is the time and era for it.
I think going forward it's going to have to be hi all, hi everyone, until
Yes.
somebody gets offended with that and says I'm not fitting into the everyone category of life and therefore
And
I
make
need to-"
everything less personal.
Yeah.
And then you have to type out everyone's name.
Every individual.
Every individual. Well, ladies and gents, thank you so much. That was a great show.
Call my lawyer.
Have you back. He's going to sue me now. Thanks to today's guest, senior presenter at Al Arabiya, Rawia Alami, and Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, as Israel and Iran continue to exchange strikes for a fifth day, loud explosions are heard over Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, and extensive strikes are carried out in the western Iranian city of Tabriz, which is home to a major airbase. Meanwhile, the US President Donald Trump saying he wants a real end to the conflict, and that, he says, means a complete give-up by Iran. Hello and welcome to the programme. As their most intense confrontation in history continues, Israel and Iran have today exchanged fire for a fifth straight day, with the Israeli military saying that it carried out extensive strikes in western Iran, notably on a key airbase. Whilst in Israel, there were explosions in the skies above Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, but no reports of fresh casualties there. Well, since Friday, at least 224 people have been killed in Iran, 24 people have been killed in Israel. Well, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that he is, quote, changing the face of the Middle East with this military campaign, which he says could lead to radical changes in Iran. But world leaders are looking on with alarm and calling for a halt to the hostilities. Meanwhile, the US President Donald Trump, who left the G7 in Canada early, says that he wants to see a real end to the conflict, which he says would mean a complete give-up by Iran.
We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're looking for better than a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that would be permanent.
Yeah, or giving up entirely. That's okay too.
Well, for more analysis, we can speak now to Yonah Jeremy Bob, who is the senior military correspondent at the Jerusalem Post and author of the book Target Tehran, which was prominent in a photograph on the desk of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu just a couple of days ago. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Your book, which we'll talk about as we go along, is described as one of the most accurate and fascinating books about how Israel used sabotage, assassination, cyber war and diplomacy to thwart Iran's development of nuclear weapons and in the process begin to reshape the Middle East. Now, we've been looking at Prime Minister Netanyahu with a copy of your book there. Let me just ask you, first of all, Yonah, what went through your mind when you saw your book on the Prime Minister's desk? Was there a message in there, do you think?
Look, first, anyone who's an author is flattered when a head of state has a book on their desk, and when they're doing it as they're managing a major war from the Situation Room, I think it definitely has a message. I would say the message is, the big message of our book was if diplomacy did not succeed in reaching a nuclear deal with Iran, which deferred the nuclear threat that Iran posed for a long enough period of time, Israel was likely to attack, which is what happened in the end. So I would say that would be the message.
Okay. I've been looking at some of the stuff you've been posting in the last few days. One of your more recent messages on X and in the Jerusalem Post, in fact, explores Israel's impact on Iran's uranium-enriching facilities. Just tell us, what is the latest in terms of what Israel has achieved, as far as you're aware?
Sure. So I talk about there's three main facilities. There's Natanz, there's Isfahan, and there's Fordo. I'm simplifying it because there's actually dozens of facilities, but we don't have an hour to talk about all of them. So Natanz is where the largest number of centrifuges, those are the machines that move around really fast that enrich uranium, are based. And Israel has hit Natanz. There's a big debate going on right now. Israel definitely destroyed the parts of the Natanz facility that are above ground, but it seems that maybe they did not completely destroy the parts of the facility where the centrifuges are, which is below ground. After saying that, Israel did blow up the electricity connected to those centrifuges. And so a lot of officials, including now the IAEA, are saying it is possible that those centrifuges may be heavily damaged or indirectly destroyed by the electricity short out, even if they weren't actually hit, let's say, by a missile. That's one component. You take Isfahan. Isfahan is sort of, I would call it the finishing touches to a nuclear weapon. After you enrich uranium, you still need to put it together in a certain way, in certain hemispheres, in a certain core, in order to put it on a nuclear warhead. So Isfahan was the facility for doing a lot of those tasks. That has been destroyed. So to the extent that Iran will want to move on with a nuclear weapon, not just enrich uranium, they're going to be delayed on that. At the same time, Israel has not touched Fordo. Fordo is the second largest enrichment facility for centrifuges. It has a lot of abilities. And so if Israel really wants to remove the nuclear threat, it can't do that unless it also has gotten rid of Fordo, or the United States gets rid of Fordo, or there's some sort of negotiated solution to deal with Fordo.
Okay, I was reading some of the excerpts of your book, and you quote Iran's former intelligence minister in one excerpt, Ali Younesi, as saying that Mossad's penetration of Iran is so deep that every member of Iranian leadership should be worried for their lives. And I just want to ask you whether you think, Israel is capable of taking out the very highest level of leader in Iran, and do you think they're prepared to do so?
So there's no question in my mind that Israel has the capability to take out anyone in Iran that it wants. You can look at a sort of map of, let's say, the 13 top military commanders in Iran. Israel's taken out 9 and wounded a 10th. So you're talking about Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. Israel could take him out. Israel has not decided yet to take him out. I don't think they will in the next day or two. But if this conflict goes on, if Iran continues to succeed with its ballistic missiles in killing and wounding Israeli civilians, we're over 25 dead, we're over 500 wounded, then it is possible that at some point Israel could say, okay, if Iran won't stop shooting ballistic missiles and they won't go back to the negotiating table with the Trump administration and cut a nuclear deal which concedes uranium enrichment, then Israel could conclude that toppling the regime by taking out Khamenei would be another way to go about it. Again, I'm not going to assume that they're going to do that. It could, but it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, Washington said that would be a red line. Not sure whether you believe that. But I just want to ask you, I mean, obviously, one of the things you say in your book is that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saw the 2015 Iran nuclear deal as, quote, a disaster. And if President Trump wants a deal, he wants more diplomacy and less military engagement, don't you think that Prime Minister Netanyahu will be similarly opposed to such a solution, especially now when Israel seems to have the upper hand?
So look, right at this moment, Netanyahu doesn't want to stop the attacks, right? Netanyahu would like to take out as much of Iran's nuclear weapons program as possible, as much of its ballistic missiles program as possible. We saw that Iran, even before this stage of the war, launched massive amounts of ballistic missiles on Israel twice in 2024, which I would say were unprovoked. And so, yes, Netanyahu wants to do as much damage on that as possible. That said, if Iran came back to the table and said, we're willing to give up uranium enrichment, I believe Israel would support a deal between the United States and Iran.
We appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Yonah, Jeremy, Bob, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now we can speak to Suzanne Kiampuri, who is an award-winning American-Iranian journalist who joins us now from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Just for the benefit of our viewers, some of them who may know you from other appearances on other channels, but you were born in the United States, you have Iranian heritage, you speak Farsi, and you've been covering geopolitical affairs and following Iran for pretty much most of your professional life. And given that introduction, I just want to start by asking you, how important is this moment that we're at for Iran?
So the Iranian people, many of them feel that they're caught between two regimes, effectively, the one of the Islamic Republic and the one of Israel. There are three camps. Some want to be liberated by anyone. It doesn't matter who it is. Many want to be liberated, but not by a foreign power. They want to take out the regime themselves. They want to overthrow the regime themselves. And then there are people who are benefiting from the Islamic Republic and want it to stay. So we're at a really crucial, complicated moment. Everything to do with Iran is complicated. It's a very nuanced country, which is often lost in some of the coverage. So I appreciate you having me on. I mean, I wanted to share with you an anecdote and experience that I personally had. I was in Iran in 2005, and this was under the Ahmadinejad era, so a hardliner, as you know. But the national team had just qualified for the World Cup, the soccer team. And we were in the streets dancing, I might add illegally, to illegal banned Western music, and the police were just standing by. They weren't doing anything about it. Now, we were stuck in traffic, and my uncle started chatting up the guy next to him in the car, because the jam pack the cars were so close that you could easily just have a chat with your neighbor in the traffic jam. And he's told him, oh, my niece is visiting from America. And the man, who I didn't know, never seen this guy before, turns around and says to me in Farsi, please tell George Bush was president at the time, you liberated Karbala, please come and liberate us. So it just goes to show that this idea of a foreign intervention is very complicated, and it's you're getting bombed. You're not going to thank somebody for bombing you, but at the same time, there is a sense of hope. So it's very complicated. I mean, everybody I've spoken to inside Iran has very mixed feelings, but the first feeling is absolute fear.
Right, so it really depends, from what you're saying, on who you ask and perhaps where you ask them in Iran. What about people who live outside Iran? The Iranian diaspora in the United States is pretty large. It's large in some other countries around the world. I mean, would you say by default a lot of those people would be supporting Israel, or it's not as simple as that?
It's really not as simple as that. I mean, the fact of the matter is we're seeing parts of Tehran, residential parts of Tehran, being bombed, and these are people's, former homes. And so, no, they're not happy about seeing these places obliterated, and there is this sense of, Israel not taking enough precautions. There also have been quotes going around from Israeli officials saying the people of Tehran will pay. Well, that doesn't really align with this idea, or this narrative, rather, that Netanyahu keeps reiterating, that their war is with the Iranian regime, the Iranian government, not with the Iranian people. But of course, there are people in the diaspora who are praising Israel for taking out some people who have done very bad things, notably the head of the IRGC intelligence, who is responsible for torturing political prisoners. But at the same time, there are political prisoners inside Evin who can't evacuate, can't follow evacuation orders that Donald Trump is tweeting.
Right, and one of the big challenges, and something we hear time and time again when we speak to Iran analysts, is that it's a very young population, isn't it? The average age is 32 or 33. And I'm assuming that those younger people in Iranian society, people born well after 1979, perhaps don't have a huge amount of affection or connection with the leadership. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, the 2022 protests that kicked off, the Women Life Freedom protests that kicked off after a young woman, Mahsa Amini, was killed because she had hair showing under her hijab. Those protests were largely led by the younger generation, and there was a lot of, music and art and all kinds of color, so to speak, that galvanized and became emblems and symbols of the revolution, the Women Life Freedom Revolution. And as a result, what we don't see often, because there isn't a whole lot of Western press in Iran, is that a lot of women are not covering their hair. In fact, I received a picture from one of my sources inside Tehran yesterday of a woman on a motorcycle without hijab. But ironically, the people are receiving text messages from the Islamic Republic officials telling them to remember to wear their hijab in a state of war. And so there is a major disconnect between this young population and the elderly leader who is now in the crosshairs of the Israelis, if not the Americans.
We've heard the United States, we've had sources within the United States saying they're not seeking regime change. I don't know what you think of that, but were there to be a change of leadership? Who would replace the current leadership? It wouldn't be a simple business at all, would it?
And this is part of the issue, which is the calculation behind the Americans, frankly. None of the wars that the Americans have been involved in since the Korean War have the U.S. been successful. They haven't been successful in any of these wars. And so regime change hasn't really been something that is a feather in the cap of the Americans. And so they're reticent to go there. And Iran is very complicated. Yes, you can take out the supreme leader. Yes, you can take out all of these military leaders. But at the same time, the system runs very deep. Actually, interestingly, and Kylie Moore Gilbert, who was a political prisoner in Evin, wrote a piece about this today, about how there is this calculation that perhaps the devil you know is better than the devil you don't, because they don't know what's coming afterwards. But at the same time, many people, many Iranians want the supreme leader gone. Now, what could end up happening is a sort of transition government that is made up of more reformers like Pezeshkian, the current president, could end up taking over and kind of leading into not necessarily regime change, but something more similar to Egypt, which is less about the revolution and more about realpolitik.
Okay, that's one scenario. We've been told, yesterday we were speaking to a high-ranking Israeli official who suggested to us that there had been a couple of high-ranking departures from Iran, people who boarded flights, packed up and left and headed to Moscow, for example. Have you heard anything to support those sorts of claims?
So I had heard, actually, for some time now, Iranian regime officials, albeit not high-ranking ones, preparing for a scenario where they will have to flee. And so I'm not surprised to hear about this. I don't personally have any confirmation of this. I have spoken to a source close to the supreme leader who has denied it, but denied it in a thou doth protest too much way. So I do wonder if it is true. At the same time, I take these reports with a grain of salt because many people want them to be true. So I can't confirm that. I don't know. My source isn't confirming it, but I also don't think my source would confirm it.
Well, one person who's watching all of this with a lot of interest is, of course, Reza Pahlavi, the crown prince and the son of the last Shah of Iran. He's suggesting that the leadership could fall. That's a scenario he appears to be inviting, perhaps unsurprisingly. Do you see him having any future role in a scenario in which there was a change of leadership in Iran? Do you think he could have a role? Do you think people would want him to come back?
There are people who sort of have this sense of nostalgia about the Shah's era. But at the same time, I've heard people from inside Iran say, where is he? Why isn't he already in the region? Now, that being said, to be fair to him, There are Iranian intelligence forces all over the region. The only place he really probably could be would be Israel, and not sure that's really the best move for him. So yes, I mean, his name has always been sort of top of the list, more so as a transitional figure, maybe not necessarily being the leader. There are many very bright minds, dissidents, intellectuals, civil society leaders who could be the ones to lead the country into its next chapter. Shireen Ebadi is one of those names. She was among the group who wrote the letter calling for an end to the Islamic Republic, but also a ceasefire and an end to a war that's going to kill civilians and is killing civilians.
And were there to be a significant change in the leadership in Iran? I mean, how many of the people that you know in the United States, where there is we're told, approximately 2 million strong diaspora of Iranians? I mean, do you see a lot of people who are based outside Iran suddenly deciding actually it would be nice to come back and be part of the country's future? What do you say to that?
Yes, I can see that. I mean, the fact of the matter is, even when I was in Israel, I was reporting for my documentary that I did on the Iran-Israel shadow war. I interviewed a woman who is a singer, an Iranian woman who is an Iranian singer living in Israel, but also teaches Farsi to Israelis, many of whom likely end up in Mossad. And I asked her, would she return to Iran? Does she feel Israeli or does she feel Iranian? And she said she's an Iranian woman living in Israel. So that's Israel. And that's, you know, she obviously had to flee for a reason. But there are many people who live in other parts of the world who, yes, of course, they yearn to return to their homeland. I mean, we're seeing not protests, but demonstrations of sorts outside of the Islamic Republic's embassy in London, Iranians waving Israeli flags and waving the Shir Khorshid, the sun and lion flag, which is emblematic of pre-revolutionary Iran, in a way sort of celebrating what they think may be their imminent return.
Okay. Just as we sort of bring this conversation to an end, I mean, I'd like to ask you about the different scenarios you can foresee. I mean, let's start by looking at the less optimistic scenario, given that we're talking about one, possibly two nuclear powers. I mean, some pretty chilling scenarios, aren't there? What do they look like to you?
Well, that's the thing. I feel like we're not talking about that enough in our coverage. The question is, there's a lot of people saying, well, what about Israel's nuclear weapons? And Israel has never admitted that it has nuclear weapons. And the Iranians, obviously, there has been a suspicion that they're very close to having a nuclear weapon, which was why we're here. It's not good. I mean, there's really no other way of putting it. This is a very dangerous moment in history that we're witnessing. And I don't really see what the path of de-escalation is right now, and that's alarming.
Okay, so that's the less optimistic of the two scenarios. But is there a happier scenario? Is there a scenario in which you can foresee something good coming out of all of this, and perhaps Iran and, by extension, the region being a more stable, more secure, and more hospitable place on this planet?
The fact of the matter is, the Islamic Republic has been the source of destabilization in the region for some time. And even after the nuclear deal that was reached with the Obama administration and the P5+1 countries, they thought that was going to lead to reform. I had Obama administration officials say this to me. They said they thought that this was going to lead to reform. And there's some debate about whether or not that could have happened if Trump had stayed in the nuclear deal, if he hadn't pulled out of it as pretty much as soon as he took office. But at the same time, what we did see in that window of time when there was a chance for the nuclear deal to take effect is the money that was released from sanctions relief. All of that money did not go to the Iranian people and Iranian infrastructure. It went to proxy forces in the region, in the Middle East, so that the Islamic Republic could continue to export its revolution. And so really, it seems like the only path to peace is one, if the Islamic Republic ceases to exist, or two, which I wrote in my semaphore column. The Islamic Republic says that the reason why it is at war with Israel is because it is the guardian of the Palestinians, because nobody else is doing anything about them. So arguably, does that mean that if there were to be a Palestinian state, then the Iranians no longer have a reason to be at war with Israel, and that leads to peace in the Middle East?
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there, but we really appreciate you taking the time to share those scenarios with us and share your experiences with us. Suzanne Kianpour, thank you very much indeed for your time today.
Thank you.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Dr. Meir Elran, who is a retired brigadier general and former director of military intelligence in the Israeli Defense Force. He's now a senior researcher of national security studies at Tel Aviv University. Thank you so much for speaking to us, as ever, Dr. Elran. A pleasure talking to you. I gather you have just emerged from a bomb shelter there in Tel Aviv. I wonder if you could tell us what happened and what the mood is there in Tel Aviv right now.
Well, what happened is that there was another barrage of 8 missiles launched by the Iranians from Iran to Israeli civilian targets. And naturally, 7 of them were aimed, targeted the Tel Aviv area. Luckily, this particular one, barrage, was not very damaging. And nobody was killed, and also the physical damage was not too bad. But this whole situation, of course, is quite dire. And, for the civilian people to be disrupted in such a manner for the last 5 days, mostly during the night, which is bad enough, but also during the day, as was the case twice already today, it's quite unpleasant, quite challenging, especially for older people and for children. But this is something that we accept. I think the overall morale in Israel is relatively high. We understand the situation. Despite of the unique situation with the Iranians, this is not the first time that we've been engaged in such a military challenge. We, the civilian population, and we know how to conduct our defense, and we know how to attend the situation and how to respond to that. And that is, of course, together with the military capacity, also the defensive military capacity of Israel that manages to intercept something like 90% of the missiles and drones that are being launched against Israel, which of course helps a lot to know that we are in good hands, and we hope for the better.
In terms of what happens next and what direction things go in, I mean, the United States seems to be calling for diplomacy. President Trump has said on more than one occasion he wants a deal. Does Israel want a deal?
Of course Israel wants a deal, but the question is not if we have a deal or not. But the big question is what would be the essence of the content of such a deal. And here it's very important for us to see several things that are actually happening in this kind of a negotiation or dialogue that will hopefully take place soon. Number one, of course, the nuclear capacity of Iran has to be dismantled totally. With no ability for them to restart this whole project anytime soon or ever. This is number one, very, very important. Number two, of course, is the issue of missiles. The Iranians have a huge arsenal of missiles that cover the entire Middle East area, and it has to be dismantled as well. And number three, of course, is some kind of an understanding with guarantees, hopefully made by the Americans, that Iran will stop its aggressive, hostile strategy, mostly against Israel, but not only Israel. I think that the entire Middle East is being threatened by the Iranian regime. And those three things together, if we manage, together with the Americans, exploiting the very unique and so far very constructive military accomplishments of Israel in the first few days, if this can be a basis for a major change in the Iranian capacities, in the Iranian possibilities, and hopefully somewhere also in the overall intention or direction of the Iranians. So far, unfortunately, I am not sure that we can see it coming anytime soon. I think we need some time to make the necessary conditions for the Iranians to understand that this is the best option for them. And as long as they do not understand that, and they do not come up with the positive, response to what is needed to be done, then of course we'll have to continue fighting and trying to make them more conducive to the understanding that they have to change their conduct in a major manner.
Do you think, Dr. Elran, there is a genuine appetite in Israel for regime change? The United States says that's not what it wants, and it said do not target the senior-most leader in Iran. He's made that position quite clear. That's a red line for America. Do you think Israel wants to see total change of management, shall we say, in Iran?
Well, let me put it this way. Theoretically, of course, the regime, the Ayatollah regime in Iran is unacceptable to us. I mean, the way it handles the situation, both in Iran and regionally, and specifically, of course, versus Israel, is totally unacceptable. So, of course, we would like to see another regime, a more pragmatic regime in Iran. Of course, I think this would be a very important development. But the big question is whether we should or we could make this happen. I think that what we do now is basically military pressure on the security and scientific establishment in Iran. And as a part of it, and indirectly perhaps, the Iranian people will understand that the best thing for them is to bring about a regime change, which will be, as I said before, more a positive and conducive to the needs of the Iranian people, first of all, which is absolutely not the case right now. And then, of course, the entire Middle East and the world at large will benefit from that.
The United States has said since Friday that it's not really involved and doesn't want to get involved. But do you see there could come a point where it is inevitable that the United States has to get involved?
The United States doesn't have to do anything. As far as, from the point of view of Israel, I mean, they will do exactly what they need to do. And there is a discussion going on nowadays these days in Washington, what to do about the situation in Iran with the war. I understand that there are different kinds of opinions about that. The United States is involved in the war, defensively, logistically, in terms of intelligence assistance. Not only America, but also other countries from the region and abroad are being involved, understanding that the situation necessitates this kind of a participation. The big question, of course, is to what extent the United States will be ready and willing to participate in the war offensively. There are different angles to that. And I think that if we want, and I think that everybody needs to understand that the most important thing is to end the war in a constructive manner, as I suggested before, sooner rather than later. any kind of involvement of America would necessarily help in this respect. But this is my understanding of the situation. Of course, I trust the Americans to do what they need to do and with whom they want to do it. I mean, the United States can do it as they did in the past with a coalition of countries by themselves, together with Israel or not. These are the different kinds of options, what to do. And then, of course, perhaps the most important thing is not necessarily the military participation of America, but also, to a large extent, the political or the diplomatic action in this respect. And if we manage to get the Americans involved in the processes of bringing about some kind of an arrangement, as I suggested before, I think the best way or the only way that it can be handled or it can be achieved is with the participation, with the active participation of America. And I think that there are chances that the Americans will be, I wouldn't say glad, but will be willing to take this role, especially after the military accomplishments of Israel and, the developments, the other developments that have been taking place since the beginning of the war. Just want to remind our audience that this whole war is only 5 days long. And we don't have to be hasty about, looking for immediate results. These things take time. Iran is a huge country with lots of interests and with ideological framing that is very problematic as far as pragmatism is concerned. So it might take some time, but I think that the last 5 days have been very, very meaningful in enhancing some kind of a constructive geopolitical arrangement with the Iranians and consequently in the Middle East at large.
Sure, and just lastly, it's not just been the last 5 days, has it? It's been the last 10 months, really, that we have seen Israel really managing to outmaneuver Iran and many of its proxies around the world, around the region. I mean, how do you think Israel has done this? What do you think is Israel's strongest asset?
Well, I think, of course, there is a discussion in Israel about the strength of Israel itself. And I think I should say that it's divided into two major domains. Number one is the spirit of the people of this country. We have been involved in a war since October 7th, of course, a very, very serious, dramatic, agonizing, horrible kind of a war around Gaza with lots of problems for us. And the important thing is that the spirit of the people in Israel, I would say the resilience of the people in Israel has proven itself to be very high, taking into consideration the situation and the consequences. So we came to last Thursday not without, let's say, mental preparation for what's happening right now. And I think that the number one asset is the capacity of the civilians in Israel to stand by the needs of the situation and to act in accordance with that and to support the needs of the war, etc. So the resilience of the Israeli people is the number one most important asset as far as I'm concerned. And of course, there is a second major set of assets which has to do with the military capacity based on high-end technology and command and control and scientific innovations, courage, and all that entails in terms of being in a position to stand up to the threats of the Iranians. And I think that this is really very clear. I mean, everybody around the world understands that without this kind of a capacity, backed, by the way, and supported by the Americans, but not only the Americans, we have also other very, very important allies in this respect. I think that we can stand up to any kind of a challenge from our foes, and also from the Iranians. So I think that we are strong in our belief that we can do it. We can stand up to the challenges, and we shall come victorious and from this war.
Okay.
And hopefully, and this is the most important thing, that we will be able, with these accomplishments, to change the geostrategic structure of the Middle East. I think this is a major challenge and a major chance, not only for Israel, but for the people of the Middle East at large. And if we want, and I think that everybody in Israel does want, to have another free of wars, stable, prosperous Middle East, I think that this is really the major, important, and possible chance for everybody to be with us on this venture.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, Dr. Meir Elran. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
You are very welcome. Thank you very much.
Well, let's bring into the conversation Behnam Ben Taliblu, who is a senior fellow specializing in Iran and its nuclear program at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, the FDD. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Just first of all, I want to draw on your expertise on the nuclear program and ask you about some reports we've been receiving that various tests are being carried out in the Gulf area for radiation. This is, of course, linked to Israeli targeting Iranian nuclear facilities. And I'm just wondering what sort of a risk you think targeting those facilities could carry.
Well, it's a pleasure to be with you. Look, no doubt, even in the early days, within hours of the strike against several Iranian nuclear facilities, particularly Natanz, which has an above-ground and a subterranean component to it, enriching uranium via gaseous diffusion in centrifuges, there was the risk of radiation which could pose potentially an environmental as well as a human risk. Thus far, the limited good news, you could say, if there's good news at any time the Middle East is at war, is, of course, that there hasn't been radiation really leaking out of some of these nuclear facilities that have been struck. This is at least based on what the International Atomic Energy Agency has been putting out, and they are in conversation with Iranian authorities who still have access to some of these facilities. Rightly, there is concern about, if wind is blowing in a certain direction, that may move some of the environmental, fallout from some of this strike, potentially, God forbid, towards the population center. But thus far, that does not appear to be an issue. And even, in fact, previous studies, I think from a little over a decade ago in Washington, that looked at this issue thus far appear to have overshot or overestimated the likelihood of this. One thing that would obviously be a massive humanitarian and environmental catastrophe is if a functional operating reactor, for instance, would be struck rather than a reactor that is being built, something that doesn't have fuel assemblies in it, things of that nature. And ironically enough, and I'll end with this for you for being so long, the last thing that the regime had been doing to secure these facilities, which is to bury some of them underground, the Fordo facility, for instance, has been struck. I don't think it's been significantly damaged, but it's been struck. It's under 300 feet of concrete. The Natanz facility, the underground one, is not under that much concrete, but it is subterranean. If there is radiation leakage or any other major chemical contaminant, the fact that these facilities are subterranean largely has meant, and probably will continue to mean, that they'll be concealed and entrapped within the subterranean facility.
Okay, I was just reading that Chernobyl affected an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. So, Gulf nations are right, aren't they, to be
Yes, that's
worried?
Chernobyl is very, very different, as also Fukushima, for instance, on the water, but very, very different than a smaller enrichment plant. For instance, if Iran has a reactor in Arak, the IR-40 reactor, which they had tried to turn after the JCPOA into a smaller modular reactor. But had that been hot, had that been on, had that been functioning and that been struck, there would be a real concern there as well. And obviously, as you know, there's a light water reactor closer to the Persian Gulf coast, the Bushehr reactor. The Iranians are actually trying to build more reactors down there. That could potentially pose an environmental and human safety risk, yes.
Just turning our attention to what's happening on the ground and some of the politics surrounding the situation. Let's start by looking at Iran and some comments you've made recently. I mean, to paraphrase you, you've suggested that the supreme leader of Iran resign. Do correct me if I've misquoted you. He's an 86-year-old man. Obviously, he was supposed to be in a job for life. I mean, do you think that's a likely scenario? And could he step down even if he wanted to?
Oh, no, I don't think the supreme leader of Iran is reading my only recently created X or Twitter account. But in essence, that is my recommendation for a peaceful resolution to this crisis, a crisis that is affecting not just one nation, but many nations across a war-torn Middle East already. You know, that individual you mentioned, the supreme leader of Iran, that's a title meant to be taken rather literally, by the way, is an 86-year-old individual whose revolutionary ideology is rendering an 88 million person nation hostage in this, what is now, you can say, larger overt shooting war between Israel and Iran. So that was just my humble attempts. And I think in the bottom of the tweet, I even referenced when someone with an even loftier religious title, the Vicar of Christ, if you may remember, Pope Benedict even resigned, and popes don't traditionally resign. That was just my attempt to, you know, offer a humble diplomatic face-saving pathway, and more importantly, life-saving pathway for all involved.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned an important point as well there, which is, you know, there is a huge gulf, isn't there, between the average Iranian person and that man. I mean, the average age of an Iranian national, according to what I found out today, is 32. So we're talking about a very young population. And there we have this young population. We've seen them out on the streets before being given orders by someone who's, you know, approaching 3 times the average age of the person in Iran. I mean, a huge cultural gap. And I'm just wondering whether you think that is the underlying issue, or one of the main underlying issues that Iran faces right now.
Well, there's a panoply, a plethora of issues that the Islamic Republic is facing right now, but the chasm between state and society is a huge one that sometimes, unfortunately, has been relegated to the back burner, treated even in Western discourse as, oh, this is a soft issue, this is a human rights issue. No, this is first and foremost actually a security issue. Because if you look at this chasm between state and society, the failure of reform, the overpromise and underdelivery of reform has moved large swaths of the Iranian population from trying to participate in the system as controlled and rigged and authoritarian and Islamist as it is, to try to take to the streets rather than to the rigged ballot box and to try to contest the system. And now some, even if you look at Iranian social media, and even in the post-October 7 Middle East, some had been welcoming limited strikes against regime facilities and, senior political and military elites because of how suffocating the day-to-day repression was. And I mean, this is a damning indictment because, make no mistake, Iranians are a fundamentally patriotic and nationalist people. And to be driven into that position, that almost state of psychosis, if you read Persian language social media that welcomes strikes, is simply because of the failures of central government. Again, this is not a monolith. This is just a small anecdotal sample I'm trying to give, but it is just meant to convey a larger story of the day-to-day failures of central authority and the people. And yes, indeed, there is a massive age chasm, but it's not just generational, it's demographic and it's economic as well. And when you look at the boom and bust cycle of protests that Iran has been facing from 2017 to present, it is not just the youth. I mean, the youth tend to be the forefront or the vanguard of multiple iterations of these protests, but it's different demographies, different geographies, different classes, even different parts of Iran kind of coming together and converging on the thesis that the Islamic Republic of Iran is not a good guardian of the Iranian national interest and cannot determine what is in the public good. And you see that by the choices that the regime has been making that have ultimately led to a war on its territory on this scale and of this impact not seen since the heydays of the founding father of the Islamic Republic, Ayatollah Khomeini, who 1 year after his revolution ended up bringing Iran into the Iran-Iraq war, admittedly on a defensive front for the first 2 years and then an offensive front for the latter 6.
Right, so basically, instead of having the effect of rallying people around the flag, you're saying that, these actions, this military engagement between Iran and Israel is actually having the opposite effect. And really, when we've covered... Go ahead.
Sure, if I can just footnote that, the lens through which you as a normal, average Iranian would see the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran is the lens through which you would see these strikes. So if you were an anti-regime individual, you would continue to see largely, but not exclusively, everything through that lens. And if you were a pro-regime individual, you would largely, but exclusively see things through that lens. One of the X factors here, however, is, of course, civilian casualties. And the fear is, particularly for Israel and also to a certain extent America, because of the fundamentally more pro-Western leanings and feelings of large swaths of this Iranian population, if there are sustained civilian casualties, and if Iran is made to look anything like the rest of the war zones of the Middle East, then the West would really lose this really tectonic advantage that it has and this real moral mandate that it has, which is actually to be able to stand with and in support of one of the most pro-Western peoples in the region, and instead basically erode the space between state and society simply through a casualty count going up. So this is again human rights as security.
Right. So what you're saying is that those people we saw on our screens taking to the streets in protests over the last decade or so, there have been some moments when there have been some really large numbers out on the streets. You're saying those people would be seeing this as something of an opportunity. But if the death toll keeps going up, then those sorts of people and their voices will be, they'll be in an impossible position, won't they? They won't be able to come out on the streets denouncing the regime or denouncing the government or indeed calling for demonstrating in any way what looks like anything less than full support for their country.
Indeed, and forgive me, I think some of the question volume was cutting in and out in terms of the connection, but I do believe I understood what you said. And, fundamentally, the thing that would affect all Iranians, regardless of their political disposition before June 12, before June 13, is that they're patriotic. And then following June 12, June 13, everybody, particularly if you are in the capital, Tehran, which has been struck several times, is going to be in survival mode. And individuals in survival mode have a harder time protesting because they're first and foremost trying to secure their physical safety. And unlike Israel, which has been able to provide shelters for its population, the Islamic Republic of Iran has sacrificed everything on the altar of exporting its revolutionary ideology and securing regime survival, not securing the Iranian popular good, not defending the Iranian national interest, and not doing well by Iranian citizens, which is precisely what brought it into this predicament in the first place.
You're in Washington, and I'd like to ask you what you read into what President Trump has been saying up until this point, and what that tells us about how involved or perhaps not involved the United States could end up being in this situation.
Well, all eyes certainly will be on President Trump in the coming days, particularly as Iran is escalating its missile war, and particularly as Israel is continuing to have military successes against the regime's military infrastructure in that country. But make no mistake, continued Israeli military successes offers the U.S. several options. One is to kind of enter and just broker a de-escalation, deconfliction, ceasefire agreement. I don't think that's going to be likely anytime soon. The second is, of course, is to actually have Israel's military successes be something that the president may politically seek to translate into leverage at the nuclear negotiating table, where both sides currently are not at right now. And to have the president go to the Iranians and say the only thing standing between you and certain death is me, particularly with reference to the story that came out this weekend that the Israelis were interested in targeting the supreme leader of Iran. And so here the U.S. does have options. Obviously, another option is for the U.S. to be able to join militarily in the counterproliferation campaign, particularly at sites that the Israelis do not have heavy bombers for, such as that Fordo fuel facility, which is, again, underground, about under 300 feet of rock.
Okay. So, I mean, just to wrap up our conversation, we're nearly out of time. I just want to ask you, as someone who's been clearly observing affairs in Iran, for most of his life, I want to ask you whether you were taken by surprise by what happened on Friday the 13th, or whether you felt there was somehow a sense of inevitability about it all.
To a degree, there was a sense of inevitability given the direction the Islamic Republic has taken its enmity and animosity with Israel in, as well as really some of the irreversible moves it's made on its nuclear program, as well as some of the diplomatic time that it had squandered at the negotiating table, both under Biden and under Trump. However, I will say many living and working in Washington and following the Iran nuclear issue had almost tuned out the numerous military public rhetorical military threats by Western and Israeli officials about all options being on the table for so long. And it's really been 2 decades since folks had been hearing such language. And that, I think, is also why not just analysts and experts in the West were caught by surprise by this preemptive Israeli attack, but also likely Iranian political and military officials who may not have expected it at this particular time, given the steady stream of commentary about a potential military option, and one that apparently was not taken until Friday the 13th.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Ben Taliblu, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's get more now on what's being said by the United States, in particular the Trump administration. And we can speak to Carla Sands, who is a former US ambassador who served under President Donald Trump. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Arabiya English once again. Ambassador Sands, I just want to ask you, President Trump said today he wants something better than a ceasefire, he said. He wants a complete give-up by Iran in return for peace. What does complete give-up look like, in your opinion?
It means no nuclear weapons, no enrichment of uranium. The power in Iran is around 2% nuclear. They do not need to do nuclear enrichment. That's not on the table going forward for Iran. President Trump's been really clear, and he has the back, it seems, of the leadership in Israel. And I don't think there's any going back for Iran at this moment.
A lot of speculation as to why President Trump left the G7 summit early. What was your take on that?
I think he was intent on what is the most important thing. His time is so valuable, as any world leader is. I mean, the leader of every country, right? They have only so many hours. If this is happening and there are American lives and the world, the global well-being at stake, he's going to prioritize meeting with his national security team and making a plan to go forward. There's a lot of talk in the U.S. about not getting embroiled in more forever wars. But the fact is, he's been really clear with Iran and the mullahs. They had 60 days, and they've had years, right? But they had 60 days of negotiations with President Trump. On the 61st day, clearly, Israel hit out. And remember, Israel had a lot of patience, too. They didn't hit out. I think they were afraid, basically, with Hamas and Hezbollah. But after October 7th and then the two attacks by Iran, they just simply could no longer wait. But I think this is the most consequential moment since the fall of the Soviet Union, the USSR. This is going to change the dynamics in the Middle East. It's even affecting the Russia-Ukraine war and the supply chains. So we have to really be our heads on a swivel right now to paying attention to what's going on and to make sure that our loved ones in either Iran or Israel are safe.
Yeah, and just to pick up on what you were saying there, I mean, clearly President Trump faces some very difficult choices because there are a lot of people in his support base, like you were saying. Sort of one of the mantras of MAGA is you just don't get America involved in faraway conflicts. And yet it seems Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wants President Trump to go down the military route and not strike any more, well, I should say, it should not strike a bad deal with Iran as he saw the 2015 deal as being. I mean, which voice do you think is loudest in the president's head?
Well, you know as well as I do that he listens to every voice and takes in a lot of this team of rivals, a lot of different information. But America's first president, George Washington, said, do not get entangled with foreign wars. And then if we look forward, President Trump has really been about America first. But the fact is that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It threatens not just the region, but the world. And so he's restationing some battleships. We have in Diego Garcia, we have B-2s and 52s with bunker buster bombs prepared to move forward if President Trump gives the word. What do I think will happen? I hope that the mullahs take the path of least resistance, which is to agree to give up all nuclear enrichment and the uranium that they have ready, and that they step back from this precipice. The Iranian people are great. They're educated, they're young, they want opportunity, just like the people in the UAE want opportunity, and throughout the world. So there's real challenges, but opportunities here, depending on which route the mullahs decide. But there's a group in Iran that wants free elections. They have a 10-point plan. It's this wonderful group of Iranians, and there are many of them. And when the world leaders watched in 2022 when Mahsa Amini was killed while in police custody because she wasn't covering her hair properly, that death caused people to take to the streets in Iran. But the world, whether it was the US government or the other governments in the region or powerful nations, they stayed silent. They did not support the people of Iran. They're asking for the support of the global leaders. Support the people so that they can have, they can overthrow. They don't want boots on the ground. They want to do it themselves. Take out the mullahs and have an elected government. That's what they're hoping. They're not asking for money. They're not asking for boots on the ground.
I mean, do you see the US getting involved militarily if it really escalates into a full-scale war?
If you mean boots on the ground, I do not believe that President Trump will send young American men and women. If you're saying, do you think there will be some kind of air support for Israel regarding taking out these weapons? They already took out a 14-story deep bunker. I think it was Nasrallah, but they did take one out. So they're just discovering more and more enrichment sites. There's a lot going on. It's a very fluid dynamic at this moment. I don't believe that President Trump has taken anything off the table.
Right. I mean, the Pentagon chief Pete Hegseth saying that the US is deploying, quote, additional capabilities in the Middle East. I mean, should we read anything into that, or is that just part of keeping all options on the table?
Well, I think the USS Nimitz is headed there now to join the Carl Vinson. That's what I understand. So there's a lot more power coming into the region. I mean, you have to also say that the Chinese Communist Party must be popping champagne right now, celebrating, because they want the U.S. distracted in 4 foreign conflicts. That's their goal, stated publicly. And you look at this one and the Ukraine-Russia war. We're very distracted from what the major conflicts are when you see, the actual threat by the CCP regionally and then worldwide.
Do you see China or Russia perhaps coming to Iran's aid in the event that it starts to look even more vulnerable?
Well, I think there are more than 25,000 Chinese in Iran right now. And then I believe Iran publicly disclosed that the Chinese were selling them components for their military hardware. So China's already aiding Iran. Let's just say Russia, China, and Iran, and to a lesser extent, North Korea, have really teamed up. It's a shame. Russia should be on the side of good in this situation, but China certainly is supporting Iran at this moment. Russia doesn't, I think, have the bandwidth to do as much cooperation as they were doing. But you know that Iran has been supplying missiles to Russia in this war, so and drones. So there's been, some very bad cooperation on this end. I would hope to see, and President Trump just said G7 should be G8. Russia should be part of that. Russia should be part of the West and not part of a so-called, I don't even want to call it an axis of evil, because really the people of Iran deserve so much better leadership than these mullahs that have taken control of this country and really starved it of progress and support, while they have siphoned just billions and billions of dollars into their own pockets and the pockets of their cronies.
One of the interesting comments I saw in the last 24 hours or so came from General Mike Flynn, former U.S. National Security Advisor. He said, we have to let Israel finish the job, which will allow the U.S. to focus fully on the CCP. And you were just mentioning China there. What do you think of his voice? Is that a loud voice in America these days?
Well, I think he has a voice that reflects the, I would say, so-called MAGA base, the America First base. General Flynn is a beloved figure in that world. So I do pay attention to what he says. He's a very experienced man. But there are a lot of other military leaders that are saying the same thing. I was just with two generals. One was, I think they were both former SACEUR, and I worked with one of them. And these generals were talking about this peaceful overthrow of the mullahs by the patriots in Iran. The people want better leadership. They have a plan. There's a president-elect already waiting in the wings, ready to come in and have a government with free and fair elections, with equality between the sexes, where they have equal opportunity for employment, that they don't need their father's permission to marry or divorce, a male's permission to divorce, the idea that they don't have to cover their hair, like Iran was when I was a young girl. It was a much freer place, and women had more place in society. So that is the goal, that there are courts with the right of representation and appeal without biased judges, things that right now the people of Iran do not have, like an end to those religious police that tend to arrest women and beat them.
We keep hearing from U.S. officials that they don't want regime change. They're not looking for that, that it will be, a red line to target the top leadership there in Iran. But, let's be honest. I mean, the United States would not be averse, would it, to a pretty major management reshuffle in Iran, would it?
Well, my understanding is, and I am not on the inside, I'm on the outside, but I have heard that President Trump actually said, do not take out the Ayatollah, that there was an opportunity. Israel has done these pinprick, removals of the leadership of the IRGC, of the Iranian leadership, and that he didn't want Israel to do that. But the people of Iran should be able to do that. The people of Iran want better. They deserve better. And so I'm just calling on the leaders in the free world, the leaders of the major countries and the people that are willing to stand with the people of Iran and say they have a right to have a better life, to not live under the brutal dictatorship of these mullahs who have really abused the people of Iran for decades. I mean, since the late 70s, early 80s, that's a long time. There's generations that know nothing else in Iran. It's time to let the people of Iran's voice be heard. It's time to let them have better opportunities and have freedom.
Okay, so just to wrap this up, what does success look like in this particular context as far as the United States is concerned?
I think for the United States, the idea that Iran has no nuclear weapons, does not have the capacity to enrich. You saw just a few days ago, the IAEA came out and said, look, they've been cheating. They're lying about what they're doing with the enrichment. Well, we all knew that, right? There's nothing they've said that's been true, this regime. And so I think success looks like they are agreed a non-nuclear group, and that's something also that this resistance group in Iran agrees. They don't want to be nuclear. They want to be a peaceful country that coexists with their neighbors and that grows economically. So that's, I think, a great opportunity, is to see Iran re-enter the community of nations, to have good relationships, to maybe even join the Abraham Accords and begin to do free and fair trade with their neighbors and with the world. Imagine that, to build out more infrastructure for their oil and gas, which is sorely lacking infrastructure investments. They can do better to invest in the country. And once you give women the right to have the education that they desire and all of these other things that women have been denied in so many ways in Iran, under the mullahs, under the foot on the neck, the mullah's foot on the neck of the people of Iran, and especially the women, I think that you'll see a booming economy in Iran, and people that are really happy to go there as tourists and go see the beautiful countryside. I would love to go to Iran and have a meeting in Tehran and talk about what's going on. And wouldn't that be wonderful as an American to have that opportunity?
Okay, well, on that upbeat note, we have to wrap up. Thank you very much indeed, U.S. Ambassador Carla Sands. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Jerusalem, an ancient city going back to more than 3,000 years. Jerusalem. It is one of the rare places that is layered with hundreds of years of history, while also being a bustling modern city. A visit to Jerusalem offers you world-class cuisine, plenty of religious and historical landmarks, and yes, archaeological relics. Also known as the Western Wall or Kotel, the Wailing Wall is the holiest place in Judaism. Millions of tourists arrive here each year to pray. The ancient wall is believed to be the last remnant of the second temple built by Solomon. Another religious site is the Golden Dome at the center of the Temple Mount, which can be seen from around the city. It is the third holiest site in Sunni Islam. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre is considered the most important pilgrimage site for Christians for centuries. But it will also be appreciated by art lovers and history buffs. Its interiors are designed with amazing mosaics. Israel Museum is the country's largest cultural institution. The place is most famous for housing the original Dead Sea Scrolls. Jerusalem's Yad Vashem is the world's largest Holocaust museum. It was built in honor of the millions of Jews who perished during World War II. The expansive 45-acre complex is Israel's second most visited site after the Western Wall. The Eucalyptus restaurant is great for a culinary escape. It combines Middle Eastern food in a fusion of nationalities and wonderful local ingredients. The Jaffa Road is ideal for a place to relax, hang out, and enjoy a good time. It runs through the heart of the new city. Both picturesque and arty, it is great to stroll down and cut off into the shopping and dining areas hidden behind it. In the streets around Zion Square are a buzz of bars and local hangouts where you can sip on local Gold Star beer and people watch for hours. The Shuk, or Jerusalem's large open-air market, is a great place to find produce, meat products, and the like at great deals. A great deal of cafes and boutiques can be found here, making it a great place to wander. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us here on Al Arabiya English for this special Counterpoints interview. I'm Melinda Nucifora. The death toll in Gaza has now surpassed 55,000. That's according to the Gaza Health Ministry. The tragic milestone comes as world leaders and high-ranking politicians prepare to gather in New York for a Palestinian conference co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France. To discuss next week's meeting, I'm pleased to say we're joined by Prince Turki Al Faisal, the former Saudi intelligence chief and the kingdom's one-time ambassador to the US and the UK. Your Royal Highness, thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints for this special interview.
Thank you very much for having me.
Your Royal Highness, 20 months on, 55,000 deaths. What's your assessment of the current situation in Gaza?
It's a crime unprecedented, I think, in the history of humanity. And the blame is almost universal. The world is standing by while Israel executes genocide and all of the concomitant awful consequences of that word. Population displacement, starvation, disease, all of the things that can happen to a people in a negative way are being done to the Palestinians by Israel, and the world is refusing to put a stop to that. We hear nations, saying we sympathize with the deaths of the Palestinians and things like that. Well, sympathy is not enough. You have to prevent the killing. And the only way to do that is to stop the fighting and to stop the killing and to stop this tirade of Israeli inhumanity inflicted on the Palestinians.
So Saudi Arabia, in an effort to take some of that action, will co-chair next week's Palestinian conference in New York. What are your expectations for the meeting? Ideally, what would you like to see achieved?
First of all, there should be recognition of a Palestinian state. That is something that is long overdue. And we've heard from countries like France and others in Europe and other places saying that they may or may not do that. That is unacceptable. And I think since France and the kingdom have put their efforts to be joint hosts of this conference, I'm sure the kingdom will be pushing not just France, but all the attendants of that conference, not only to recognize a Palestinian state, but also to impose a ceasefire on the Israelis. It is imperative that the world comes to an end on that specific subject and say enough is enough.
You mentioned statehood there. So we have been hearing reports that your co-chair, France, and other Western nations have walked back a little bit from the possibility, the probability of recognising a Palestinian state at the conference. How disappointing is that? Is this a missed opportunity, perhaps?
Indeed, and I would rather wait until the conference takes place. I will not go by media speculation, whether reference to anonymous sources or any other sources. I have not seen any official statements by either France or other European countries that they will walk back, as you said, from recognition of a Palestinian state. So let's wait and see what comes out of the conference. And this is where the kingdom has been playing the major role in pushing for the recognition of the Palestinian state.
The US Ambassador Mike Huckabee has said if there's such a desire for a Palestinian state, then perhaps Muslim countries, he says, and I quote, with 644 times more land than Israel, should put up their hands to host it. What do you make of the US Ambassador's comments there?
Well, he's been known to be a fervent supporter of Israel all his career. And so I wouldn't take his words at face value. Really, his words mean nothing. It is what comes out of Washington rather than of the embassy in Jerusalem or in Tel Aviv, the American embassy there that I would account for. So his statement to me means nothing. And from that context, Israel, as he says, has a small piece of land. Well, it's been stealing Palestinian land. And that is why the Palestinians want it back. So it is not only wrong, but it is sort of excusing the theft of property by Israel.
Previously, the Israeli government has called on regional countries, including Saudi Arabia, to take in Palestinians. What does the kingdom make of those kinds of calls from Israel?
These are all efforts to put the blame on others for what Israel is doing. It is Israel that is doing the killing in Palestine. It is Israel that is pushing Palestinians from their land. And as I mentioned, it is Israel that is stealing their land. So other countries taking in the Palestinians is not the solution. The solution is lifting the occupation from Israeli territory. And it's not just in Gaza, it's also in the West Bank. We've seen in the last few days Israel announcing more colonies in the West Bank than ever before. So it is that stealing of Palestinian land that has to stop. And the only way to do that is for the world to recognize the Palestinian state, which has defined territory fully identified as Palestinian, so that the Israelis don't steal more of it. And this is where I think the world has been negligent from that perspective.
If we turn back to the US ambassador's comments, Mike Huckabee also called the conference ill-timed and inappropriate. And yet we've seen a lot of positive comments about the conference from other Western allies. What do you say to the US ambassador's quite critical assessment of the conference next week in New York?
I will not address myself to what Mr. Huckabee says. As I said, he is representing America as a representative of Israel rather than as a representative of America. So I would rather wait to see what comes out of the U.S. government in Washington and not from Mr. Huckabee.
There's been a lot of praise given to the Trump administration and to his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, for their efforts in getting that temporary ceasefire with Hamas, along with securing some of the Israeli hostages' return. What do you make of their efforts so far, and what more do you think they and other allies could be doing to put pressure on Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu?
Their efforts to get that ceasefire were well-deserved, and we need more of that, to get more of that ceasefire in place, and a permanent one, not just a temporary one. This is, I think, what is expected of not just the United States, but the world community. Unfortunately, as we've seen recently, the United Nations resolution that was put forth in the UN Security Council to end the fighting in Palestine was vetoed by the Americans. So I don't know where they're planning to go from there. We need more of their pressure on Israel to stop the fighting rather than vetoing resolutions calling for the stopping of the killing and the pillage that Israel is practicing on Palestinians.
Do you think there can be peace or a ceasefire with Benjamin Netanyahu and his far-right coalition in charge in Israel?
I don't think I need to answer that question. They've shown their intentions quite clearly. They deny that there is going to be a Palestinian state. They claim all of the territory of the West Bank and Gaza. And as mentioned by yourself, they want to drive the Palestinians to other places than Palestine. So it is a moot thing for me to say that the Israeli government does not want peace. They just want a continuation of the occupation and the stealing of Palestinian land and the driving away of Palestinian people from their homes.
Do you have faith in the Trump administration that they can revive these talks, get back to where they were when that ceasefire was agreed to, and reach a lasting ceasefire?
I never lose faith when it comes to politics. You never know. And the fact that Mr. Trump, for example, has contravened Mr. Netanyahu's wishes for a confrontation with Iran, for example, was a welcome step to avoid more warfare in the area and going for negotiations of a new nuclear deal with Iran. Mr. Trump's deal with the Houthis to stop the Houthis' intervention on the Red Sea commerce and shipping lanes was also without consultation with Mr. Netanyahu. And to go back to the release of one of those hostages who had an American citizenship, Mr. Trump dealt directly with Hamas without Mr. Netanyahu being involved. So Mr. Trump has shown that he can operate without the influence or the necessarily the approval of Mr. Netanyahu. And I hope he does the same for a permanent solution of the Palestinian issue in a two-state solution with the capital of East Jerusalem in Palestine, and security for all Palestinians and for the rest of us from the Israeli war machine.
Some of Israel's other Western allies have started to change their rhetoric. We even saw just recently the UK, Australia, for example, sanctioning some of the Israeli hardline ministers. Are you disappointed that a lot of these Western countries have waited 20 months to express any kind of outrage against the Israeli government? And do you think it's too little too late now?
It is too little, definitely. It is never too late to condemn Israeli actions and to, put blame on Israeli politicians. I want to see more of that. I want to see the Israeli government condemned and sanctioned by these Western governments. They've sanctioned other countries before. Russia is an example over the Ukraine issue. What the Israelis are doing in Palestine is much worse than what the Russians are doing in Ukraine. And yet these countries still are reticent and hesitant about applying the same standards to the Israeli occupation of Palestine that they have applied to the Russian occupation of Ukrainian territory.
You mentioned a two-state solution just before in your previous answer. We've been hearing from the US, from the administration itself, saying that at this stage a two-state solution is no longer on the table. It's not a goal, an immediate goal for them at this point. Is that disappointing, and how much does that set back the Palestinian cause in your mind?
I have not heard that statement myself. But if that statement came out of U.S. Officials, definitely it would be very disappointing. The whole world is going for a two-state solution and the establishment of a Palestinian state. So the United States would be very much a lone wolf, if you like, in denying statehood for the Palestinians. I hope if they have done or if they have said those words, that they will retract them and come out in support of the peace conference in New York.
Some Israeli government ministers have warned that if particularly European allies recognise Palestinian statehood, whether it's at the upcoming conference or in some time in the future, it would respond by annexing more land in the West Bank. What's your reaction?
They have done that. They have done that already. They are not waiting for the Europeans to recognize the Palestinian state. As I mentioned just a few days ago, they've also proclaimed that they're going to establish more colonies on the West Bank. So that's a moot point for them. And I think it is highly irresponsible of the European countries not to take action against that action that was taken by Israel of stealing more land. We want to see full condemnation for that action by the Europeans and full recognition of a Palestinian state.
There are reports as well ahead of the conference that the Palestinian Authority has suggested it will make, and I quote, concrete and unprecedented commitments to reform at the New York meeting. President Emmanuel Macron's office has suggested that Mahmoud Abbas has pledged that Hamas will no longer rule Gaza. Do you think Hamas will have a hand in or over Gaza in any kind of a state that would be established?
I'm not privy to official communications and statements that come out of either the Palestinian Authority or the French government. So I really don't know what the state of affairs is on that specific subject. What I do know is that the Palestinians should be allowed to decide for themselves and not be dictated to by others. And if there is going to be prevention of Hamas from having any role in a future Palestine, there should equally be prevention of the present Israeli government and the officials there from any role in any future peace negotiations over the two-state solution.
Your Excellency, you've been working in key diplomatic and security-related roles for a long time. When you look at the decision from Hamas to carry out the October 7 attacks, from a political, from a military point of view, do you think it was a strategic mistake that has harmed the Palestinian cause?
From the very beginning of that affair, I made a statement after the October 7th saying that, in my view, it is better to fight Israel with civil disobedience rather than using military arms. The wisdom of having equal strength to fight your enemy was lacking in that decision by Hamas to do what they did. Because all it ended up in was that, the Israelis had the excuse at the beginning to go on that rampage and still continue that rampage, not only of destroying all of Gaza, but also doing what they are doing in the West Bank, all under the excuse that they were attacked by Hamas. So I'm all for civil disobedience as a means of denying Israel not only its justification for what it's doing, but also for gaining world sympathy for their cause.
For the Palestinian people in Gaza, when you consider the sacrifices and the tragedy that they have faced since October 7, if the prerequisite remains from Israel that Hamas should put down their weapons, if that is going to be a prerequisite for the war to end, do you think Hamas should?
I think the Israelis should do that. They're the ones who are doing the killing now. Hamas is simply there. I think I've not seen any reports of any ability of Hamas of doing any more killing, in spite of what might come out in social media and so on. So it is the Israelis who have to drop their arms and stop the killing and go to negotiations and let the Palestinian Authority represent the Palestinian people. That is the only solution, I think, for the two-state solution.
If I could ask you about normalization with Israel. I mean, before October 7, it seemed as if things were progressing in that area. Is that now completely off the table? What would it take now for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to return to the path of normalizing relations with Israel?
Our leadership has been very clear in that. There has to be a Palestinian state with its capital in East Jerusalem for any normalization to happen between Israel and Saudi Arabia. That position has not changed, and it was the position even before October 7. At that time, there were negotiations proposed by the Americans, if you remember, that Saudi Arabia should have normalization with Israel, and the kingdom proposed to the Americans at the time that there should be a Palestinian state in order for Saudi Arabia to have normalization with Israel. The Israelis, by their actions, have prevented that from happening. So it's not going to happen as long as the Israeli occupation continues in Palestine and there is no Palestinian state.
The Israeli administration has said on occasion, and also the US administration, that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is willing to remove that prerequisite. Are they telling falsehoods?
As I mentioned, our leadership has never denied or hesitated in saying that that is a primary condition. And they keep saying that at all levels. And the king, the crown prince, the foreign minister, other ministers, all the statements, the weekly cabinet meetings that come out with statements about Palestine. The crown prince just recently in his address to the pilgrims mentioned that the Palestinian state must be established and the Palestinian people get their legitimate right for self-determination. That is a clear statement, and if there is somebody who doesn't hear what the leadership is saying, then they should fix their hearing and put some hearing aids in their ears.
We've heard again from the Trump administration the repeat of this idea of moving Palestinians out of the Gaza area so that it can be rebuilt into a more desirable destination. Do you think that that's also a little bit of cultural colonialism, that the US is inflicting its idea of what is a desirable civilization onto what the people there should expect?
I thought that issue has died a clear death after it was made several months ago, and I haven't heard it repeated again. So I would be surprised if that were still the position of the American administration.
It was repeated again by the ambassador, Mike Huckabee, who said it was time to move Palestinians out. I know, as you've said, you don't put much credence in his comments, but he does represent the US administration's beliefs. He doesn't stray far from what the administration holds dear.
Well, that's for the American administration to decide upon. I don't consider him as representing the American government. I said I will wait for a statement to come out of Washington and not for Israel's ambassador to the United States.
With regards to the negotiations, how do you think, what do you think needs to happen for them to get back on track? Do you think that there is anything that either side could or should maybe move an inch on that you think can bring the parties realistically back to the table?
I think the Americans should do what they did the first time that they had the ceasefire, is put their foot down on the Israeli necks and say, you guys better do it or else. Unless that happens, I don't think anything will go forward.
Do you have any message for Israel and for the Trump administration about returning to the negotiating table, about the future of peace in the region?
Yeah, go for peace, not for war. That is something that is clearly the wish of the world community, and even a substantial portion of the Israeli community, and even more so the worldwide Jewish diaspora is more and more in support of a free Palestine. Just look at the demonstrations that have taken place all over the world since October 7th in support of Palestinian independence. Many of those demonstrating are Jewish, and they are the ones who should be speaking for the Jewish people, not Mr. Netanyahu and his criminal gang.
Your Excellency, we'll have to leave it there, but we absolutely appreciate your candid insights and your time. Prince Turki Al Faisal, former Saudi intelligence chief and one-time ambassador to the US and the UK, we appreciate greatly having you here on Counterpoints for our special interview. Your Royal Highness, thank you so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be with you, and thank you for the time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
the meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Well, let's bring into the conversation Fleur Hassan-Nahum, who is a special envoy for the Israeli Foreign Ministry and a former deputy mayor of Jerusalem. Fleur, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us as ever. We are, of course, on day 4 of hostilities between Israel and Iran. Before we talk about that, I want to ask about something you've put out on Twitter about planes taking off from Tehran headed to Moscow. I don't know what your source was for that report. And I wanted to ask you who you think was on board those planes and where you see things heading to.
Well, the rumor was, and it wasn't a verified report, but we did get a report that Deputy Chief of Staff of Khomeini, Ali Asghar Hijazi, had packed his bags, and him along with some other IRGC people had headed for Moscow, which makes sense because that's exactly where Assad is and all the fallen proxy regimes that the Islamic Republic were actually supporting, aiding and abetting. And so it would make sense. We haven't heard anything since. It's a non-confirmed report, and I made it clear in my tweet, but it absolutely makes sense. We hear that a lot of the senior leadership is nowhere to be found. I know that from Iranian sources here who follow the intelligence of what's going on over there. And so we see that a lot of the government is seeing the writing on the wall at the moment.
I mean, that quickly, because it's only, been 4 days into this, into these exchanges of hostilities. I mean, that would be an astonishing rate of advance and a rate of change for this situation.
Well, absolutely. But you have to understand what we managed to do. So the main, I think, achievement is the power of surprise. They were completely surprised. It was day 61 of the negotiations that they were holding with the Americans that they weren't really very serious about. Trump kept insisting with them about no enriched uranium. They were not having it. They were not accepting it. And we really got them by surprise. On top of that, the Mossad pulled off something which I think people will be writing books about and doing movies about in the future. And that is how they managed to create a assembly factory of drones within Tehran, literally in their backyard. And those drones were what destroyed 25% of the missile launching capabilities of Iran on the first night. And so you have a lot of different events that occurred on the first night that basically cut their legs off. And then everything since has been a chaotic reaction. And so, again, if you want to look at the success of this, and I don't want to call it success because we've lost lives here in Israel. We're under fire. I've been in shelters along with the whole country twice in the last 24 hours. And so there's no success until we manage to neutralize the nuclear threat against the state of Israel.
Just from what you're saying, I'm kind of curious, and I don't know if you'll be able to answer my question or whether you'll want to answer my question, but I'm wondering whether, as part of the element of surprise that you talked about, on the one hand, and on the other hand, there's been a lot of speculation in the last 4 to 5 weeks about a sort of a rift between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump. And I'm wondering to myself whether perhaps this rift has been somewhat artificially manufactured. What would be your thoughts on that theory?
That's a good question. And I actually was in an interview before the whole thing kicked off with Iran. And they asked me exactly about this rift. And I said to them what I'll say to you. We don't really know what's going on. And if you actually ask me for my assessment, I definitely think there was a sleight of hand going on. I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu was meant to marry his son tomorrow night. So a lot of people said, well, he's marrying his son tomorrow night. What's going to happen? And I think he actually used that whole thing, the whole hype about the wedding he was holding for his own family member as part of this sleight of hand.
OK, well, as you say, a lot of speculation. What we do know is that we heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu at the weekend. He appeared on the US TV channel Fox News, and he was asked by the presenter Brett Baier about what message he would have for the Iranian leadership and what message he'd have for the Iranian people. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Mr. Prime Minister, very last thing. I asked you how long this may last. You said it's up to the Iranians. If you had the opportunity, and you do now, to speak directly to the Supreme Leader and to speak directly to the Iranian people, what are those two messages you'll say?
Well, the Iranian dictator, really, he's a dictator. He's a tyrant. He has sent us a message calling just about every day for the death of Israel, the destruction of Israel and America, but the death of Israel. So my answer to him is with action, not with words. But to the people of Iran, I say you're great people. You're people of great talent and genius. You have been usurped by this tyranny that has robbed you of hope, has robbed you of a good life. You know, I speak to the Iranian people directly. I don't know if you know this, Brett. I do these videos. I get millions and millions of responses. And they say, Viva Israel, bravo Israel, free us from this tyranny. And I say to them, your hour of freedom is near. Rise up, be free.
OK, so a couple of things to pick up on from what the Prime Minister says there. But let me put a theory to you. I mean, we understand that 224 Iranian people have been killed during the course of these last 4 days of hostilities. I mean, there is an argument, isn't it, that by carrying out strikes that end up in the deaths of dozens of civilians, which these have done, in fact, what the Israeli leadership is doing is galvanizing support for the Iranian leadership. What do you make of that theory?
I don't accept it for a number of reasons. First of all, we know that 80% of the Iranian people want their regime gone. They've been suppressed by them. They've been brutalized by them. Women have been killed. Men have been killed. The jails are full of people who just spoke out against their regime. And let's not forget, within the last 2 years, thousands of Iranians were killed or imprisoned by their own regime. And any casualty in a war, which is an innocent casualty, is a tragedy. And this is why Israel warned the people of Tehran yesterday to get out of the way, because it was never, and it is never, our intention to target civilians. Not the opposite is what the Iranian regime do. They target civilian centers of Israel. It's absolutely the opposite. We don't want to target. There are always innocent casualties that are just the result of war. But I think the Iranian people are smart enough to understand that if you compare some civilian casualties as opposed to the thousands of Iranians, innocent Iranians, that have been killed, brutalized and imprisoned, there's nothing to compare. And I agree with Prime Minister Netanyahu. We need to create the conditions, not just to neutralize the threat against us, but for the Iranian people to have their say, for the Iranian people to be free.
OK, another thing I wanted to ask you about, which is sort of an extension of some of the points we've talked about up until this point. President Trump is reported to have expressed his will that the leadership, the top leadership in Iran, is not targeted. Do you think that was ever in the offing?
Well, I think that it's what's been reported. Prime Minister Netanyahu denied that immediately. Again, we just don't know what's going on behind closed doors. The way that we perhaps hypothesize that the rift was artificially created, we really don't know what's going on. All I know is that Khamenei is an avid tweeter that hasn't tweeted in 20 hours, so we don't really know what's going on.
As we've been saying, it's day 4 of hostilities. The Israeli President Isaac Herzog has been quoted as saying, "We had no choice but to attack Iran because it was rushing to a nuclear bomb," he said, speaking to Sky News. Do you think the Israeli public is overwhelmingly behind these decisions to engage militarily with Iran?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you know, the Israeli public can really never really agree on too many things. We have a very avid democracy here. And there's always a lot of different opinions. But let me tell you, on this, everybody agrees that this is an existential matter for us. When people keep telling you they want to kill you, you have to believe them. And when those people who are telling you want to kill you is coming up with weapons of mass destruction against your country and your people, you have to take the threat seriously. We couldn't wait any longer. Netanyahu has been calling this out for about 15 years. And we literally got to the point when any further, they would have gotten to the point of no return. And Israel cannot, we don't have the luxury of letting them get to the point where they have a nuclear weapon pointed our way.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Netanyahu, everyone remembers him in 2012 at the UN General Assembly with his diagrams, his show and tell. But, you know, we had Yitzhak Rabin in 92 saying the same thing, Shimon Peres saying the same thing in 1995.
Yes. These are governments of left and right. That's
right.
why there's consensus.
But, you know, here we are 26 years after, or 25 years after the death of Yitzhak Rabin. In fact, Israel is saying the same thing as it's been saying for a very long time. So why now?
Because from intelligence sources that I have spoken to, they understood that the pace of getting towards uranium for weapons was getting faster, and we were a few months away from that, and so we couldn't wait any longer.
Are you prepared, do you think, for a scenario in which there is a long, drawn-out, prolonged war with Iran?
Well, I hope we don't get to that, honestly. And the reports that I've been hearing today is that Iran is begging for a deal, begging now to abandon enriching uranium. And so I'm not sure they've got the capacity to go for much longer. We're also, of course, exhausted, we're tired. We've been in war since the 7th of October, which, by the way, was aided and abetted and helped planned by the Iranian Islamic Republic. And so we have gotten to the point, Israel is never a country that wants war. Every country that has wanted peace with Israel has found peace with Israel. And so we pray, for the sake of the people of Iran and for our people, that we find a way, or they get at least, the leadership that they deserve.
Before this happened on Friday, we heard comments from opposition figures in the Israeli political class and from commentators, people like Ehud Olmert, Ehud Barak, accusing Prime Minister Netanyahu of prolonging the Gaza war to maintain his grip on power. I don't know what you make of their argument, but as an extension of that argument, couldn't this be an extension of that very same idea of Prime Minister Netanyahu to stay in power for as long as he can?
No, I actually think quite the opposite. I think Netanyahu, look, he's been talking about this, like we said earlier, for 15 years. This is nothing new. Everybody knew that this was on the agenda, and everybody knew that Iran was inching towards enriching weapon-grade uranium. And so I don't think anybody believes that that was Netanyahu's aim, objective. In fact, you're hearing in Israel praise for this from all sides of the political map. Like I say, that's very rare in Israel. And in terms of Ehud Barak and Ehud Olmert, they're both bitter political rivals of Netanyahu, who have not had the successful longevity of Netanyahu's premiership. And unfortunately, they've gotten to the point that they want to burn the house down as long as they can burn Netanyahu along with it. So I wouldn't take them too seriously.
OK, just to wrap up, what does the end game look like here, Fleur?
Well, if you're talking to me about an idyllic endgame that my Persian friends in the diaspora and my friends in Iran right now would like, is, of course, regime change, bring back a democracy. The Persian people are a people of democracy, of a tradition of education, of a tradition of development, and everything in the last 40 years has been pulled back to the Middle Ages. And so if I wish something for them, is for them to be a free and fair society, which they can be, and for them to be an ally of the State of Israel, and together to change the region into a region of peace and prosperity.
OK, well, thank you very much. We're going to leave it there. Fleur Hassan Nahum, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's bring Mick Mulroy into the conversation. He is the former United States Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. He joins us from Abu Dhabi. Thank you very much indeed for being with us, as ever, here on Arabiya English. We've heard not once, more than once, the Trump administration quite keen to get across the point that it had nothing to do with the attacks on Iran up until this point. I mean, what do you read into this bid to try to put some distance between the US and events on the ground?
Well, Tom, I think it was clear that the Trump administration did want to get to a nuclear agreement with Iran, one that had to be more stringent than the 2015 JCPOA, but one that actually ended in a diplomatic resolution, at least to the issue of nuclear weapons. But once this started, and Israel did not only strike the nuclear facilities, but their military and economic infrastructure as well, I think the United States wanted to ensure this separation because of all of the assets that we do have in the region. Iran, before this started, said that they would actually attack if anybody attacked them. That didn't happen. That would have drawn the United States into this conflict, but I don't think the United States wants to be or needs to be right now, because they can see Israel had a very substantial overmatch militarily than Iran.
Okay, so why do you think Israel chose to carry out these attacks when the next round of US-Iran nuclear talks was just about to take place? It was supposed to happen on Sunday. Of course, it didn't happen. Why do you think Israel chose to act when it did?
Well, speculation, of course, on my part, but there's many who believed that Israel did not want to see another nuclear agreement between Iran and the United States. They were opposed to the 2015 agreement. This was looking to be very similar. The only question that they couldn't resolve was whether Iran would be allowed to enrich uranium in Iran. The United States didn't want them to. There was an allowance for that in the original agreement, but only to the level that would be needed for civilian energy. The U.S., of course, pushed for this multinational consortium where you can bring in enriched uranium that's already been enriched somewhere else. Iran wasn't going for that. So it might have been that Israel was concerned that Iran would fold on that, if you will, and get to an agreement that they didn't like. And I think that is a possibility that they went ahead and took the strike, because at least from my knowledge in public reporting, it wasn't clear that Iran had made the determination to get a nuclear weapon and was on the precipice of that.
But if that assumption is correct, I mean, is that the way to treat an ally? I mean, I can't imagine that sitting very well with the Trump administration, who, you know, President Trump calling for diplomacy, saying give diplomacy a little more time, and Israel deciding to, as you say, possibly, I know it's only speculation, but torpedo that diplomatic effort. I mean, how do you think that would have gone down in Washington?
I don't think it would have gone down well. I think they would have liked, again, to get to a nuclear agreement, and this essentially ended that. I don't see how Iran would come back to the table right now, any or the near future, with an idea that they would actually have another nuclear agreement. So I think that's probably caused some tension. There was reportedly tension between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu before then, but ultimately the United States and Israel are long-term partners. I don't see the U.S. reducing that at all, but this has probably caused some concern and maybe even some trust issues going ahead.
Would you have said that things were a little fraught even before Friday between the Trump administration and Prime Minister Netanyahu? Because there's been plenty of speculation to that effect.
Yes, you're right. And the reporting is there. President Trump would like to see the war in Gaza come to an end, for example, and they seem to have gotten no further than the Biden administration when it comes to making that a reality. It was clear that they wanted a nuclear agreement. This, whether it was intended to do that or not, it certainly did essentially in that as well. So there's probably some issues going between the White House and Tel Aviv. But I can imagine that this is something that will linger, but ultimately the relationship between the two countries will endure.
OK, two things we've heard specifically come from President Trump in the last couple of days, or reported to have come directly from the president, I should say. First of all, he said, if we are attacked in any way, shape or form by Iran, the full strength and might of the US armed forces will come down like levels never seen before. I think he's referring to, for example, if a US base gets targeted by Iran, this is what the United States will do. I mean, do you see that as being a high-risk scenario? Do you think that's something that's likely to happen? And do you see the US somehow or other eventually being dragged into this?
Well, Tom, so before Israel struck Iran, Iran made it clear in statements that they would, even if it was just Israel that attacked them, that they would strike military facilities in the region. They didn't elect to do that. And I think that what President Trump is trying to do is send a message of deterrent. And it's getting backed up by the movement of significant assets. They're sending another. So there'll be a third aircraft carrier strike group, the USS Nimitz, I believe, that's being redirected from the Indo-Pacific. There's also a major flood of air refueling aircraft in an already packed region when it comes to U.S. military assets. So I think there's an idea that if Iran were to do that, they would essentially go from fighting a regional superpower, if you will, in Israel, to a world superpower in the United States. And that would be a strategic disaster for Iran right now. And so I don't think the U.S. wants to be drug in. I don't think they believe they need to be drug in. Israel's already established aerial dominance over Iran, did so in about 48 hours. They're hitting targets essentially at will right now. They don't need the U.S.'s assistance. The only thing that they would need the U.S. assistance for, I believe, would be to really get these massive ordnance penetrators, which are the type of munitions that, to my knowledge, only the United States have. They can actually reach down a considerable distance into the ground before they detonate, and that's how they would get these facilities like in Fordow, where it's up to 80 meters deep. I don't think Israel has the munitions. They can destroy the entry points, but they can't really get down that deep. I don't know that the United States would provide that to Israel, but that's one thing. If Iran attacks the United States, I imagine that would be on the table in retaliation.
One of the other things we've heard President Trump reported to have said in the last couple of days is that he is opposed to any plans to target Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. That's according to a CBS News source, also cited by AFP news agency. I don't know if you think that's credible or not as a report. And I also want to ask, as an extension of that question, I mean, do you think that was ever part of the plan? Might that happen?
Well, Prime Minister Netanyahu has said very openly that he would like to see the Iranian people rise up and overthrow the regime. And it's clear that that's the message he's trying to get out there to the Iranian people. It's difficult to see that happening. It's a big challenge, of course, but oftentimes when a country is attacked, it actually rallies them, or rather than turns them against. It's still, I think, an objective of Israel. The United States, I think, is, if that's true, if the statement is true, is trying to send a message that they're not trying to completely destabilize the region. The Ayatollah, of course, is more than just a political leader, is a religious leader that could cause a wave of terrorist attacks. That would be my guess why they did not want that to happen. And I think they can see, as the whole world can see, just how good Israel is targeting leadership targets. They've essentially eradicated the entire general staff of the Iranian military, the IRGC leadership, all of the nuclear scientists that are working on these programs. They're very effective at that. And they probably assumed that they had a good idea of where the supreme leader was. And they didn't want to see that happen. They certainly didn't want to see that get tagged to the United States.
On Fox News, we heard the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying the Iranian regime, as he called it, is very weak. And we hear that there have been numerous arrests in Iran. Alleged saboteurs and spies have been rounded up. I mean, do you think that Iran has been? I mean, clearly it's been massively compromised. But do you agree with Prime Minister Netanyahu's assessment that the leadership is, quote, very weak?
Yes, in part. I think that's correct. They were not, of course, popular before this happened. The economic situation has gotten significantly worse in Iran, and now it's going to get even worse because they are targeting, again, not just military targets. They are going after their economic infrastructure to include their capacity to make energy and export it. That's going to be even worse for the people of Iran. They've also shown that they've had the ability to take many of them out. So they're not only weak, many of them aren't here anymore. And I think this is really showing the Iranian people that a lot of the regime's tough talk had nothing to back it up. They've essentially eradicated any capacity other than the ballistic missiles, which are eventually going to run out because they've targeted ballistic missile manufacturing facilities, and that will leave Iran essentially completely defenseless against Israel.
Okay, just to sort of wrap up this conversation, we heard President Trump at the weekend saying he was optimistic that peace would come soon. He cited the fact that he had managed to persuade India and Pakistan to come to the negotiating table and to cease hostilities. Do you think President Trump is right to be similarly optimistic in this case?
Well, in the case of India and Pakistan, they were both nuclear powers, or they are both nuclear powers. So I believe that they wanted to see a quick ending to that conflict because neither would want to be responsible for or have the fallout, literally, of an exchange of nuclear weapons. In this case, obviously not the case. That's one of the reasons why Prime Minister Netanyahu said he launched this attack to prevent them from being a nuclear weapon held country. So that I think, of course, we'd all like to see this end peacefully soon. It has caused major disruption in the region, and it's loss of innocent civilians being killed, likely on both sides. So hopefully his optimism is correct, but ultimately it's going to be a decision from Prime Minister Netanyahu, who has said this is going to be weeks, not days, which means this could go on much, much longer.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for your time. Always a pleasure talking to you. Mick Mulroy, thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Tom.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Sydney. Sydney, Australia's largest city, is often dubbed as one of the most beautiful in the world. The place offers an attractive mix of modern architecture, historical landmarks, breathtaking views, relaxing gardens, and more. What are the top spots to see in Sydney? Perhaps Australia's most famous man-made attraction, And a worldwide icon too is the Sydney Opera House. The structure alone is already a unique feat of architectural design and engineering. While built from innovation, creativity, and quite a bit of controversy, the Sydney Opera House remains a remarkable building that's home to over 1,500 performances a year and inviting up to 1.2 million audiences each time. One of the most well-maintained and well-preserved examples of colonial-style architecture in Australia is Sydney's Government House. Since its construction in 1846, it has been home to 27 governors and today remains one of the city's hidden gems, with interiors characteristic of its Gothic influence. Located nearby is the Royal Botanic Gardens, which offers a bevy of colors that's a sight to see in any season. It is kept alive with birds such as cockatoos and sleeping flying foxes that hang from branches, among many other natural wonders. The Australian National Maritime Museum is known for its sensational displays of the country's maritime heritage. Exhibits on display range from full-size to scale ships, an authentic submarine, and other relics of shipping history. The iconic Queen Victoria building is Sydney's ultimate shopping hub. As the building itself is an architectural marvel that boasts of fine details, craftsmanship, and style, it gives tourists an elegant and high-end shopping experience. Worth the hike is Sydney's Blue Mountains, located in New South Wales. Its blue haze horizon offers a breathtaking view and the perfect escape from the busy city. It's a great way to appreciate the scenery, wildlife, and mountain surroundings. Australia's Bondi Beach is known as the most popular in the country. It's close to the suburbs and easily accessible, which allows tourists and locals alike a spontaneous visit. Its great sand and clean waters are what make the beach a popular hotspot. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
and no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.